The Senate. With all this, the contradiction between constitutional apparatus and representative functions is pushed to the limit. The American Senate, representing the states, is invested with the highest functions of the Union, almost executive functions, exalted by its pluralistate representation. What is realized here is a gigantic transformist operation. The spatial determination of sovereignty is concluded in an eminent function of representation of a firm national consciousness. The debates regarding this point follow the by now well-known safety arguments, against factions and insurrections, the arguments to protect contracts and entrepreneurship. The Senate is the receptacle of a republican order that, by reuniting the aristocracies of the single states, would like to decree the definitive overcoming of the contradictions between functional representation and the democratic force of the masses. Perhaps here the Republican solution has demanded too much within half a century. The crisis and the Civil War will show how unsustainable this process of centralization is, in the exasperated form that it has assumed here. The issues at the Federalist on the power of the Senate are soaked in resentment and fear. The constituent spirit, the free and democratic masses that experienced high new American space, are their enemy. The American Senate wants to be the machine of the deepest stability of the system, the constitutional thermidor of the American Revolution. Constituent power stands in opposition to it as a permanent threat, as a ghost to annihilate. In the Senate, the frontier of American freedom is definitely erased with a sublime irony. It is the constitutional spatial organ that defines this closure. But it is exactly in the extremity of their relation that all the elements of contradiction and rupture become more evident. When the conventionals and the Federalist face the theme of executive power, and then that of judiciary power, it is as if by now they were obliged to a referral in the process of legitimization of a constitutional construction that was alive in their hands, richer in incongruences and contradictions, in mystifications and removals than in a coherent application of scientific spirit as they claimed at the beginning. Within this referral, the push to centralization becomes stronger and stronger. On the theme of executive power knows what are, in this case, the political values to protect and promote. The same refrain once again: stability, effectiveness, timeliness, independence from factions, the capability to produce a program. We must stop with the revolution, a king is necessary, we seem to hear. But there are innumerable objections. There is an idea which is not without its advocates, that a vigorous executive is inconsistent with the genius of republican government. The enlightened well-wishers to this species of government must at least hope that the supposition is destitute of foundation, since they can never admit its truth without at the same time admitting the condemnation of their own principles. And yet, energy in the executive is a leading character of good government. It is essential to the protection of the community against foreign attacks. It is not less essential to the steady administration of the laws, to the protection of property against those irregular and high-handed combinations which sometimes interrupt the ordinary course of justice, to the security of liberty against the enterprises and assaults of ambition, of faction, and of anarchy. All the dangers that have been enunciated with respect to the formation and the constitution of the organs of representation return a fortiori when we talk of the figure of the king-president. But if, according to the principles that inform a democratic government, in constituting the legislative organs we must overcome many disadvantages, why reintroduce such considerations in the formation of the executive? It would be superfluous and harmful. The executive cannot be but one. Any alternative would result in ineffectiveness, and it would destroy the spirit itself of the Constitution, which, in the complex play of the Republican powers, demands an absolute point of centralization and guarantee, an absolute point of decision and effectiveness. Finally, the king is naked, it would be appropriate to affirm. The work of centralization that runs through, from beneath to above the Constitution, becomes completed. A pressing logic closes, in the times of the executive synthesis, the residual intervals left to democracy. A pure and tight determination of power blocks any fissure into the democratic process and into popular strengths. A sort of Jacobin spirit here puts itself at the service of a kind of institutional thermidor. All this is expressed and validated by the Federalist in an Enlightenment language, where the examples drawn from ancient history, and the attempts in defining virtue and corruption, alternate as nauseatingly rhetorical motifs, to the ends of instrumental reason. Here Hamilton, the Hamilton who in the years immediately following will shoot on sight against the French Revolution, gives his best. The powers of the executive are widely analyzed and reinforced in any sense with regard to possible objections: the power of veto, the command of the military and naval forces, the power of grace, the power to stipulate a treaty, the power of appointing, competition with the Senate, and the power of intervention on the Congress, and so forth. The regality of the presidential function is not, at this point, a simple image, but a precise qualification. And all this is drowned in a sea of words of democracy and of republican invocations. To the citizens who ask why the convention did not vote a Declaration of Rights, Hamilton answers that such declarations, born as contracts between the king and the people, have no application to constitutions, professedly founded upon the power of the people, and executed by their immediate representatives and servants. And with pedantic hypocrisy he adds, go further and affirm that bills of rights are not only unnecessary in the proposed constitution but would even be dangerous. They would contain various exceptions to powers which are not granted and, on this very account, would afford a colorable pretext to claim more than were granted. For why declare that things shall not be done which there is no power to do? Why, for instance, should it be said that the liberty of the press shall not be restrained, when no power is given by which restrictions may be imposed? I will not contend that such a provision would confer a regulating power, but it is evident that it would furnish, to men disposed to usurp, a plausible pretense for claiming that power. They might urge with a semblance of reason that the Constitution ought not to be charged with the absurdity of providing itself against the abuse of an authority which was not given, and that the provision against restraining the liberty of the press afforded a clear implication that a power to prescribe proper regulations concerning it was intended to be vested in the national government. This may serve as a specimen of the numerous handles which would be given to the doctrine of constructive powers by the indulgence of an injudicious zeal for bills of rights. With the same spirit we could thus say, reversing the argument, that it is better not to talk of implicit powers, because the constitutional machine, and in particular the competences attributed to the executive, practically already comprehend the possibility of such an expression. The non-said is implicit. Thus, between rhetoric and things implicit, the Republican mill will grind the American homo politicus. But there is still something of which the homo politicus has not yet been dispossessed: his constituent capability, no longer as result but, rather, as activity, as always reproposed strength, no longer as past struggle for independence, in the Revolution, but as ever-present possibility. This is the last contradiction that the Federalist must solve, this is the last energy that it must absorb. The war that the Federalist wages against constituent power and against the democratic revolution is always a war of annexation. Also for this last Anschluss are proposed suitable institutional instruments. The issues on judiciary power are, in this respect, exemplary. What is judiciary power? First of all, it is the great mobile hinge of institutional becoming. It connects and makes possible the competition of powers, by intervening in possible conflicts if necessary, by systematically rebalancing the powers according to the fundamental rules of the Constitution. The autonomy of judiciary power and the independence of the judges must, to such end, deeply and very strongly be guaranteed. The complete independence of the courts of justice is peculiarly essential in a limited constitution because judiciary power is per se the weakest of powers and because, at the same time, it is the index of the constitutional process. Second, judiciary power is the custodian of the Constitution. No legislative act, contrary to the Constitution, can be valid. The interpretation of the laws is the proper and peculiar province of the courts. A constitution is, in fact, and must lie regarded by the judges as, a fundamental law. It therefore belongs to them to ascertain its meaning as well as the meaning of any particular act proceeding from the legislative body. If there should have to be an irreconcilable variance between the two, that which has the superior obligation and validity ought, of course, to be preferred, or, in other words, the Constitution ought to be preferred to the statute, the intention of the people to the intention of their agents. Nor does this conclusion by any means suppose a superiority of the judicial to the legislative power. It only supposes that the power of the people is superior to both, and that where the will of the legislature, declared in its statutes, stands in opposition to that of the people, declared in the Constitution, the judges ought to be governed by the latter rather than the former. They ought to regulate their decisions by the fundamental laws rather than by those which are not fundamental. Third, judiciary power is endowed with potential political prerogatives. These derive from the fact that its intervention to guarantee individual rights against possible seditious attitudes of the citizens will have more influence upon the character of our governments than but few may be aware of. These political prerogatives, furthermore, derive from the continuity of the jurisprudential production of the courts, from the necessary laboriousness in the building and accumulation of this knowledge. But this political capability is above all exalted by the competences of the judiciary power in reference to the jurisdictional exercise concerning the putting into effect of constitutional norms, or in the case of conflicts between two states, in those conflicts that concern the relations between individuals and the state. No. This is the point, therefore, in the American Constitution, judiciary power resolves dynamically the ambiguities that the constitutional machine, in the rigidity that constitutes its guarantee, makes evident. In moving as the dynamic element of the constitutional realization, Judiciary power founds and renews. It attributes to itself a sort of constituent power that shows the comprehensive political force of the Constitution. In this sense, judiciary power resolves by itself that problem of implied powers of the federal government, that in the Constitution had been considered, on the one hand, as a dangerous drifting and overflowing that juridical positivism must stop up, and on the other as the necessary key of institutional development, the adjustment of the means to the ends, and of the system of norms to the exigencies of historical becoming. Judiciary power assumes and exalts for itself a becoming explicit of constituent power, uncontainable in the net of a rigid constitution. This is a deceit and a fiction. In fact, here the machine appropriates the last terrain on which the Homo politicus could produce a direct innovation. The political innovation gives its ripe fruits. Nothing is left of the sociality and the universality of the political expressed by the revolutionary movement. The strenuous centralization of the Constitution takes up an exclusive and total place, from which constituent power is excluded. Crisis of the event and inversion of the tendency. The final number of the Federalist No. contains an important reference to Hume by Hamilton, a reference that is a tribute to the freedom born of experience. But we can certainly add, of experience insofar as it contains faith in the correspondence between the rational and the real. Scottish philosophy here is presented as Romanticism, as presupposition of the idealistic revolution that organizes experience in the transcendental function of reason. It is useful to underline the density of the Hamiltonian reference because here it indicates the reasons of his distance from Madison's position. For the latter, in fact, the reference to Scottish philosophy is made in natural right theory more than Humean terms, ethical more than idealistic, and the option, common to both authors, for a strong constitutive imagination, in Madison maintains a reference to the problematic character of the ethical subject. The distinction is not irrelevant. It shows how the encapsulation of constituent power into the constituent event reveals, since the beginning, an important ambiguity, capable of producing a crisis. If we suppose that to govern constitutionally means to structure the subject's field of action, and if we concede that the subject, in such case, is no longer an element counterposed to power but, rather, one of its first effects, the question concerning the consistency of the two poles, constitutional and subjective, remains still open. Now, since the beginning, the glass is cracked. Nonetheless, what we are interested in here are not the vicissitudes of the progressive ideal and political distance between the two authors of the Federalist. Rather, it is the contradiction of the paradigms, the dynamics of their separation, and the contrast that here begins to emerge. In general, we could say that the Declaration of the Rights of Man is immediately opposed to the Constitution. Indeed, the problem is soon pushed to the extreme. We must decide whether the soul of the Republic is the Constitution or the frontier. The alternative is more material than philosophical. The last 10 years of the century are characterized by the progressive acknowledgement of the alternative. The debate about the French Revolution is called to clarify and explain the two positions. The problem is to decide whether democracy is sustained by a constitutive subject that tries to organize its own freedom and movement, in the social, toward the limit of the possible, or whether the virtue of this subject ends in the play of interests, in symbolic legitimization, in the circle of commerce. Homo politicus or homo mercator. It is known how the progressive impulse affirms itself since Jefferson's presidency and how the thematic of the frontier becomes more and more important during the next 30 years, until Jackson's presidency, where the triumph of the expansive paradigm opens new thematics and imposes new problems. But this is not the place to follow the historical development of this question. What we must take up once again and situate at the center of our analysis is the concept of constituent power, in order to understand its extraordinary force, and at the same time the deepest mystifications that it undergoes in the American constitutional experience. The extraordinary force of the American constitutional principle is its immersion in space and in the masses. It is the limitlessness and the irresistibility of its proceeding. The old constitutionalism of medieval origin, whatever the way in which reactionary thought theorizes its continuity, is swept away. If in that tradition constitutionalism is the theory of limited government, here the constituent principle is limitless. If in the former the concept of legality dissipates any original normative fact that qualifies the system, here constituted power is materialized by the expansive capability to determine new systems. If, finally, in that tradition and in its apologists constitutionalism means political state opposing social state, here constituent power makes expansive sociality the only place of foundation of the political. American constituent power constructs an ontology of the constitutive strength of the masses, in space. It does not found modernity but, rather, the actuality of constituent power. But on the other hand, constituent power in America is subjected to an extraordinary effort of containment and mystification. The Federalist is the chief document of this tendency. But it does not close the problem, rather, it exasperates it, it pushes it to the extreme. It is on the basis of this exasperation of constituent power that the American exception becomes typical. Notice the three models that mark the genesis of the Constitution: Hamilton's, Jefferson's, and Madison's mediation of the two, even in their difference, constitute a fabric in which constituent power always presents itself with the newest capability of not being entrapped. The limitation of political participation prescribed by Hamilton, the Republican multiplier imagined by Jefferson, and Madison's pluralism interact critically and in any case determine open situations of constitutional compromise. In other words, we can say that for a long period the material constitution exceeds the formal constitution, that the constituent principle and its determination of freedom and originality manage each time to materialize and break through the constitutional wrapping. Paine's and Jefferson's natural right theory cannot enclose the positivity of its concept into the narrow dimension pessimistic and positivistic of the constitutional system. The juridical guarantees and the economic limits of freedom are, so to speak, always put under pressure, and this dynamism becomes the motor of formation, not of a self-centered and political constitution, but of an expansive and reformist society. This is the theoretical legacy of the American vicissitudes. The unrecoverability of the strength of the constitutive event determines, since the beginning, synchronically, the crisis of the constitutional event, and it is this crisis that becomes the real American political paradigm. The most perfect example of the modern state is North America, says Marx on the Jewish question. We can add, because the extreme effort to produce the political emancipation of bourgeois society exasperates its contradiction, the event is returned to us as crisis. In the history of constitutionalism and of the political theories of democracy, this crisis has always been felt, by the great and not by the apologists, as the fundamental element of the American constitutional event. And before Marx, by Tocqueville, this whole book that is here offered to the public has been written under the influence of a kind of religious awe produced in the author's mind by the view of that irresistible revolution which has advanced for centuries in spite of every obstacle and which is still advancing in the midst of the ruins it has created, the revolution of equality, that is, the revolution of democracy. The last 700 years of European history are dominated by it, by this irreversible process. The irreversibility is also irresistibility, the ontological deposit of a history traversed by struggles often qualified by contingency, but determining the destiny of societies. Thus, it is inside the material constitution that the analysis of formal constitutions must venture. The democratic revolution has taken place in the body of society without that concomitant change in the laws, ideas, customs, and morals which was necessary to render such a revolution beneficial. Thus we have a democracy without anything to lessen its vices and bring out its natural advantages, and although we already perceive the evils it brings, we are ignorant of the benefits it may confer. Tocqueville. Soon Tocqueville returns to this remark in the introduction to Democracy in America. The social condition is commonly the result of circumstances, sometimes of laws, oftener still of these two causes united, but when once established, it may justly be considered as itself the source of almost all the laws, the usages, and the ideas which regulate the conduct of nations. Whatever it does not produce it modifies. If we would become acquainted with the legislation and the manners of a nation, therefore, we must begin by the study of its social condition. État social. Book I, Chap. P. What does this study of the état social in the epoch of democracy suggest to us? That any limit to freedom, any traditional counterpower against the movement of the masses is taken away. The tendency toward equality destroys the old freedoms. Will it also destroy freedom tout court? Will it introduce tyranny? Hence America is a problem. There is one country in the world in which this great social revolution seems almost to have reached its natural limits. It took place in a simple, easy fashion, or rather one might say that this country sees the results of the democratic revolution taking place among us, without experiencing revolution itself. Intro. Hence America and its tendency. I confess that in America I saw more than America I sought there, the image of democracy, with its inclinations, its character, its prejudices, and its passions, in order to learn what we have to fear or to hope from its progress. Intro. By taking as his point of departure this very strong sense of the American democratic anticipation, Tocqueville expresses the most original and characteristic element of his analysis of the development of democracy. The American Constitution is the constitution of a crisis that sees freedom turn into equality, and equality interrupt and reverse the tendency toward freedom. Tocqueville's genius lies in his going to the root of the problem, that is, in his concentrating on the fact of considering American freedom in Jeffersonian terms, and in understanding the inversion of tendency of this freedom in the crisis of the event. In Tocqueville there is no constitutional bigotry but, rather, the sensing of a tragedy that the democratic event carries within itself, as equally irresistible adventure and destiny. Tocqueville is certainly closer to Nietzsche or Burckhardt than to the religion of constitutionalism his contemporary interpreters pretend not to see, or in any case they do not want to know. The study of a democratic non-revolutionary society does not accentuate his liberal optimism but, rather, makes his historical and sociological pessimism stronger. In Tocqueville the revolution is not the notion of the democratic principle, but an acceleration of its destiny. Democratic society is not only fragile, inert, and conformist, but it is for this very reason provided with an extraordinary potential toward despotism. To this effect it is enough to turn to those souvenirs where, after analyzing the society without fanatics, that boring and empty world that is Louis Philippe's France, Tocqueville reacts as if facing a necessary consequence when the Parisian workers take up arms in June, and, astonished, considers the material consequences of what he had, nonetheless, painfully foreseen: the expansion and pervasiveness of revolutionary action, of its democratic, fierce impulse toward equality. Thus the crisis of the event is implicit in its principle, so that the American non-revolutionary democracy faces the crisis of the event not less but, rather, more typically than revolutionary democratic societies. Let us see the way in which this reasoning unravels. Thus begins Tocqueville: the great advantage of the Americans is that they have arrived at a state of democracy without having to endure a democratic revolution, and that they are born equal instead of becoming so democracy. This originary dimension undoubtedly implies some consequences in democratic society. The sensuality of the public has taken a moderate and tranquil course, to which all are bound to conform. By these means a kind of virtuous materialism may ultimately be established in the world, which would not corrupt, but enervate, the soul and noiselessly unbend its springs of action. But this situation, this well-being is restless. A restfulness is maintained by the Constitution, but those same means that the Constitution deploys for the common good impress on society an egalitarian mobilization that leads toward opposite results. At this point comes the analysis of the American Constitution and its functioning. The approach has a freshness worthy of the Founding Fathers. The genetic force of the Constitution is recognized in the new American relations, in the democracy stretched across the frontier, spontaneous and expansive. The bursting popular sovereignty, the guarantist machine of counterpowers implanted in the judiciary as well as in the federal system is powerful. Another effect of counterpower is the press, a new and essential phenomenon, a sphere of freedom guaranteed by the immediacy of the information and of the possible protest. But this is not enough. The administrative decentralization, the spreading of the popular courts, the force of religions, widespread education and popular common sense, the Protestant ethic, all these constitute a strong and real support to democracy. Tocqueville's analysis, above all in Book the First of Democracy in America, ranges across all social relations and illustrates with exceptional accents, worth of an extremely modern wit in sociology, the cultural determinations of democracy. The idea of progress. The American, more technical than learn the spirit, and the moral foundations of industrial production, language and speech, long and parole in democratic regimes, and so on. Where the omnipotence of the democratic majority and the dominion of public opinion could have overflown and determined collective tyranny, here a system of socially founded and socially consolidated counterpowers traces a strong circle of guarantees, an unsurpassable limit. Nonetheless, this formidable exercise in democracy secretes poisons. The more equality is affirmed, the more political indifference is generalized. The more the mobility of fortunes is exalted, the more virtues are banalized. The more money becomes the fundamental element in the qualification of the individual and in the stratification of society, the more democracy cracks. It is in this situation that the unresolved crisis of the founding act of American democracy, as of any other modern democracy, is revealed. In democracy, in front of the new powers that are born in society, it is always more difficult to identify new political counterpowers. The simple idea of one only central power becomes therefore an irresistible tendency. Among nations all the idea of/intermediate powers between social bodies, between the law and the citizens, is weakened and obliterated. The idea of rights inherent in certain individuals is rapidly disappearing from the minds of men. The idea of the omnipotence and sole authority of society at large rises to fill its place. These ideas take root and spread in proportion as social conditions become more equal and men more alike. They are produced by equality, and in turn they hasten the progress of equality. 4. The ideas of the unity, the ubiquity, the omnipotence of the supreme social power triumph anywhere, and the notion of government as a sole, simple, providential and creative power arises. The intermediate powers disappear. Here is the decadence of the spirit. The love of public tranquility is frequently the only political passion. It becomes more active and powerful among them in proportion as all other passions drop and die. Not anarchy but democratic absolutism, not the unrestrainable development of the passions but a passive homogeneity of all these are Tocqueville's Nietzschean forecasts. An immense, protective, and paternal power stretches out absolute, minute, regular, provident, and mild, over equal, similar, and powerless men. A servitude of the regular, quiet and gentle kind, a compromise between administrative despotism and the sovereignty of the people, horrible image of horrible slavery. Subjection, enervation of the passions. The freedom introduced in the political sphere is destroyed in the administrative sphere. The crisis of the democratic event implies therefore the inversion of the tendency. Is it possible to stop this process? Is it possible to keep leading an active political life within a well-balanced social body? How can one reach an institutional compromise between freedom and equality, between constituent power and constituted power, a compromise that, if left open, necessarily leads to catastrophe? Tocqueville's paradox is that, while taking as his point of departure Jeffersonian premises, he seeks a Hamiltonian solution to the problem of democracy, a solution that goes toward the definition of a new aristocracy capable of blocking the ruinous development of individualism, of freedom, and of equality. It is a new aristocracy that, grafting itself in the midst of the social and institutional dynamics, manages to exercise a function of assemblage and mediation. Social associationism and its great American popularity can allow this solution, but will the extraordinary social development, the birth of new inequalities and new classes, allow its permanence and political effectiveness? Very likely not. Then a new aristocracy must be sought and fixed on the political level. Here is its formula: we should lay down extensive but distinct and settled limits to the action of the government. Confer certain rights on private persons and secure the undisputed enjoyment of those rights. Enable individual man to maintain whatever independence, strength, and original power he still possesses, for that which dominates the finale of democracy in America is a desperate liberalism, as ineffective and slightly caricatural. In fact, it is the sense of defeat and of the crisis of the event. This critical awareness, implanted in an optimistic and open phenomenology of democracy in America, this gives a sense to Tocqueville's discourse, not the mellifluous apologies of his sense of freedom or an illusory definition of his work as the masterpiece of a triumphant constitutionalism. In our terminology, we could then conclude, with regard to Tocqueville, that he makes the American constituent spirit in the American Constitution incommensurable and irreconcilable. He colors the crisis in pessimistic terms and generalizes it as the background to the life of contemporary political institutions. At the same time, Tocqueville grasps the epochal importance of the new concept of constituent power that the American Revolution has expressed, and the crisis of the Constitution of the Union, as machine that attempts to compose democracy within liberalism and its state. A fact remains to be taken into consideration that irresistible constituent power is an irresistible provocation to imbalance, restlessness, and historical ruptures. As for the solution, certainly it cannot be the one that Tocqueville sadly foresaw. If Americans are born free, if constituent power here operated in a pure form, it will not be a successor of the Ancien regime, that more or less balanced aristocratic ideal, that can give meaning and measure to the succession of future institutional forms. Here, in the historical reality and in the succession of events, another pernicious and frightening annotation of Tocqueville's will be verified: there is a secret connection between the military character and the character of democracies, which war brings to light. Indeed, it is in war that the crisis of American constitutionalism first of all makes itself manifest. And we do not need to wait many years for this crisis to open in these forms. It happens during the first 50 years of existence of the Constitution. An extraordinary figure theorizes this crisis, John Caldwell Calhoun. It is doubtful whether his thought is a sort of intellectual black mass as the democratic Richard Hofstadter claims, or whether Calhoun is the Marx of the master class, as that fine analyst of the American South, Eugene Genovese, affirms. For sure, Calhoun, operating from within the Constitution, elaborates an economical and juridical interpretation of it, which brings him to affirm the constitutional right of the states to interfere, in order to protect their reserved interests. The relationship between the Union and the states is radically questioned, as is questioned the relationship between constituent and constituted power. Calhoun is pushed to assume this position by the accumulation of unresolved questions that agitate the life of the United States, and, at the same time, he interprets the interest of the states of the South. First, he intervenes on the debate about the customs tariffs that favor the industrial states of the North and their protectionist politics, then on the problems of slavery and the frontier. His ethical principle says that what is unjust for some is unjust for all. A system of tariffs favoring the protectionism of the North is therefore unjust for all, hence the development of his constitutional interpretation. As he tells us, the Constitution does not represent the hypostатization of a general interest or of a will, but the outcome of a complex of antagonistic interests in concrete. It composes the states in a community only in the measure of their common interests, and leaves to them their character as distinct and independent communities as far as the other interests are concerned, tracing with consumed skill the line of separation. A measure becomes unconstitutional when it violates the constitutive path originally agreed on by antagonistic interests. Consequently, a system of self-protection of autonomous interests is mobilized. The right of interpretation by the single states thus immediately configures itself as right to resistance, a right to resistance that must in any case be interpreted as constitutional remedy to the violation of the originally constituted right, with a restorative function internal and not alternative to the system. The economic antagonism must be transferred into the constitutional controversy. How can we not remember Harrington? Each state has the right to exercise the power of nullification, a power of annulment of federal acts that Jefferson had approved in the assemblies of Virginia and Kentucky before, and this exercise cannot be confused with secession. Self-protection cannot put the state that exercises it in the situation of a state external to the Federation. Even though only in the last instance, secession represents nonetheless an extension of the constitutional right to self-protection. Yet, on the other hand, the right of the majority to govern is not uniformly compatible with the maintenance of constitutional balances. We can in fact distinguish two types of majorities. The first is the absolute, or numerical majority. The second is the concurrent or constitutional majority. Here the majority is not calculated with respect to the whole, but with respect to each class and to each community of which this is made, thus obtaining the autonomous consent of each interest, so that it is constituted with everybody's concourse. The difference between constituent and legislative powers lies in the fact that the former demands concurrent majorities, and the latter absolute majorities. The federal system therefore relies essentially on the maintenance of the supremacy of the Constitution over the legislative majority, on the prevalence, that is, of the original constitutional pact about the block of majority interests. Now, when for a series of reasons the tariff-related politics, the politics of the frontier, the polemics against slavery, the relation of force at the basis of the constitutional pact changes, what happens? The destruction of the original constitutional balance legitimates secession as an extreme form of self-protection. In order to avoid this last consequence, the only chance is to make a compromise. If indeed the Constitution is nothing but a set of compromises, even though hierarchically organized, the solution for a situation of radical imbalance cannot take place but through a comprehensive renegotiation of the entire structure of the agreement. Otherwise, there is the conflict, or at least, the emergence of a dilatory formula of the conflict itself. No doubt the figure of constituent power emerging here takes up some fundamental and radical elements of the American revolutionary experience of the new democratic order. On the other hand, it presents itself as the resolute negation of the contractual element. Consent is not a contract but a radical foundation. On our side, repeating Marx's adage, we cannot but add sometimes it is useful to learn from the reactionaries. However, thus object the Federalists: what is rigorous about grounding the state in force and providence after the fashion of Mestre, and then creating a set of constitutional gadgets that would have staggered even CIs? What is so consistent about destroying Locke's state of nature and then evolving a theory of minority rights that actually brings one back there for good? The historical references here are dubious. In any case, things are more complicated. The interweaving taking place in Calhoun of a constitutionalism supported by an iron rationalism, and, on the other hand, the abandonment of the contractualist natural right theory of which the fathers of the Constitution were drenched, a real parricide, what Calhoun perpetrates. This crossing, finally, is not only capable of contradiction, it can also produce a specific constitutional mechanism, in particular, a constitutional mechanism hinging on the prevalence of the constituent powers, the constitutive act on the legislative powers, and at the same time the hierarchical distinction between the concurrent majority and the absolute majority. When, through constituent power, we organize a situation of sovereignty, says Calhoun the reactionary, we are not renouncing constituent power. Constituent power is not alienable from constituted power. The Constitution is a pact, but a pact among constituent interests is always a compromise of position that can become hostile once again. It is in the nature of the constituent compromise to unite opposites, not to annihilate them. Consequently, to give an example that can be easily shared by everybody, it is evident that the Constitution cannot be modified through recourse to the simple arithmetic majority to modify it. We need a majority capable of reconstituting the relationship with the fullness of constituent power, therefore an extremely qualified majority, or, better, unanimity. In any case, when there is not a majority of this type, the power of receding from the pact becomes, With this same condition, reactualized because constituent power, inalienable as it is, appears to be at this point a negative power, the power of delimitation of agreement, the power of resistance. Paradoxically, the fullness of constituent power as well as the complex of its genetic determinations, from the right to resistance through the exercise of counterpower, up to the expression of fundamental rights is defined in the dissolution of the pact, and negative power shows here its strength. The normal function of constituent power remains, however, the preservation of the agreed-upon pact by the means of the power of veto, which represents in turn the constitutional extreme of the continuum of interposition recession. Thus it is explained the apparent antinomy of a negative power that has an essentially conservative role. The constitutional role of sovereignty is not that of promoting unity, but that of keeping into balance diversity. The reference to the conservative function of constituent power also allows us to unmake the knot of the internal configuration of sovereignty. Sundi. If things are such, how is an agreement possible? Why doesn't it crumble at any obstacle? Simply because, instead of deploying some automatisms, the interests find it reasonable to constitute themselves into majority on the ground of an economic calculation of affinity, composing a system of weights and counterweights founded on more or less stable aggregations. A strange reactionary, this Calhoun. In fact, against the entire reactionary tradition, he denies that agreements can take place on the basis of reference to an originary organic solidarity. There is nothing romantic, nothing Borkian in him. On the contrary, it is always in the contradiction, always reopened between constituent interests and the necessity of self-preservation of the social body, that the Constitution is formed and actualized. Is this constitutional conceptualization very different from that progressive one provided for the Charter of Pennsylvania, which claimed the permanent institutionalization of constituent power? Certainly not. Nor is it different from that of the philosophers who thought that a generation must not respect the constitutional decisions of the previous generation. But this is not enough. Calhoun the reactionary opposes contractualism also on that central focal point that erases any revolutionary potentiality of the theories of the contract, and that consists of posing, in absolute terms, subjection as transcendence, that is, as a necessary result of the association. He breaks the teleological unity of the progression of contracts and thus liquidates, in the manner of radical rationalism, contractualism. He restores a radically appropriative point of view in a Harringtonian sense, whereas the Constitution, instead, had qualified in legal and, therefore, in bourgeois terms the homo politicus by reducing him to a homo mercator. On this ground, interest, in order to have a constitutional relevance, must possess the typical negative right, the right of veto, which represents the chief instrument of a preservation of the pact. As far as the system is concerned, it is the negative power therefore, that legitimates interest, and not vice versa, exactly as the Constitution identifies the pans of the pact by measuring their contrast. Consequently there are no sociological determinations of interests and of their aggregates, whether classes or states. Their identity is inferred from their conflictual interaction, from the entitlement of constituent power, the power of preventing or arresting the action of the government. Be it called by what term it may, veto, interposition, nullification, check, or balance of power, which, in fact, forms the Constitution. Certi. The political space, Hamiltonian or Madisonian, is put out of the game, but on the basis of the constitutive elements of the American constitutive process, on the hypothesis of the permanence of a founding political capability, which continually renews itself through conflictual integration. The process of rationalization of power consists of the mechanism of the institutional compromise. And this affirmation is taken to the extreme, in the sense that the anticipation of the Civil War constitutes the only rational criterion not only of construction, but also of preservation of the constitutional order, since the same order finds its universal law and its close cause in conflict. Only on conflict, on the continual competition of opposite interests, can order and right be founded. They are continually constructed in a process that is allowed by the entitlement of negative power from the side of the competing subjects. Thus, once any possibility of reciprocal overpowering, of blocking the process, has been eliminated, order affirms itself, pushed toward ever new balances. There is no pact without sword. Negative power allows positive power to realize itself. Negative power is the condition of possibility of the Constitution, understood as constituent procedure. Truce, compromise, competition allow in this way the constitutional process. If there must be blueprints of the agreements, these will never be formal. If they present themselves as formal, linear, and self-generating, they are hypocritical and ineffectual. Disunion is at the basis of order. Any scheme of agreement is material. Constituent power is coextensive with the Constitution because the latter is nothing but the sum of the effective acts expressed by the constituent powers and gathered in an attempt to compromise. The balance of the forces is not a form imprinted by power on social conflict, but the result of social conflicts. The truce of conflict is nothing but a moment of constitutional physiology. On the contrary, the continual expression of constituent strengths is organic certi. Anarchy and civil war can be avoided in this manner, and only in this configuration democracy is its antidote. Constituent power has reappeared here in its originary form, but, it is objected, in the service of a slave order. Ridiculous and hypocritical objection. Wasn't the whole American Constitution founded on the slave order? Wasn't it meant to hide and make disappear the problem itself? And it will be exactly only a new constituent experience, in terms of counterpower, an experience, and a struggle paradoxically Calhounian, that will allow the African American people to conquer not their formal freedom, but the economic and political capability to sit among the peoples of the Federation. Constituent power appears again in its originary form, but at the cost of the breaking of the Union. The risk and the cost do not make the problem disappear. This is the problem of constituent power and its rising, as positive determination, from a negative essence, an essence of liberation from that constituent power that cannot disavow its roots in the right of resistance and revolution. From this point of view, constituent power takes once again the shape of permanent revolution. It does not exclude the process of institutionalization, rather, it excludes its rigidity, and, on the contrary, it assumes as its enemy the impossibility to make institutional totality the objects of its critique. If constituent power wants to be grasped as concept, it must be grasped on this point: its irresistibility, the impossibility to restrain it. Liberalism plays with fire when it assumes the legitimacy or the constituent process, and yet it wants to enclose it, in more or less dynamic form, into the system of legality. By doing so, the Constitution excluded constituent power, but only to repropose it properly and internally transfigured in the practice of the implicit powers, and in its jurisdictional activity. But this meaningless and disempowered repetition does not avoid that in front of the Constitution constituent power reappears, as rampant and hostile strength. How can we answer this challenge? Once again we have the three answers: Hamilton's, Jefferson's, and Madison's. We have already seen them in the functional positivity that, notwithstanding everything, they determine by interweaving with one another. That is, we said that, by intercrossing, Hamilton's sense of the state, the Jeffersonian multiplier, and Madison's pluralism make the critical distance between constituent power and the constitutional system a contradictory open work, in which the crisis of the event can show itself as functional dynamics of the whole. But here we want to see also how these positions may, each alone and all together, determine negative results, real inversions of the tendency. If Tocqueville sees the catastrophic destiny of democracy traverse also the American socio-political system, and if Calhoun sees in the war the only chance of revival of constituent power, no less negative are the consequences that, in the crisis of constituent power and its perverted political configuration, we can see by analyzing the thought of the Founding Fathers. In its various directions this thought pushes toward extreme absolutizations, which each time emerge as moments of perverted resistance against any emergence of constituent power. That Hamiltonianism is part of the dialectical family of the theory of the state has been suspected for a long time, but only recently has it been perceived, through an intensive reading of Hegel and an extensive reading of Hamilton, how much Hamilton's conviction that the state is a machine for building civil society, a place of ordered transcendences of political empiricism, a work that reveals civil society as a complex of contracts, morality, family, religion, and ethics. Within the predominance of the law is a Hegelian assumption. This state form represents the perfection of civil society and historical development. The dialectic appears here as the key to the most adequate interpretation of liberal constitutionalism, which, not by chance, boils down to an apology for the state. The idea of freedom is embodied in the state and excludes any liberation. The fact that the key moment of identification between the state and civil society lies not in the mechanism of ordered reproduction of the two moments does not destroy Hegelianism but returns it to us in its most mature and refined figuration. While the rights of freedom are integrated by the state, liberation and constituent power are for this very reason excluded from political life. From this follows a self-centered form of the state, an autonomous and independent configuration. How European this American state has become, even though it had been born from the Declaration of Rights of the Homo Politicus in the great spaces of the new continent. A no less perverse destiny is that of Jeffersonian democraticism. Completely projected on the frontier and on the expansive concept of freedom, at the beginning it resounds with the great echoes of a continent to conquer. The initial history of Jeffersonianism is the history of the liberation of an enormous multitude of men and women, a hitherto unknown vicissitude of heroic appropriation of spaces. However, here the contradiction is also evident. It lies in the discovery of the finitude of that space that was thought to be infinite. Again, it lies in the fact that the appropriation takes place in terms of freedom and not of liberation. The contradiction reveals itself in the fact that here the constituent principle in its movement has become exhausted, changing from appropriation of property to spirit of conquest and imperialism. Let's not cry over the Indians, whose civilization and savage independence are sacrificed to freedom. In this we see only the symptom of a more universal heteronomy of effects, the symptom of a revolution blocked in its concept, of a process of liberation that becomes process of destruction, of a principle of freedom that becomes principle of oppression. Max Weber has well described the processes of heterogenesis events, posing them, in his explicative sociology of political history, as one of the strongest critical points against any philosophy of history. Here we are in front of one of the clearest demonstrations of the reverse teleology of historical concepts. In fact, here constituent power is not denied but degraded in a development that denies its genesis. The imperial configuration of the American Constitution is born from a radical reversal of paradigms, which, unknowingly, develops within the abstract redundance of the principle of freedom and of possessive individualism, a reversal of paradigms that totally invests the meaning of the American Constitution, definitely detaching it from its universal and revolutionary origins, that is, from the constituent power that had created it. Nor is the outcome of the third constitutional variant, Madison's pluralistic one, more felicitous. In it constituent power is reduced to a simple figure of society. It has political value only insofar as it is identified with the problems of national integration, and, simultaneously, with those of social exchange/renewal. This pluralism runs as a line through the history of the Constitution of American space into the continental state and characterizes many of its most specific and curious figures. But with what effects? It is fenced in the social, certainly a social interpreted as different and consistent, as plural and active, but not less discriminated and separated from the political. The beautiful unity of the Constitution is thus as if divided into two: on the one hand social pluralism, on the other unity and autonomy of the political, its independent continuity and autocentrality, its discriminatory inertia and integrationist repetition. American society can thus reproduce itself through integration and social exchange/renewal only insofar as it will continually determine new discriminations and social hierarchies and temporal exclusions, effective and painful, up to the limit of simple and mere racial exclusion. The three variants of the crisis of the constituent event, therefore, represent per se three negative results, and in any case three figures of only one inversion of tendency, opened by the American Revolution, and implicit in the originary meaning of the constituent power here expressed. Yet the latter was essentially a concept imitating, in a spatially expansive dimension, the Machiavellian concept of constituent power. Besides the Machiavellian radicalness, it contained equality as its founding principle. In the process of constitutionalization, the American constituent principle is defeated, it is condemned to regression. Its space is broken, universality is taken away from it, in the multitude a bitter destiny of loneliness and strict individuality is assigned to the subject. Constitutional America is no longer an ideal, it is the symbol of a circumscribed project, failed, impossible to realize. The Constitution is a machine that, to avoid intestine war, each time chooses the cult of the state, imperialism, social division, or exploitation as alternatives of reproduction, all equally fierce and interchangeable. Yet the constituent power that the Revolution and the Declaration of the Rights of Manhood lived is the most radical thing that popular modern history has experienced. We can never forget that. This idea of constituent power had reached an intensity that only a little Dutch Jew had imagined, in the greatest political metaphysics of modernity. A freedom born from appropriation, a freedom that spread throughout the multitude, that potentially spread into equality. Individuals maintained their individual singularity, and, further, the more they entered into the community the more this increased. The more society became political society, the more ethical optimism was the correlative of the positivity of the social. The common destiny was built on the joy of the expression of freedom, and appropriation was the form of the expansion of society. The Spinozian character of American freedom is a universal constituent principle. It is the preventive philosophical declaration of an irresistible constituent freedom. Neither Locke nor Hume, who perhaps are behind the variants of the Constitution and of its more or less repressive interpretation, are at the basis of the American constituent principle. The secret thread that constitutes it is that which shapes Spinoza's political metaphysics, a thread that constitutes itself in the Protestant sectarian movement, as reform of the Renaissance, running through the glorious adventure of all the libertarian minorities, emerging from the dramatic crisis of the Renaissance. The frontier of freedom, the collective possibility of strength, the sense of appropriation as the expression of singularity, and the figure of living labor, these are the irresistible contents of American constituent power. Its perversions, the betrayals suffered, the constitutional block, the deviant interpretations do not suppress it but launch it once again. Now, in the United States, the radical rupture which successively became inert of the constituent spirit with the Constitution is marked by an originary fact: the preservation of slavery and the question of African Americans in general. This colored rupture is also a conceptual rupture of the universality of the concept of freedom and equality. It is not by chance that any great American constitutional crisis is therefore marked by a revival of the constituent spirit of the African American people, from the Civil War all the way to the 60s. Thus, by traversing and violating constitutions and political apparatuses, the constituent principle always continues to live. It presents itself as the scandal of freedom, and, at the same time, as the only solution to its crisis. On these bases, having gone through such a long history and such enormous perversions, having maintained the capability of newly nourishing its desire, American constituent power is still alive. Probably the next American Revolution will not stop halfway through. FIVE. The Revolution and the Constitution of Labor. Rousseau's enigma: in the time of the sans-culottes there is something that not even the most reactionary, the most regressive and continuistic interpretations can erase in the French Revolution, understood as event its temporality. I mean its temporal progress, its temporal rhythm, the dimension of the mutation that either real or imaginary remains nonetheless the most essential determination of its movement. The French Revolution has an unerasable temporality. All its course is a succession of events. Its quality both for its supporters and its enemies is temporal. The term temporal is a concern for its protagonists as much as for its adversaries. It is a concern with constituent time, against the ancien regime or against the new order. It is a concern with beginning or ending the revolution, or about both things, one within the other, both in any case within time. 20 years of research, in social and cultural history, centered on the long duration of the 18th century or on the immemorable continuity of the French national institution, have not succeeded in erasing the short duration of the revolutionary episodes, their radically innovative intensity in their interweaving and in their dramatic concatenation. The Machiavellian notion of constituent power reappears, in its essential temporality, precisely in the country where Machiavelli had always been a stranger, an enemy, or doctrinal pretext. On the contrary, here he reproposes a notion of the absolute foundation, that is, a radical transformation of the time of the Constitution. After the Revolution, writes Tocqueville, the past has ceased to throw its light upon the future, and the mind of man wanders in obscurity. A true and desperate exclamation, but the revolutionary would have seen, in this darkness, the light of reason and the creativity of action. The revolutionary would have praised this absence of memory. Our legacy is not preceded by any testament, but the challenge of the new temporality was born exactly from this negation of the past. This Machiavellian time of mutation, of the event in the foundation, can be qualified in the most different ways, but it remains there, to mark the beginning of the contemporary form of constituent power. So much so that this reapparition of Machiavellian time is modified by a fundamental element: the revolution is the time of the masses. It is the time of the multitudes, of the Parisian revolutionary crowds, of mass mobilization, of the sans-culottes. It is neither the collective mentality nor the naturalistic determinations of gregarious behavior that explain the revolutionary crowds. It is the time of the revolutionary process, woven through by needs and utopias, by interests and discourses, by the will to power, and by a political dynamic. The time of the revolution is the time of the Parisian people, of its poverty and its imagination, the time of the sans-culottes. On this temporal reality history ends and begins once again. The obsession of time penetrates passions and reasonings, occupies spaces, and provokes dynamics. The time of the revolution is an absolute, the Machiavellian absolute of a will to power that builds itself up in the origin. After Machiavelli, the concept of constituent power developed in terms of space, as counterpower in Harrington's theory and in the practice of the English revolutionaries, and as frontier of freedom in the new American world. In the French Revolution it reconquers the terrain of temporality, a terrain already reconstructed as public space, therefore a temporal territory of the masses. Constituent power spells its absoluteness as a principle by developing temporally, by expressing a strength that crumbles and spills into temporality. But this temporality is already spatial in its assault on constituted power, as expressed the revolt against production, against the spatial determinations of the slavery of labor. The masses cannot but express this unity of project. Today it has become banal to denounce the Marxist assimilation of the times of the French Revolution in a general model of the revolution as just criticism, however, does not make less true the density of the specific temporality of the revolution, of the movement of the masses, of their reaction in the political and in the social. It is an implacable temporality that, even though there is nothing teleological about it, yet proceeds in an unarrestable concatenation of resistance and attack, on the political and the social, toward the target of a deeper and deeper democratization. These are a time and a space that manifest themselves as the abyss of democracy. But the abyss of democracy is the very definition of constituent power. And it is so because constituent power is a material essence that implants and renews itself in the totality of the political and of the social equally, at least here, where it begins to be expressed in its mature form. First, the counter-revolutionaries, then the moderates, finally the extremist and utopian minorities all sense this. From the conquest of the Bastille to the days of Germinal, in the entire revolutionary trajectory of the masses, temporality has as its target the entire, absolute realization, in the political as in the social, of the democratic process. The masses consider democracy as an absolute, political and social, and constituent power as an absolute procedure, in the political and in the social. The qualitative leap from the political to the social, of the social into the political, is a change to which the masses, necessarily, operating in time, subject the constituent principle through a radical practice. In exercising constituent power and in constructing democracy, the masses begin to express the entirety of their experience of criticism of society. In this political production they situate their political and social program of liberation. When constituent power is reborn in France, it carries with and impregnates with its specific temporality, the entirety of the social dimensions of the principle, by now constituted in its modern form. In the eyes of the bourgeoisie the principle has thus degenerated. Here are the new barbarians at work. When Mallet Dupin, alone, as Bronislaw Bixco tells us, senses this unknown character, this unheard-of novelty of the revolution gathers all the estates, and, above all, the politicians, to stop this attack on civilization, this movement that, by proceeding, reveals itself as other. In Mallet Dupin is the only one to feel this challenge after some years, at the beginning of the Thermidor. In the clays of the Germinal and of the first Prairial of the year 3, it is the entire convention that sees this challenge in terroristic and destructive terms. Bread and the constitution of, ask the insurgents, social criticism and democratic constitution have definitively joined. The barbarians are back, the Thermidor reacts. The people, writes Quinet, appeared more frightening than at any other period of the revolution. They frightened their own friends. This moment was the worst. Michelet talks of a terrible drunkenness, a strange thirst for blood and sights. Approvingly, Carnot's words, it is the only day that the people appear to me to be ferocious. Here the always ambiguous judgment on the Parisian crowds changes itself remarkably. The bourgeois observers and the historians begin to express their class hatred. The French Revolution, which had been a radical expression of democratic constituent power, at this point has become a different revolution. As its temporality will be enclosed in the new Thermidorian order, so will it try to break through the cage and turn into a movement of proletarian, social liberation. It is difficult to interpret the French Revolution from the point of view of the struggle among classes, but it is certain that the French Revolution, while taking place, gives shape to the new political subjects of class struggle, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. Not its origin, but its result is the class struggle. Where was this potentiality hidden? Is it perhaps from the development of constituent power that it emerges and affirms itself? Everything seems to demonstrate this hypothesis. The French Revolution is a path within which, through a specific temporality, the revolt against the ancien regime begins to indicate, little by little, and then fully reveal, the proletarian struggle against labor. The temporality of mass behaviors, their progression, leads toward and insists on the aggressive quality of a new founding content, and on a new alternative labor or its critique, the bourgeois organization of its emancipation, or the proletarian liberation of labor. The universality of the constituent principle becomes critical materiality, concrete universality of labor or against labor. Time is a fabric on which this concretization runs. It is not difficult to see this transformation, or, better, this translation, of the radicality of the constituent principle into the social. Following the order of ideological representations, it is enough to look at the way the masses use political Rousseauism. The diffusion of Rousseau's thought, the fate of his works, the far-reaching and subtle forms of this diffusion have been widely studied. But what is important to underline here is how, in the time of the Revolution, the vague Rousseauism of the beginnings becomes sharper, How the ideology of constituent power and of the popular sovereignty contained in the concept of general will becomes a subversive practice and leads the vindication of a democratic society to implant itself within the critique of society. Now, it is the concept itself of general will that is, the foundation of constituent power as democratic principle that is assumed by the popular masses and brought to a crisis at the same time. While for the bourgeoisie general will is the abstract foundation of sovereignty, generically indicating the people as the subject of power, for the sans-culottes sovereignty, in its historical concreteness, resides directly in the people, not as a principle but as a practice. In the year 2 of the Revolution, the transformation of the principle from abstract to concrete is practically brought to completion. Popular sovereignty assumes an unprescribable, inalienable, undelegable character. The Declaration of the Rights of Man acknowledges the right to insurrection as extreme application of the inalienability of popular sovereignty as subjective public right, and the people take this right literally, as individuals and as mass. The interpretive clash takes place within the political debate and in the life of the movement. The whole political class, in this case the Girondins and Montagnards, can be put one next to the other, affirms that sovereignty, if it belongs to the people, belongs to it insofar as the people is one and indivisible, a purely metaphysical being, that is the expression of the general will. On the contrary, for the sans-culottes the sovereign has nothing metaphysical, it was made of flesh and blood, it was the people that itself exercised its own rights in the assemblies of its sections. Title and exercise of sovereignty. The old scholastic separation was taken up once again by the politicians, and negated by the populists. But what was the meaning of this separation and this claim to the direct exercise of sovereignty if not the expression or the absolute character of constituent power? What else but the wish that constituent power was temporarily connected to the existence and the continuity of popular movements and to their capability of political expression? Rousseau's ambiguity is demystified. Popular sovereignty is constrained in the thematic and in the practice of the exercise of power, not only in counterpower, but in the universality of its radiating. The rupture could not be, as the bourgeois and the politicians say, more furious. But this rupture does not imply yet the preeminence of the thematic of labor, neither in the sense that its bourgeois organization must be conceived as the key of political society, nor in the opposite sense, that is, that political society must intervene to modify the antagonism of the social organization of work. What does this deepening of the critique produce? The answer is this rupture on the terrain of labor is operated by the same development of the constituent power of the masses, as far as it refuses to be transformed into constituted power. On the contrary, it wants to continue to exist as constituent power, as the exercise of this power. Here the temporality of constituent power reveals itself as fundamental. As exercise of power, little by little it uncovers and measures itself with the project of the adversary, that of codifying in abstract form the overcoming of a constitutional order inadequate to support the development of the bourgeoisie, that of destroying the ancien regime, and of fixing constitutionally the social organization of labor. Here the constituent power of the masses encounters the time of the bourgeoisie, that is, the organization of the time of the working day, as its obstacle. It is on this point that the productivity of power, its economic organization, and its social power manifest themselves, for one and the other, for the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, because both rely on this awareness of temporality during the revolution, and the further the conflict goes to build up antagonistic class consciousness. Thus time confronts the Parisian masses as limit. Time is finite. Time must be that of the repetition of the working day. It is this obstacle of time that, on the contrary, increases the consciousness of the masses. It leads them from politics to society, from the critique of power to the critique of labor. The masses respond to the obstacle of time with sudden and formidable accelerations that each time reach beyond the obstacle and push the limit forward. The rupture of time touches and covers more and more the social space. It breaks it and tries to invert it. Situated in temporality, these accelerations of the revolutionary movement of the masses reveal the will to rupture of social time, of working time. The sociality of the constituent power of the masses in the French Revolution and the critique of labor that through this process presents itself as a central element in contemporary history descend from lived temporality, from erlapeness and the taste for the direct exercise of constituent power. It is not in the contents of the bourgeois revolution, nor through their radicalization, that the self-making of the proletariat reveals and realizes itself. Rather, it is through the concrete, practical, and continual exercise of constituent power. Hunger, pain, desire, movement, struggles all organize the discovery of the critique of labor. Through the acceleration of revolutionary time is formulated the idea of time as strength, of a time that is other. Of a time as strength, that is, the discovery of a political space defined by the entitlement to and by the exercise of sovereign power. of another time, that is, the discovery of a social space traversed by strength, and by this ordered and configured according to the instances of liberation. The Tom of the Sans-Culottes subverts the concept of political space because it defines it not as space of representation, but as the place of the mass exercise of power, not as constituted and fixed space, but as continuous space of constituent power. In the continuity of constituent power, and in its name, social space superimposes political space. The novelty that the French Revolution introduces in the theory of constituent power consists in the practical reappropriation of its temporality, a temporality that breaks any intermittence and or separation of the political, and therefore that introduces constituent power into the terrain of society and its organization. It poses constituent power as principle of the critique of labor. Once again here we are face to face with Rousseau. Indeed, the critique of labor initially presents itself in the form of the vindication of equality, but what is Rousseauian equality? It is first of all a declaration of political equality that hints at the desirability of social equality, presupposing it in some way, and therefore disembodying social equality, and turning it into an ideal question, in any case detemporalized. Faithfully, on this basis, the bourgeoisie seeks and finds in Rousseau the foundations of its juridical construction. By what strange paradox, on the contrary, can Rousseau's notion of equality, at the same time, become element of a mass movement whose fundamental characteristic is that of transforming the claim to formal equality into a question of social equality? How can the temporality of constituent power include this substantial modification of the revolutionary objectives in its movement? If we consider Rousseau's thought itself, the paradox of the interpretations threatens to produce a theoretical enigma. But we should not be afraid. In fact, the mass revolutionary movement patiently digs into the Rousseauian concepts, transforming their reception into hermeneutical innovation, and their use into new projects. This effort turns around three concepts: that of constituent power, that of representation, and that, rather ambiguous, of the division of powers on the side of Rousseau. Let's introduce ourselves to the mass reading of Rousseau through the last of these concepts. When in Book the Third of the Social Contract Rousseau distinguished the legislative from the executive power, he makes a purely terminological distinction, which derives from Montesquieu and Locke. Rousseau says that the first is will and the second is force. In fact, for Rousseau nothing exists but sovereignty and government. Sovereign power is something absolutely superior to the distinction between the two powers. Sovereignty is certainly the exercise of legislative power, but only because the latter is comprehended in the totality of sovereignty, in the dimension of general will. If we immediately want to talk of sovereign power in general, in Rousseau it is defined as exercise of the force to impose a will, an executive constitution of the legislation. As for constituent power, in a first approximation, it is nothing but an exclusive sovereign power, in the shape of a continuous temporality. With this said, we can move further into the analysis of the unity of the two powers. It can be positive or negative. It is positive when the legislative dominates the executive, negative when the legislative becomes subjected to the executive. The negativity of this second situation is so heavy that it can lead to the breaking of the social pact itself, social contract. Thus we must avoid the supremacy of the executive over the legislative. The weakness of the latter with respect to the first depends on the fact that the executive has the force and possesses permanence in the continuity of the exercise of power. Instead, legislative power does not possess directly force and has only intermittently the capability of expressing itself. We must therefore impose the supremacy of the legislative through adequate constitutional instruments, which is to say, through a permanent exercise of it, or, better, through a permanent exercise of constituent power. Rousseau affirms the people's right to change its legislation and also its constitution because there is no obligatory fundamental law for the body of the people, even if it were the social contract. Whatever the circumstances, he adds, a people is always free to change its laws, even the best ones. 2. The two powers are reunited in the legislative. The legislative is always constituent power. Finally, the continuity of constituent power passes through the reappropriation of representation. The moment the people is legitimately assembled as a sovereign body, all jurisdiction of the government ceases, the executive power is suspended, and the person of the humblest citizen is as sacred and inviolable as that of the foremost magistrate, because wherever a represented person is found, there is no longer any representative. We can well understand how this ideological body could be deployed by the masses, in a strong and active manner, in the development of the revolutionary process. But this does not solve all the enigmas. Indeed, everything stands, notwithstanding Rousseau's contradictions, on the general will. This last concept, in the same measure as it allowed that construction of constituent power that we have seen, denied it. General will was in fact an ancient concept, shaped outside of temporality, even defined in opposition to temporality. Its abstract nature was ineluctable. As long as constituent power was put under the tutelage of the general will, it remained prisoner of an atemporal essence. Again, Rousseau's paradox, the paradox of a thought that nourishes an immediate and radical notion of constituent power, only insofar as it simultaneously affirms the omnipotence of an abstract sovereign power. This paradox becomes unsustainable above all when the temporality of constituent power becomes key in transferring the concepts of freedom and equality from the political to the social. How can, let's ask this again, an abstract and generalizing thought, a metaphysical hypostasis such as the general will be made actual and be so radically transformed by a mass political practice that wants to establish real equality socially as well as politically? On the other hand, this paradox does not concern only Rousseau. It characterizes the entire relation of the progressive philosophy of the Enlightenment with the Revolution, with the temporality of constituent power that the latter practices. Diderot, under the heading Droit naturel of the Encyclopedic, had amply demonstrated this. The particular wills are suspicious, they can be either good or bad, but the general will is always good. It has never deceived, it will never deceive. The general will is a pure act of the intellect that reasons, in the silence of the passions, upon what man can demand of his fellow man, and upon what this fellow man has the right of demanding from him. Pure act of the intellect here is that general will that constitutes, within an uninterrupted continuity, the content of modern sovereignty, that is, the concept of an indirect and transcendental mediation that subtracts itself to the singular determinations of existence. From the Renaissance natural right theorists to the philosophers of the Counter-Reformation, and then from the Jacobins to the Girondin Cant, and to the foundation of contemporary constitutional public law, this metaphysical transformation of the constitutive action of the masses constitutes an indestructible paradigm. This is the other aspect of the solution of Rousseau's enigma, and it represents its bourgeois side. An often despotic solution, as the morbid and astute intelligence of Benjamin Constant could quickly underline. The advocates of despotism can draw an immense advantage from Rousseau's principles. I know one who, like Rousseau, having supposed that an unlimited authority resides in the society in its entirety, supposes then that this authority is conferred upon a representative of this society, upon a man that he defines as the species personified, the whole individualized. But let's go back to our question, to Rousseau's paradoxical relation to the masses. The enigma becomes bigger if we touch on another aspect of Rousseau's thought and influence, his proto-romantic insistence on the spontaneity of consciousness. Of this spontaneity of consciousness we find examples in the Nouvelle Héloïse. Anytime the characters manage to avoid prejudices and errors obviously in Emile in that apology of conscience that constitutes the end and the aim of la profession de foi du vieux Savoyard, but we find its application also in the social contract, not only in the doctrine of the sovereign which by virtue of its special nature, is always everything that it should be, but also in the theory of the general will, which is always in the right and which always remains as the sum of the differences. And Julie sums up its spirit by describing its real virtue thus: be what you are nouvelle. For, in Rousseau's political writings, what happens at this point? It happens that the already complex dialectic of general will and direct representation is connected to, and fuses with, a phenomenology of spontaneity that is entirely individualistic. It is thus that the transcendental solution of the general will finds a way to triumph in the struggle over the interpretation of Rousseau, so that the individual logical statute is affirmed as the premise of the constitution of the formal general will, and thus it can present itself as its basis in terms of juridical normativity. REVOLUTIONANDTHECONSTITUTIONSDITUTIONABLABOR. The spontaneity of consciousness is the pre-romantic sensibility of individual consciousness. Its substance is contained in individuality. The individual cannot express himself beyond the individual, except by jumping, and it would be a fatal somersault toward the general will and its absolute abstraction. Another paradox. Exactly this proto-romantic infusion of sensibility and passion into the theoretical whole seemed to demonstrate Rousseau's capacity to apprehend the thick temporality of the rhythm of historicity and of politics. Well, this new passionality is secured away inside the individual, is crushed within him. The general will become a transcendental dislocation of the will of more and more divided singularities. The temporality of individual consciousnesses and their spontaneity moves now in the opposite direction from the constitutive temporality of the revolutionary masses. In Rousseau the political is structured as alienation. Not differently from what happened in Hobbes. But all this happens ambiguously, and within an unresolvable play of contradictory elements. In any case, the social equality that the political equality in the constitution of the general will seem to presuppose is here destroyed. The ultimate actors remain the individuals. Is, therefore, the mass attempt to use Rousseau in the course of the revolution a muddle, a colossal quid pro quo? Perhaps. In any case, a theoretical enigma. And an enigma that can only have a practical solution. That is what happens. Rousseau is assumed by the masses because his concept of constituent power, if isolated from his theory, practically allowed in fact, demanded to take a stance against any constitutional line that made of social inequality an essential element in the organization of the state. And since social inequality is represented, in the Gothic tradition, by the principle of the separation of powers, here Rousseau is assumed as the constitutional inspirator of the opposition to Montesquieu, in whose thought could justly be recognized a feudal enemy of despotism. The separation of powers is social inequality. It is the society of the Ancien regime that opposes the social and political unity of the revolutionary constituent power. Through a practical decision that derives from the polemic and the struggle, Rousseau becomes thus, without actually being it, the constitutional theoretical means of passage from social inequality to political inequality, the continental fixer of the Gothic theory of the division of the classes and the separation of powers. It is necessary from the very nature of things, Montesquieu wrote, that power should be a check to power. But what power? What nature of things? Montesquieu's historical positivism was so deep to allow him to see as natural social divisions, and as organically sympathetic, a la Menenio Agrippa, the powers that they expressed. If the constitutional thought of the bourgeoisie will adapt to this declaration of sect. 16. Any society in which the guarantee of rights is not assured, nor the separation of powers determined, has no constitution. Democratic constituent thought radically excludes it. Here is thus a motif of Rousseau's apology in the course of the Revolution. A fundamental motif in which the translation from political to social equality is entirely implicit. Therefore, Rousseauism is a lexical form and a perspectival image in which the mass movement finds an opportunity to advance its project. To be faithful to the theory does not matter much. What matters is to find in it the polemical stimuli that allow the fundamental moves forward. Will we now wonder at Benjamin Constant's judgment on Rousseau and on the despotic potentialities of his thought? Certainly not, insofar as, while knowing Constant's liberalism, we will recognize that even his decision is practical, and that his judgment of Rousseau is modeled on that which he gives of the free movement of the revolutionary masses. Constant understands, and opposes, the fact that Rousseau's thought is traversed by the peremptory temporality of the masses, by their capability to destroy not only political but also social despotism, by the necessity, running through and ripening in this movement, to shift from the critique of politics to that of society, from the critique of labor to the perspective of liberation. The temporality of the revolutionary movement is posed between these terms: political equality versus social inequality, social equality versus political inequality. Rousseau becomes the practical means of this dynamic, from the critique of the political to the critique of society, and from this to the critique of labor. With equal and contrary strength, the bourgeoisie will see, in this passage of the Revolution, the necessity to concentrate on the codification of labor, on the terroristic isolation of its critique, and on the dislocation of the theme of the organization of labor outside any democratic implication. In this passage, and from this opposed and extreme point of view, Rousseau becomes the exclusive supporter of general will. An abstraction of society that becomes sovereign body, the reduction of the multitude to the one of power against and above the multitudes of strengths. The way that German idealism, from Kant to Hegel, will refer to and take up again this Rousseau represents the consciousness developed by the necessity to take away from the masses the use of his thought, and, on the contrary, to foreground the ideological content of general will, its abstraction and the capacity of manipulation to which the content was open. Is this a contrivance, an abominable falsification? We cannot tell. Rather, we are once again confronted by Rousseau's ambiguity, by the impossibility of solving theoretically the enigma, and therefore by the practical decision to decide, in an interested and unilateral manner, the meaning of his thought. General will becomes thus the will of the nation. Not democracy, but the nation or the republic becomes the paradigm of the new order. And constituent power, as well as its incompressible temporality, its impetuous sliding toward the totality of freedom, social and political, will become removed, that is, a product of constituted power. As in the American Revolution, also in the French the Declaration of the Rights of Man is fundamental. But in the French Revolution we have the advantage of having not one but several declarations, and possessing a series of projects that, far from being concluded in the declaration of, prolong themselves and make felt the presence of a very hard struggle going on until the declarations of that of the Jacobins and that of the Thermidor, a subterranean spring that feeds different sources. The analogies, the identities, and the diversities of the declarations will be extremely important for understanding how, in time, the democratic radicalism of constituent power manages to become stronger, and to measure up more and more intensely to the opposite power, that of the bourgeoisie, expressed in more or less liberal forms, and it will be important for understanding how for both the theme of equality of its affirmation or its critique becomes more and more central. Now, if we begin to analyze the three declarations, it seems important, first of all, to clarify the similarities in their organization. The first similarity is formal, in the sense that the representatives in the declaration of, or the people in the other two, proclaim in the Charter of Rights a set of general rules that determine social life and its constitutionalization. What is the value of these rules, from the formal point of view? The discussions about this point, both from the logical point of view, and on the historical and constitutional terrains, are still open. We are not interested in going through them once again. It is enough to notice the essentiality of the constituent reference. In all three the declarations, the formulated propositions, more than representing the schema of a constitutional schema, constitute the skeleton of constituent power. This is true both in the declaration of, where the constituent subject unravels the plot of his design with a beautiful soul, and in that of, where the constituent subject is defined in an antagonistic relation with the enemy, and in that of, where the stress is posed on the intrinsic relation between the law and the duty of the citizens. In each declaration the fundamental problem is thus that of the production of the constituent subject. The formal constituent is subjected to an operation of singularization, of political concretization. It is here that, as we were stressing before, the enigma, or, if you want, the muddle of Rousseauism, is first tested. The constituent subject, within the process itself of its production, finds, opposed to his own formativity, the stability of a natural right code, overdetermined by the presumption of general will. It is easy to notice that here, in this way, a bourgeois content superimposes itself on the constituent form. In each of the declarations the principles of freedom, security, and property are affirmed in a homogeneous manner, and yet in each declaration the general will is the new formal into which constituent power is translated, expropriated of its mass radicality and exposed as mere foundation of individual rights, sect. To the aim of all political associations is the conservation of the natural and imprescriptibly rights of man. These rights are liberty, property, security and resistance to oppression, sect. To these rights are equality, liberty, security, property, sect. The rights of man in society are liberty, security, property. These declarations deal with the diversities of the declarations will be extremely important for understanding how, in time, the democratic radicalism of constituent power manages to become stronger, and to measure up more and more intensely to the opposite power, that of the bourgeoisie, expressed in more or less liberal forms, and it will be important for understanding how for both the theme of equality of its affirmation or its critique becomes more and more central. Now, if we begin to analyze the three declarations, it seems important, first of all, to clarify the similarities in their organization. The first similarity is formal, in the sense that the representatives in the declaration of, or the people in the other two, proclaim in the Charter of Rights a set of general rules that determine social life and its constitutionalization. What is the value of these rules, from the formal point of view? The discussions about this point, both from the logical point of view, and on the historical and constitutional terrains, are still open. We are not interested in going through them once again. It is enough to notice the essentiality of the constituent reference. In all three the declarations, the formulated propositions, more than representing the schema of a constitutional schema, constitute the skeleton of constituent power. This is true both in the declaration of, where the constituent subject unravels the plot of his design with a beautiful soul, and in that of, where the constituent subject is defined in an antagonistic relation with the enemy, and in that of, where the stress is posed on the intrinsic relation between the law and the duty of the citizens. In each declaration the fundamental problem is thus that of the production of the constituent subject. The formal constituent is subjected to an operation of singularization, of political concretization. It is here that, as we were stressing before, the enigma, or, if you want, the muddle of Rousseauism, is first tested. The constituent subject, within the process itself of its production, finds, opposed to his own formativity, the stability of a natural right code, overdetermined by the presumption of general will. It is easy to notice that here, in this way, a bourgeois content superimposes itself on the constituent form. In each of the declarations the principles of freedom, security, and property are affirmed in a homogeneous manner, and yet in each declaration the general will is the new formal into which constituent power is translated, expropriated of its mass radicality and exposed as mere foundation of individual rights, sect. To the aim of all political associations is the conservation of the natural and imprescriptibly rights of man. These rights are liberty, property, security and resistance to oppression, sect. To these rights are equality, liberty, security, property, sect. The rights of man in society are liberty, security, property. These declarations deal with the sovereignty sect. 29 Each citizen has an equal right to take part in the formulation of the law and in the nomination of his proxies or his agents sect. 30 Public posts are essentially temporary. They can be considered neither as distinctions nor as rewards, but as duties. Thus, a series of operative norms that break with Rousseau's ambiguity and proceed on the path of the concrete determination of social equality. The political space becomes social space. Constituent power identifies social space as the direct terrain of its operativity. The concept of the political is entirely embedded on the social terrain, sect. 39 There is oppression of the social body whenever a single one of its members is oppressed. There is oppression of each member whenever the social body is oppressed. Equality is not an abstract concept but a terrain to cross. The transcendental concept of general will is reversed, and constituent power poses itself as social strength. The right of society completes and improves the right to freedom. If a man is oppressed, if he suffers, there is no freedom. One interpreter, Hannah Arendt, has considered the equality of as the triumph of compassion. She bears the responsibility of the contempt toward a multitude that does not want to be the populace, of a constituent power that does not want to be the bourgeoisie, of a freedom that doesn't want any limit. Indeed, what divests this concept of any vulgarity is its historical destiny, the impossibility of removing the definition of freedom and equality from the terrain of society in the future centuries. The irreversibility of the definition of constituent power on the social terrain is posed here, once and for all. From now on, we can only resist it. The declaration of, at first, tries to limit the effects of this project. If equality is affirmed, equality consists in the fact that the law is the for all, whether it protects or whether it punishes. Equality admits no distinction of birth, no heredity of powers, sect. If security is reaffirmed as the result of everybody's concourse to assure the rights of each sect. 15. If the inalienability of the person is newly guaranteed sect. 15. The order of equality and security is then reconducted to the norm of property. Sect. Property is the right to enjoy and dispose of his goods, his revenues, the fruits of his labor and his industry. However, within this reaction something has happened: the dislocation of the point of reference from the abstract terrain of general will to the concrete terrain of the law and the order of property. The advancement of constituent power in society obliges the reaction itself to make manifest the social discrimination on which it is founded. Here we are, consequentially, facing another series of argumentations relative to sovereignty, arguments that are articulations of the theme of the dissolution of the enigma of the general will. In the concept of sovereignty is given in its Rousseauian integrity, although hybridized with that of the nation. The principle of all sovereignty resides in the nation. No body, no individual can exercise authority which does not emanate directly therefrom. Sect. 3. In the rupture is limited but significant. The principle is reaffirmed: sovereignty resides in the people as one and indivisible, imprescriptible and inalienable. Sect. 25. No portion of the people can exercise the power of the whole people. Sect. 26. But, at the same time, the immediacy of the action limits the principle, but each section of the sovereign assembly must enjoy the right to express its will with complete freedom. Sect. 26. The reaction of his radical sovereignty resides essentially in the universality of citizens. Sect. 17. No individual, no partial meeting of citizens can attribute sovereignty to itself. Sect. 18. No one can, without legal delegation, exercise any authority or fill any public office. Sect. 19. Each citizen has an equal right to take part, immediately or mediately, in the formulation of the law, in the nomination of the people's representatives and public officials. Sect. 20. Public offices cannot become the property of those who exercise them. Sect. 21. But again this reaction is constrained on a different terrain from that of the general will, on the terrain, that is, of a social reconstruction of inequality that again takes up the themes of English constitutionalism and the socially organized, and consequentially defined, counterpowers. The social guarantee cannot exist if the separation of powers is not established, if their limits are not fixed, and if the responsibility of public officials is not assured. Sect. 22. To respond to the new, the men of the thermidor take refuge in the ancient but are nonetheless forced to go through the new. The relation between freedom and equality, between polity, and social rights, is once again out of balance, in the opposite direction than the constitution of, but with as much back-breaking force. A new articulation of the relation between equality and freedom presents itself at this point. It concerns the participation and the control of the administration. Here the significance of the differences and of the articulations is less back-breaking and less productive than elements of substantial contrast. In fact, the principle of the control over the administration and of the responsibilities of the administrators impinges only partially on the problem of sovereignty, while it is directly and practically affected by the single notions of sovereignty. But the problem cannot, for this reason, be undervalued. The administrative practices are strongly characterized by the divergent ideas of sovereignty, and the signs of the latter, theoretically fine, become enormous when the administration is executed. We could thus follow this theoretical practical template and draw useful indications for our own research. But why, when the thematic proposed by the second group of differences among the various declarations of rights expects us, and can allow us, to reach the core of the problems? The second group of differences among the declarations directly concerns the subjectivity of constituent power, as an activity that develops in time. If equality is the abstract time of general will, brought back to the concreteness of historical subjects, the subjectivity of constituent power is the lived experience of the latter. The lived experience of revolutionary time, the lived experience of the transformation, or of the passage from the idea to the concrete, and in the concrete from passion to productive imagination. Here the Rousseauian enigma is deliberately broken. If we cannot solve the puzzle from the theoretical point of view, we might as well destroy it practically. A perverse short circuit? We will see later. We will have to decide whether this is the case or, on the contrary, whether it is a radical ethical decision. Now temporal subjectivity manifests itself. The time of the event is that of its manifestation. The declaration of does not face the problem. It remains in the enthusiastic indistinctness of the movement, without identifying the problem, and even less the solution. Only the time of the sans-culottes, of constituent power in action, poses the problem and its solution. It is what happens in the theme post is the most urgent. The right to resistance is constructed as a practical principle deriving from the development of constituent power. The constitutive logical process has the clarity of the temporal process, and the necessity of its strength. A first observation: the law must protect public and individual freedom against the oppression of those who govern. Sect. 9. A first consequence: every action taken against a man beyond the case's end, without the forms determined by law, is arbitrary and tyrannical. The one against whom this act is to be carried out by violence has the right to repulse it by force. Sect. 11. However, here we are still on the terrain of constituted right, while constituent power is latent. It is in section 26 that the tension explodes. Constituent power leaves its latency, organizes itself, and is brought to a subjective figuration. Any individual who would usurp sovereignty will be instantly put to death by free men. Sect. 27. On this basis the revolutionary subjectivity becomes explicit. The offenses of the people's proxies and their agents must never go unpunished. No one has the right to claim himself more inviolable than other citizens. Sect. 31. Until the definition of the principal resistance to oppression is the consequence of the other rights of man. Sect. 33. There is oppression of the social body whenever a single one of its members is oppressed. There is oppression of each member whenever the social body is oppressed. Sect. 34. When the government violates the people's right, insurrection is, for the people and for each portion of the people, the most sacred of rights and the most indispensable of duties. Sect. 35. It is clear that the principal resistance and insurrection is not only negative. Here freedom has become a productive substance. It has definitely articulated itself, it has implanted itself into equality. The subject that has constituted itself measures itself with the problems of time. It is a collective subject, capable of moving in time. Its constituent capability is continuous. The right to present petitions to the guardians of public authority can in no case be forbidden, suspended or limited. Sect. 32. And it is absolute. A people always has the right to revise, reform and change its constitution. One generation cannot subject future generations to its laws. Sect. 28. Temporality reveals itself as the first foundation of subjectivity. Power must be reconnected to this radical temporality. An open temporality, continually revolutionary. An ontological condition of revolution as condition of the Constitution. Here the modern concept of constituent power opens thoroughly, never to yield its concept again. But, one could object, this claim to renovation of constituent power, from generation to generation, was not so new. It was already present, for example, in the Constitution of Pennsylvania c. Chap. And in the ideologists of the Enlightenment, particularly in Condorcet. How can we claim that it is so radical and significant? We can for a fundamental reason: because it was felt as such. The Constitution of the year 3 deploys every means to avoid that even a reminiscence of revolutionary, constituent democracy is possible. It becomes evil. On this contrast, on this refusal of temporality and its constitutive quality is built the modern concept of constitution. That concept predisposed to devour constituent power, and to leave no traces of constituent Temporality. The constitutions following that are all shaped not on the principle of constitutivity, but on that of counter-revolution. The Thermidorians react, then, first, fiercely on this terrain. Constituent power, as the right of the permanent exercise of the masses' constitutivity, is their nightmare and their terror. Here we are faced with this affirmation: those who solicit, dispatch, sign, carry out or cause to be carried out arbitrary acts are guilty and must be punished. Sect. 9. Notwithstanding the lexical identity of this section and of others with the declaration of, we are witnessing a complete inversion of the discourse, because what is struck by the sanction here is, immediately, the constituent movement, the right to resistance. Sect. 17. Sovereignty resides essentially in the universality of citizens. Sect. 18. No individual, no partial meeting of citizens can attribute sovereignty to itself. Sect. 19. No one can, without legal authorization, exercise any authority nor fill any public office. All these sections pose the negation of the right of resistance and of the dynamic of constituent power, in the most radical and fierce manner. To the point that, in the declaration of the discourse of constituent power is reversed into a discourse on the duties of the citizens, a faded reproposition of the duty of obedience that any contractualist theory proposed to the aim of fixing the political obligation. This reversal is appalling. It reaches paradoxical limits and, without irony, shows political obligation as a convinced and demanded alienation. The obligations of each member to society consist in defending it, serving it, living in submission to the laws, and respecting those who are its instruments. No one is a good citizen if he is not a good son, good father, good brother, good spouse. No man is good if he is not a frank and religious observer of the laws. Whoever overtly violates the laws declares himself to be at war with society. Whoever eludes the laws, without overtly infringing them, by ruse or cleverness, wounds the interests of all. He renders himself unworthy of their benevolence and their esteem. Devoirs, sex. Ill 7. The reversal is complete and total. The good political order stands not on the masses' creativity, but on their obedience. The political space takes the place of social space. Rousseau's puzzle is resolved into a cold image of impotent universality. The conservative social matrix explicitly begins to organize political reaction on the upholding of property. Rests the cultivation of the earth, all production, all forms of labor, and social order. Devoirs, sect. 8. The reaction asks that the masses' constituent power accepts the time of the counter-revolution. Actively every citizen owes his services to the fatherland and to the upholding of freedom, equality and property, whenever the law calls upon him to defend them. Devoirs, sect. 9. Thus it is the time of the sans-culottes that resolves Rousseau's enigma. It remains, nonetheless, a theoretical enigma, but the sans-culottes resolve it practically. For them and for all the others. It means that it is in the time of the sans-culottes that constituent power finds its positive maturity, and that it is against the time of the sans-culottes that the reaction, in the French Revolution and in future centuries, finds its specific definition. It is the time of the sans-culottes that illuminates the alternatives to power, the utopian tensions, and the repressions, pitted against the others, that will live in the coming times. With a fixed point from now on, it is constituent power that defines everything, even for its adversaries. Constituent power comes first. It precedes even the reaction and forces it to model itself on constituent power, on the productivity of the masses. From now on, the Ancien regime, in all its renovated forms, will always be Gothic, and ancient. The modern perversions of totalitarian power can be explained only on the basis of this definitive loss of autonomy on the part of bourgeois thought vis-à-vis the revolutionary one, of constituted power vis-à-vis constituent power. A final observation on the role of the Jacobins in the turning point represented by the appearance of constituent power and its dynamic in the course of the Great French Revolution. Now, the problem is not at all felt in its intensity by the Jacobins. They make an already resolved problem out of it. For them equality is given as continuity of freedom, and political rights are the substratum of the social ones. In the Jacobins there is not the sense of the puzzle that keeps these terms really separated. They are, through a somersault of reason, linearly taken into consideration and unified. For Robespierre and Saint-Just, constituent power is a direct expression of the social, which, without contradiction, is embodied in the political. It is not strange that Robespierre thinks of himself as anti-Machiavellian, by sustaining that morals fully identify with the political, and that one single politics of virtue and the heart exists. This is not odd, because, in moralistic terms, here they say exactly what had been proposed in logical terms: the normal continuity of freedom and equality. Thus they are right, those scholars who, in analyzing Jacobinism, wonder why the production of a maximalist language becomes in them so fundamental, and why constituent power is defined by them in negative terms, as counterpost to the enemy. This happens because constituent time is reduced to a word that presents itself as the dominant symbolic position, the people's will. Because constituent power cannot be defined by them as production, as struggle to build a new world, but it is simply the revelation of a subjected organic unity that the revolution restores. In fact, the Jacobins are the only ones against the Girondins and against the movement of the masses, on opposed fronts that consider the revolutionary temporality as indifferent. They are convinced that the political and social exigencies expressed in the course of the revolution are part of only one design. They take seriously the constitutional formality that is expressed in the words general will, nation, equality, freedom, brotherhood. They live the constitutional abstraction. Their purity and their probity are moral idealities as pale as ideas, as desperate as is their detachment from the life of the masses. The Jacobin tragedy consists in their incapability to see the fabric on which Rousseau's enigma exploded. For the Jacobins there was only the transcendental solution of the enigma, and they consider this solution as a divinity. The production of the maximalist word, in absence of a radical immersion in the struggle, becomes a priestly function. When clashing with the real, they are prisoners of a violence that they do not understand, and that they cannot avoid. For the Jacobins, and in any case for their leaders, the revolution and constituent power are not a constitutive temporality, within which enigmas break apart practically, and thus the levels of solution are dislocated. For them temporality is a horizon celebrating the restoration of ancient virtue. When Michelet tells us that Robespierre is no longer only a dictator but, rather, he has become a pope, he forgets to add a pope of ideas, a pope of the general will, something more abstract and fragile than a Roman pope. The temporality of the French Revolution, however enigmatic, will take its revenge on this fact, the fact that the Jacobin priests are outside of the temporality of the revolution and of the constituent power of the multitude. The Constitution of Labor. To the temporality of the sans-culottes is opposed the Constitution of Labor. Where the first seeks, Emmanuel Sieyès finds. While for the first, constituent power is an opening, a search, a process, for the second it is an accomplished fact, the epiphany of a subject that reduces the political and social world to his own image, that carries out its own norm. What is the third estate? Asks Sieyès. Third estate, FF. It is everything, it represents nothing, it wants/must become something. This something is a totality. It is such because the third estate is a complete nation, because it organizes and supports all the productive activities, it is per se free and flourishing, but the third estate is excluded from the political command, and any function of representation is usurped away from it. Consequently, before touching on the consequences, we should underline that, in the debate about constituent power, Sieyès is the first to introduce labor as an exclusive theme. The definition of the third estate is an economic definition, and it is on this economic content that other concepts are shaped, from that of nation to that of representation, from that of constituent power to that of constituted power. Sieyès represents society as a laborious, unified and compact whole, standing on the social work organized by the bourgeoisie, and whose development is obstructed by the contradiction between labor and public functions, on the whole usurped by the aristocracy. Sieyès considers contemporary society as a modern commercial society, in which complex functions develop, rich in mediations and political interferences. It is this power of mediation that the aristocracy usurps. The indignation against this economic usurpation is thus the fundamental key to the definition, as well as to the proposal, of reform of the third estate. However, it is important to underline that if the description of society is rich in mediations, not as rich as the comprehensive image of the third estate, even more, this image is singularly atemporal and is not so much a matter of transforming, as one of restoring an already existing order of labor, pre-constituted, naturally just, which the aristocracy dominates, without being part of it. The idea of a constitution of labor thus makes its solemn entrance into history, but in static terms, à la Montesquieu, according to a juridical more than a sociological perspective. Even in the most precise interventions on this question, which Sieyès will make in the course of the revolution, this characteristic of his point of view is confirmed. In Sieyès the concept of labor is always a conservative concept. It is sustained by a concept of property that becomes untouchable by revolutionary power. He defends the necessity of tithes and the inalienability of property, supports the liberation of the lands and the expansion of peasant property. Nothing in Sieyès' concept of labor and in the vindication of its foundational value refers to the concept of class and class struggle. The clarification concerning the notion of labor in Sieyès, if it is useful in preventing undue assimilations of his thought to that of the liberals of the Restoration Guizot and Mignet, above all, cannot in any case make us forget the impact of the insertion of labor as the key to understanding the political world, and its value as part of the weave of constituent power. What has the third estate been, until now? Continues CIs. Nothing. If what produces a nation is a common law that, starting from the social organization of labor, establishes an adequate representation, nothing like this exists in France. The general estates are founded on an unjust criterion of representation, that is, one that does not correspond to social order, and that overvalues minorities in a disproportionate manner scandalously. What does the third estate demand, then? To become something. It demands that its representatives are not virtual but real. It wants the number of the representatives of the third estate to be equal to that of the other two estates. It wants the votes of the general estates to be cast by head and not by order. Here ends the pamphlet-like part of CIS's third estate, on this more than legitimate and nonetheless moderate request that a little power be given to the class that, socially, is everything. That labor be given representation. What can we say? The force of self-evidence assumes here a Cartesian effectiveness. But extremely evident is also the conservative character of the proposal. The system of representation must be changed in order to maintain intact and to make functional the order and the social economic fabric of the nation. The theme of labor enters the modern constitutional debate as a conservative theme. CIS's problem is to build a modern political society that may represent correctly, without encroaching on the social economic structures of the country. The radical force of constituent power is abimus taken away from its dimension of social formativity. Rousseau's enigma is hypostatized, presupposed as such that it is beforehand freed from the temptation to convert political equality into social equality, and celebrated in its theoretical opacity. The temporality of constituent power, which should have first of all put into crisis Rousseau's enigma, is not even glimpsed. It's evident that CI's demagogy, put in front of the social situation of France, and having reached the point of rupture, couldn't but feed the extremely strong subversive tensions present, without offering any serious possibility of political mediation. With this said, how does the concept of constituent power, even in its narrow sense, develop in CIs? How does representation organize itself in his thought? Chapter 4 of the Third Estate: What the government has attempted and what the privileged classes propose, on behalf of the Third Estate, is made of 7 paragraphs. The first 5 discuss the proposals that the governments have until now made to pacify the protests of the Third Estate. These are unacceptable proposals, often actual booby traps, pièges, and deceits. How can we imagine that the Third Estate may fall into these traps? The last 2 paragraphs debate a much more consistent proposal. It is proposed to imitate the English Constitution. To imitate the English Constitution means, in any case, to introduce an upper house. But to what end? What would its purpose be? To represent the most privileged part of the aristocracy? But aren't the aristocracy and the church already represented, and without losing their privileges, in the House of Representatives? The only aim of this proposal is to reaffirm, in any way, a constitution representative of the social orders. This is the only meaning of the reference to the English Constitution. In any case, on the contrary, the Third Estate must never consent to the admission of several orders to a so-called House of the Commons, because the idea of a Commons composed of different orders is grotesque. But even more monstrous is the project of a bicameral system, when its idea is that of an overdeterminatio and of the constitution of the orders. The differences which we have just mentioned from a truly representative constitution are real. Never will a nation sliced into orders have anything in common with a nation which is a whole. The idea of an upper house, even though the proposal has more and more supporters, is thus unacceptable. A constitution of the orders and a constitution of representation can never be mediated. Then let's put aside the spirit of imitation. It will not lead us properly. Even more so since the British Constitution is unacceptable and inimitable. Not only in the case of bicameralism it is so per se. It is not imitable, because the entire paragraph of this chapter is dedicated to its critique. The upper house is a monument of Gothic superstition because the national representation, divided into the 3 figures of the King, the House of Lords, and the House of Commons, is bad in all its 3 elements. To what aim should the legislative capability be divided among 3 actors? Only a free and general election can found a national legislative power. The English constitutional complexity, to whose history we can bow, but we do not understand why it must constitute a value, more than expressing the simplicity of good order, rather, reveals itself as a framework of precautions against disorder. Finally, the only elements that make the English Constitution a good constitution for the English are those that, directly coming from the social, have settled into the Constitution, such as the very ancient rule of being judged only by one's own peers, or such as the complex of conventions that forbid the formation of a standing army capable of threatening freedom. The British Constitution is an ancient product, going back to the 17th century. It does not know the Enlightenment, It does not know science. The true science of society does not date back very far. Men were building cottages for many a year before they were able to build palaces. Surely it is obvious that the advance of social architecture had to be even slower for this art, the most important of all, could obviously never expect to receive the slightest encouragement from the hands of despots or aristocrats. Let's then apply this science. What ought to have been done? If in a free nation there exist differences of judgment with respect to the Constitution, it is thanks to the nation itself. Not to the notables, not to the old powers, but to the nation. In what form? Through the expression of a government by proxy. Notice, although the representatives cannot hold the power of the nation in its entirety, they can nonetheless exercise a part of it. This part, insofar as it is a projection and portion of the great national common will, is full and unlimited in its quality. However, in its partial quantity, the common will is exercised as mandate, although actually containing the power of the nation. Here is a first product of science. The imperative mandate is dissolved, and the distinction between quality and quantity of representation is put into play in order to detach the representative from the represented. Having given this definition of representation, a definition that immediately protects him from any extensive interpretation of constituent power, and from the possibility of prefiguring into it an organization not of labor but of democracy, CIs starts working at the problem of the division of norms, which he separates into constitutional, that is, ordering the constitutional machine, and purely legislative, normative. Two different powers are at the basis of the two functions: a first one, extraordinary, that is, constituent power, and a second, this time ordinary, that is, constituted power. The difference is a qualitative one. The second power, in fact, works according to the norms of positive law, while the first one, constituent power, according to natural right. Constituent power must produce the political constitution of society and set it in a correct relation with the nation itself. Constituent power is the representative of the nation. It is its immediate expression. Here is a second product of science. The nation comes before anything else, as much as natural right, of which the nation is the interpreter, comes before anything else. Thus constituent power produces the fundamental laws that activate the legislative and executive bodies set by the Constitution. The Constitution is therefore the means, the machine to produce the laws and the government. Obviously, the precedence of the nation is total, and it would be ridiculous wanting to consider the nation as subjected to the Constitution. The nation owes its existence to natural law alone. The government, on the contrary, can only be a product of positive law. The national will is not legal, but it is at the origin of any legality. Constituent power is thus a body of extraordinary representatives, that does not, of course, need to be in charge of the whole of the national will. It needs only special powers, and those only in rare cases, but it is in the same position as the nation itself in respect of independence from any constitutional forms. Here is thus the third product of science, the synthesis between the limitation of the principle of representation and the limitlessness of its action, at the service of labor. What remains to be done? The third estate must take the initiative. It is not an order but, rather, the nation itself. It is capable of expressing the special powers to settle the great problem of the Constitution ahead of everything else. It is capable of annulling all the privileges that oppose the order to labor, a liberated society. It wants an assembly that exercises constituent power on the basis of a general election without privileged parties, on the basis of an assembly of the nation. It is a formidable war machine. What has been constituted here? Until now, we have seen it function, explicitly, against privilege and usurpation. Now, we must see it function, as explicitly, against all the social forces that oppose themselves, or could oppose themselves, to the order of labor. We must see, in sum, not simply how the revolution of the Third Estate is theorized, but how a preventive counter-revolution against any possible attack on the new order is organized. To this end, let's go back to the concept of political representation. In CIs, this is a concept essentially tied to the division of labor. Indeed, it's a complex and articulated division of labor that distinguishes modern society, a commercial society established on an adequate social structure, from ancient society. In the latter, the simplicity and immediacy of social relations allowed democracy. The mediated competition is typical, instead, of the representative government. Mediation is the fundamental element of complex commercial societies, and representative government is in them the only form of legitimate government. Constituent power itself is valid only if it is representative power. A commissioning power must, therefore, be hypothesized and distinguished from constituent power as well as from constituted power. Constituent power and constituted power are always representative powers. Mandated power, instead, is the people understood as the whole singular team, one by one, of the active citizens. Representation distinguishes the Republica from the re total. It is not by chance that one critic has been able to see emerge here, more than the concept of general will, a sort of vague expansion of Rousseau's will of all, almost a demystifying anticipation of it. But the demystification is only defensive. It works to introduce naturalistic elements and arithmetic means in the configuration of sovereignty, and, above all, to introduce rigidly selective criteria in the formation of representation selections of taxation systems, culture, and so forth. The electoral body is becoming an open corporation of proprietors and starts organizing itself as a complex system that strengthens the criteria of tax distribution. Sieyès comes to the point of reintroducing the pactum subgestionis, which Rousseau had excluded from the tradition of contractualism. A tortuous combination of representation and government sanctified thus the power of an assembly of notables and excluded mass popular participation. Is this a realistic development of Sieyès' thought, a conscious self-distancing from Rousseau's utopia of the general will? No, all this represents only an episode of instrumental reason, and a typical moment of its organization into the political ideology of the bourgeoisie. In fact, Sieyès granted the assembly of notables the absolute sovereignty that issued from Rousseau's general will. The game of dice on which the entire modern concept of representation is founded was thus completed. Democratic sovereignty, the idea of constituent power, become the element of legitimation of limited and divided government. What does the concept of nation itself become, at this point? If it is true that the nation continues to exist, before other qualifications, as a fundamental reference idea, yet through the mechanism of representation its concept is definitely duplicated, from the category of social body to that of juridical subject. That is, after having emptied Rousseau's concept of general will of any possibility of democratic grounding, after having operated this reduction through the construction of a representative mechanism completely modeled on the division of labor, Sieyès does his last act of prestidigitation. He transforms this representation into juridical absolute, into the exclusive seat if it is not yet the exclusive source of sovereignty. If the absolutism of the constituted powers is excluded, in principle, and now only marginally, by a possible, and in any case problematic, permanence of constituent power, national sovereignty is nonetheless conceived in an entirely reverse manner with respect to any mechanism of foundation. In fact, it is the elective principle, the principle of labor and of its division, that traverses it, constitutes it, and, alone, legitimizes it. The elective principle proposes itself as the only and ultimate foundation of the legitimacy of the exercise of power, and as the only and exclusive juridical practice of interpretation of society. This is an elective principle subordinated to the norms and the urgencies of the social division of labor. Outside of these conditions there exists nothing but a democratic brute. Constituent power becomes, therefore, not only an extraordinary power, but also a power that does not pose limits that first of all concern constituent power itself. Beyond these limits, it is a power sans force. Within this complex game, the contract of association dynamically subordinates itself to a rule of subjection. We perfectly understand why, considering these results of Sieyès' thought, the critics have been able to affirm that his idea of constituent power, from being Rousseauian, little by little becomes Montesquieuian. Sieyès develops Montesquieu's terminology upon an idea of Rousseau's. We must add that terminology wins over ideology. One understands how, on this basis, the evolution of Sieyès' thought is entirely meant to establish further limits and obstacles to the expression of constituent power. When in the constitution of the Thermidorian Directory the elective principle will be so developed that the elected ones will choose their electors, we will be finally able to say that the doctrine of the third estate has triumphed. With coherence, with rigor. The representation, starting from this moment, cannot but itself rest on the rational principle of division of labor which, applied to politics, demanded the consideration of the latter as a specialized activity, confined to educated and competent persons. At this point the concept of constituent power re-enters the game. In Sieyès' project of the year 3, as a caricature of itself it is delegated to a constitutional jury, that is, to a representative agency commission to watch over the continuity of the institutions, and to reimpose, if necessary, the rule of legality against any attempt to renew the criterion of legitimization and exercise of sovereign power. What happens at this point, to the polemics and the differences, so strongly insisted on, against the British constitutional mechanism? Sieyès, as other men of the Enlightenment, opposed since the English Constitution, and we have seen with what virulence. In fact, starting from year 3, the discourse is reversed, and the inspiration of Jean-Louis de Lomond of his Constitution of England is revived. The political space is once again thought in classical constitutional terms, that is, in terms of separation and balance of powers, of autocentrality of the representative system, and within a formalism that systematically operates the recomposition of the constitutional structure. The selection of the electors on the basis of their tax-paying capability and cultural criteria will not be the last consequence of this huge change of route. Why does this happen? From the point of view of the immediate cause, undoubtedly it is the movement of the masses and their extremely singular concept of constituent power that determine this passage, and that impose on the dominant class the drifting of the concept. But from the formal point of view, this passage and this drifting would not have been possible if the idea of constitution hitherto elaborated did not stick so closely to that of economic society and of organization of labor. Sieyes's idea, never discussed, never made critical, but always implicitly developed, is that political space is the organization of a social space, and therefore of a determined temporality and of a specific mode of production. The constitutional imagination registers the social dynamic. Sieyes's thought is always marked by this solid concurrence of the constitution and the image of society, as if the first should only bring to light the implicit norms and the latent tendencies in the second. From this point of view, Sieyes's constitution is the direct superstructure of that commercial society of the first capitalistic essor, which makes of the order of labor its exclusive assizes. Here we can measure the enormous step forward that the constitutional thought makes with Sieyes, because he makes labor the center of the debate and of constitutional construction. Thus it will not be by chance if the clash between the revolution and the constitution of labor will be felt by Sieyes as central. In fact, the revolution also puts labor at the center of its discourse and its movement, because here, at this point, the connection between the social and the political imposes it on everybody, on Sieyes and his adversaries. And since society, as the economy, is separated around the concept of labor and the reality of its organization, and is separated on the rhythm of its division, the clash will be determined on this point. We will have to decide who is hegemonic in the world of labor. Once labor has been defined as the ordering value of the constitution, the struggle will open in the social. Here the time of labor and the time of the revolution crisscross in an antagonistic manner. When the time of labor is concluded in the constitution, the revolution will try to keep it open. The identification of labor as proper constitutional fabric allows us now to clarify some difficulties that the study of the temporality of the masses and its difficult reference to general will had handed on to us. The centrality of labor in fact unifies that which the constitution and the revolutionary temporality develop on antagonistic sides. But at the same time, the centrality of labor separates different strengths that define themselves around labor. It is a real dialectical spectacle that Sieyes has introduced to us. Through time, in labor, according to Hegel, this movement of self-consciousness in relation to another self-consciousness has in this way been represented as the action of one self-consciousness, but this action of the one has itself the double significance of being both its own action and the action of the other as well. For the other is equally independent and self-contained, and there is nothing in it of which it is not itself the origin. Thus a great dialectical witness describes the passage. And he continues, thus the relation of the two self-conscious individuals is such that they prove themselves and each other through a life and death struggle. This is the centrality that Sieyes has proposed for the work that poses the point of the discrimination of the opposites. The constitution of labor opens toward the temporality of the sans-culottes as toward an extreme experience of life and death. If in the first part of this chapter we have seen how the temporality of the sans-culottes broke apart Rousseau's enigma, even while remaining a prisoner of it, here we glimpse the formal possibility held by that same temporality to directly oppose the constitution of labor wanted by Sieyes. The temporality of the sans-culottes finally presents itself as a project of liberation that evokes Sieyes's constitutionalism while reversing its sense. This is allowed by the centrality of labor and imposed by the antagonism that could not, at this level of the development of constituent power, but open itself between a project of liberation and a project of constitutionalization of labor. Yet what is this but the reactualization, now rooted in labor, of the opposition that Machiavelli had found in temporality, between constituted time and constituent time? What is this but the reactualization of the Spinozian concept of strength, now rooted in labor, and all absorbed into the process of its liberation? The proletarian history of the French Revolution has no need to return to the rigmarole of the radiant future, to recognize itself as the history of a liberating strength. For it is enough to be founded on itself, on the recuperation of the past of the humanistic revolutions, and on the vicissitudes of constituent power, on the successive enrichments that it synthesizes. To Sieyes goes the merit of taking the contradiction of the general will on the terrain of labor. From this point of view, Sieyes is really a second Rousseau. And if the temporality of the masses had broken Rousseau's enigma, now it takes up the task of filling up this rupture with the contents of the liberation of labor. On this terrain we must confront the Marxian reading of the French Revolution, a reading that continually relies on the Machiavellian and Sansculotic temporality, in order to oppose it to the time of constituted power, of the constitution of labor. Marx's work on the French Revolution can be divided into three great chronological groups, corresponding to three successive modes of treating the same problem and reusing the same materials, but they obey a systematic logic, which varies in accordance with the evolution of his thought and the circumstances of history. First came the Feuerbachkian Marx, who during the apparent stability of the July monarchy treated the modern bourgeois state according to the model of religious alienation. He is followed, during the years that witnessed a rekindling of the revolutionary phenomenon, by the materialist Marx, who envisioned this state as a mere product of the social domination of bourgeois interests. Finally, there is the Marx of the Capital, who constantly interrupted his meditations on English history and on the secrets of capitalism to interpret and reinterpret the instability of the forms of the state in bourgeois France. From 2. Furthermore, Fourier affirms that Marx never confused with the successive revolutions of the 19th century and considered the first as the event that has in any case shook the very foundation and structure of the state, whereas the various regimes of the 19th century merely altered the organizational forms of power and the political equilibriums. But what is Marx saying, then, and why does it seem to us that we can assume his reading as the interpretive key of the temporality of the sans-culottes? What does radically unify and oppose Sieyès in Marx? Different from what some critics think, the Marxian interpretation of the French revolutionary phenomenon of the event and the structure is homogeneous and continuous throughout the different periods in which it unfolds. For Marx, the French Revolution is not any revolution. It is not even a revolution that can simply be explained on the basis of historical materialism as, for instance, the English Revolution. The French revolutionary archetype consists of the fact that it poses the theme of the mediation between the social and the political, it fixes the concept of constituent power, and it introduces us to the problematic of the party, that is, of the subject that lives and operates the passage from the social to the political. Marx is not so much interested in the causes of the revolution, rather, he is interested in understanding how these objective causes are configured as subjectivity, how the movements of the masses have become creative. If a little paradox is permissible, we could say that the Marxian point of view is not readable in the terms of Fourier the historian, but in those of Foucault, the genealogist of subjectivity. In On the Jewish Question and in the Holy Family of, the problem is posed in terms of the identification of the political space, that is, of the public situation terms created by the French Revolution. Now this political space, which is also the social space of movements and struggles, celebrates in the so-called political emancipation the strength of bourgeois hegemony, and it does so in the semblance of constituent power. Why and how do the deplacement and the juridical hypostasis of constituent power in the apology of the social status quo take place? How do we move from insurrection and from the interrogation of all the foundations of the state to the reconstruction of the present state of things and of its juridical exaltation? We are not so interested here in underlining the theme of political alienation and the critique of the universal rights of man, as forms of political emancipation counterposed to social liberation, to communism. These are well-known themes, and relatively inessential for our research. Instead, we are interested in grasping the subjective links of these processes, the resolute reduction of the political to the social theme, of the politico-philosophical analysis to historical materialism. When Marx talks of political emancipation, he talks about it as of a huge progress. What he critiques is the new civil mediation that is determined by this progress, and he critiques it in the specific form assumed by the French Revolution. Here Marx does not construct the solution of the problems relative to the interweaving of constituent and constituted power, between society and state, but he constructs the categories of their singular revolutionary synthesis, and therefore of the possibility of their practical criticism. I mean that here the theme of equality is not simply taken as critical subject, but it can become such, if equality is developed outside of ideology, outside of the enigma that constitutes it, as essence made antagonistic between the polarities of work and law. Marx poses the solution of Rousseau's enigma on the terrain of constitutionalist practice. In the German ideology the critique is once again referred to the subject, therefore the critique of political emancipation here becomes real. In On the Jewish Question and in the Holy Family we were still within structural criticism, before the subjective sojourn that makes Marx a thinker of modernity. Now, in the German ideology, the division of labor constitutes the presupposition of the critique. The powerful abstraction of the state and its constitutional figure are explained on the basis of the critique of the social division of labor. What else did Sieyès do? Only the point of view changes. Indeed, Marx immediately assumes the point of view of constituent power, of a temporal universality that becomes power. His concept of constituent power is fixed in that intermediate zone, between society and the state, between movement and institution, which cannot be superseded, because, if this supersession would take place, it would be in the form of the illusion and of the general harnessing of the real movement. Constituent power shows itself thus as communism. Communism is for us not a state of affairs which is to be established, an ideal to which reality will have to adjust itself. We call communism the real movement which abolishes the present state of things. The conditions of this movement result from the premises now in existence. Thus we are touching on a first important element. The French Revolution must not be considered as the revolution of labor, but as the bourgeois revolution of labor. It assumes the division of labor to exalt it. As such, this is the movement of its constitutional work, a movement meant to block the liberation of the social forces exploited in the slavery of the division of labor. To this block is opposed the real movement. This resistance is a power that transforms the basis on which the division of labor and its constitution stand. This resistance, this movement, this strength are constituent power. A social power, open, dynamic, implanted in temporality. One subject is recognized as capable of constituent power: the proletariat. First of all, it presents itself as universal class, a class which forms the majority of all members of society, and from which emanates the consciousness of the necessity of a fundamental revolution, the communist consciousness, which may, of course, arise among the other classes too through the contemplation of the situation of this class. German ideology. The proletariat presents itself in a struggle against the bourgeoisie. The conditions under which definite productive forces can be applied are the conditions of the rule of a definite class of society, whose social power, deriving from its property, has its practical idealistic expression in each case in the form of the state, and therefore, every revolutionary struggle is directed against a class, which till then has been in power. Finally, the proletariat presents itself as radical temporality. In all revolutions up till now the mode of activity always remained unscathed, and it was only a question of a different distribution of this activity, a new distribution of labor to other persons, whilst the communist revolution is directed against the preceding mode of activity, does away with labor, and abolishes the rule of all classes, with the classes themselves, because it is carried through by the class which no longer counts as a class in society, is not recognized as a class, and is in itself the expression of the dissolution of all classes, nationalities, etc. within present society. Therefore is revolutionary subject both for the production on a mass scale of this communist consciousness, and for the success of the cause itself. The alteration of men on a mass scale is necessary, an alteration which can only take place in a practical movement, a revolution. This revolution is necessary, therefore, not only because the ruling class cannot be overthrown in any other way, but also because the class overthrowing it can only in a revolution succeed in ridding itself of all the muck of ages and become fitted to found society anew. Never was the founding force of constituent power revealed better than here. Communism differs from all previous movements in that it overturns the basis of all earlier relations of production and intercourse, and for the first time consciously treats all natural premises as the creatures of hitherto existing men, strips them of their natural character and subjugates them to the power of the united individuals. Its organization is, therefore, essentially economic. The material production of the conditions of this unity, it turns existing conditions into conditions of unity. The reality, which communism is creating, is precisely the true basis for rendering it impossible that anything should exist independently of individuals, insofar as reality is only a product of the preceding intercourse of individuals themselves. From now on, the definition of historical subjectivity, that is, temporal and evolutionary, of constituent force, as well as the radicality of its work of foundation, are only further probed. In The Poverty of Philosophy we read, "Economic conditions had first transformed the mass of the people of the country into workers. The domination of capital has created for this mass a common situation, common interests. This mass is thus already a class as against capital, but not yet for itself. In the struggle, of which we have noted only a few phases, this mass becomes united, and constitutes itself as a class for itself. The interests it defends become class interests. But the struggle of class against class is a political struggle, and oppressed class is the vital condition for every society founded on the antagonism of classes. The emancipation of the oppressed class thus implies necessarily the creation of a new society. For the oppressed class to be able to emancipate itself, it is necessary that the productive powers already acquired and the existing social relations should no longer be capable of existing side by side. Of all the instruments of production, the greatest productive power is the revolutionary class itself. The organization of revolutionary elements as a class supposes the existence of all the productive forces which could be engendered in the bosom of the old society. Does this mean that after the fall of the old society there will be a new class domination culminating in a new political power? No. The condition for the emancipation of the working class is the abolition of every class, just as the condition for the liberation of the third estate, of the bourgeois order, was the abolition of all estates and all orders. The working class, in the course of its development, will substitute for the old civil society an association which will exclude classes and their antagonism, and there will be no more political power properly so called, since political power is precisely the official expression of antagonism in civil society. Meanwhile, the antagonism between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie is a struggle of class against class, a struggle which carried to its highest expression is a total revolution. Indeed, is it at all surprising that a society founded on the opposition of classes should culminate in contradiction, the shock of body against body, as its final denouement? Do not say that social movement excludes political movement. There is never a political movement which is not at the same time social. It is only in an order of things in which there are no more classes and class antagonisms that social evolutions will cease to be political revolutions. In Revolution and Counter-Revolution in Germany, the constitution of subjectivity and the definition of the process of permanent revolution as constituent power reach a very high expression for the first time. On the one hand, the reaffirmation of the universality of the proletariat, and on the other the historical perception of the real movement reach a synthesis. The proletarian revolts of the Germinal, Year 3, and of the Parisian June become the symbol of a constitutive permanent revolution, or of a permanent constituent power, that forms the plot of the history of the 19th century. The working class movement itself never is independent, never is of an exclusively proletarian character until all the different factions of the middle class, and particularly its most progressive faction, the large manufacturers, have conquered political power, and remodeled the state according to their wants. It is then that the inevitable conflict between the employer and the employed becomes imminent, and cannot be adjourned any longer, that the working class can no longer be put off with delusive hopes and promises never to be realized, that the great problem of the 19th century, the abolition of the proletariat, is at last brought forward fairly and in its proper light. But it is the fate of all revolutions that this union of different classes, which in some degree is always the necessary condition of any revolution, cannot subsist long. No sooner is the victory gained against the common enemy than the victors become divided among themselves into different camps, and turn their weapons against each other. T is this rapid and passionate development of class antagonism which, in old and complicated social organisms, makes a revolution such a powerful agent of social and political progress. It is this incessantly quick upshooting of new parties succeeding each other in power, which, during these violent commotions, makes a nation pass in 5 years over more ground than it would have done in a century under ordinary circumstances. In Marx, the Constitution of Labor which, from the French Revolution on, in the 19th century constitutions becomes the central element of the definition of the modern state, opens thus to an imminent and continuous alternative, characterized by the ever-new aperture of constituent power. This temporality is solicited in two senses extensively, that is, in the sense of the permanence of the revolutionary and constituent process, and intensively, in the sense of a process that through accelerations, moments of crisis and offensives makes the contents of constituent power itself develop in theoretical practical directions, in the direction of the consolidation of collective consciousness and of its conditions of freedom, more and more universal. It is the time of the masses that makes constituent power. The further development of the Marxian thought on constituent power does nothing more than further probe this passage, while more and more integrating the synthesis of temporality and subjectivity. In the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, this relationship is stretched to the highest degree. Between in French society, using an abbreviated because revolutionary method, caught up on the studies and experiences which would in the normal, or so to speak, textbook course of development have had to precede the February Revolution if it were to do more than merely shatter the surface. Society now appears to have fallen back behind its starting point, but in reality it must first create the revolutionary starting point, i.e., the situation, relations, and conditions necessary for the modern revolution to become serious. Temporality and subjectivity shrink so much that, at this point, the principle of constitution, as opposed to constituent strength, seems to consist essentially of a mute and a temporal function. The bourgeoisie senses this impotence and is taken by the terror of this situation, by this estrangement from the life of constituent power, so that, if it is true that in the bourgeois republic, which bore neither the name Bourbon nor the name Orleans, but the name capital, they the executives of capital had found the form of state in which they could rule jointly. It was also true that they realized instinctively that although the republic made their political rule complete, it simultaneously undermined its social foundation, since they had now to confront the subjugated classes and contend with them without mediation. without being concealed by the crown, without the possibility of diverting the national attention by their secondary conflicts amongst themselves and with the monarchy. It was a feeling of weakness which caused them to recoil when faced with the pure conditions of their own class rule and to yearn for the return of the previous forms of this rule, which were less complete, less developed, and, precisely for that reason, less dangerous. Constituent power in its vitality, the progressive content of the so-called bourgeois freedoms and institutions themselves, put under attack the political domination of the bourgeoisie because, simply, the constituent subject kept open in temporality its action. The parliamentary regime, the regime of constituted power, becomes thus the reign of restlessness, pushed to the point of powerlessness and negation. Thus, by now branding as socialist what it had previously celebrated as liberal, the bourgeoisie confesses that its own interest requires its deliverance from the peril of its own self-government, that to establish peace and quiet in the country its bourgeois parliament must first of all be laid to rest, that its political power must be broken in order to preserve its social power intact, that the individual bourgeois can only continue to exploit the other classes and remain in undisturbed enjoyment of property, family, religion and order on condition that his class is condemned to political insignificance along with the other classes, and that in order to save its purse the crown must be struck off its head and the sword which is to protect it must be hung over it like the sword of Damocles. The catastrophe of freedom presents itself as destiny where the constitutive nexus of power and might is broken. A catastrophe that is not only the triumph of Bonaparte's dictatorship, but the crisis of the form itself of the constitutional state. In the extreme and continual urgency to oppose the revolutionary constituent strength, and to challenge it constitutionally, every common interest was immediately detached from society, opposed to it as a higher general interest, torn away from the self-activity of the individual members of society and made a subject for governmental activity. If we reflect on the way Marx's constitutional thought proceeds, we must stress that his claim to separate the philosophical and structural considerations of the Jewish question and of the critique of the political emancipation from those that we report here on the subjective, dynamic, and antagonistic of the analysis of the historical procedure is strange. The different manner of the Marxian way of proceeding confirms the philosophical assumption, while the historical critique exposes it, that is, demonstrates it. The passage from here to the writings of the Paris Commune is linear and definitive. In these writings constituent power reveals itself in all its fundamental characteristics as a breaking power, that is, as the power of a radical reformulation of social organization, as expansive power, that is, as the unarrestable movement that, to the synchronic effects of rupture, adds the diachronic effects of continuity, of uninterrupted formativity, as permanent revolution, and therefore as procedure of freedom and equality. As to the first point, but the working class cannot simply lay hold of the reach/made state machinery, and wield it for its own purposes. Faithfully, Engels can comment from the very outset the Commune was compelled to recognize that the working class, once come to power, could not go on managing with the old state machine, that in order not to lose again its only just conquered supremacy, this working class must, on the one hand, do away with all the old repressive machinery previously used against it itself, and, on the other, safeguard itself against its own deputies and officials, by declaring them all, without exception, subject to recall at any moment. As for the second characteristic of constituent power, its expansivity, Marx's insistence is continuous. As he continues in the Civil War in France, the direct antithesis to the Empire was the Commune. The cry of social republic, with which the Revolution of February was ushered in by the Paris proletariat, did but express a vague aspiration after a republic that was not only to supersede the monarchical form of class rule, but class rule itself. The Commune was the positive form of that republic. The Marxian typology of expansive constituent power develops on this basis. The Paris Commune was, of course, to serve as a model to all the great industrial centers of France. The communal regime once established in Paris and the secondary centers, the old centralized government would in the provinces, too, have to give way to the self-government of the producers' civil war. The national unity should then have to be recomposed through a system of houses of representatives, but each delegate would be at any time revocable and bound by the mandate and imperative formal instinctions of his constituents. The unity of the nation was not to be broken, but, on the contrary, to be organized by the communal constitution and to become a reality by the destruction of the state power which claimed to be the embodiment of that unity, independent of, and superior to, the nation itself, from which it was but a parasitic excrescence. The multiplicity of interpretations to which the Commune has been subjected, and the multiplicity of interests which construed it in their favor, show that it was a thoroughly expansive political form, while all previous forms of government had been emphatically repressive. Its true secret was this. It was essentially a working-class government, The produce of the struggle of the producing against the appropriating class, the political form at last discovered under which to work out the economical emancipation of labor. Except on this last condition, the communal constitution would have been an impossibility and a delusion. The political rule of the producer cannot coexist with the perpetuation of his social slavery. The commune was therefore to serve as a lever for uprooting the economical foundations upon which rests the existence of classes, and therefore of class rule. With labor emancipated, every man becomes a working man and productive labor ceases to be a class attribute. Finally, the dynamic of the constituent principle cannot be brought to a conclusion. The working class did not expect miracles from the commune. They have no ready-made utopias to introduce par decretu populi. They have no ideals to realize, but to set free the elements of the new society with which old collapsing bourgeois society itself is pregnant. The great social measure of the commune was its own working existence. Its special measures could but betoken the tendency of a government of the people, by the people. The revolution is permanent, the constitution is a procedure, the liberation of labor a process. This continual process, which so radically distinguishes Marx's positions from those of the anarchists and all the insurrectionists, is the ontological basis of the concept of constituent power in Marx. In his polemic against Bakunin, Marx exclaims the ultimate object of the political movement of the working class is, of course, the conquest of political power for this class, and this naturally requires that the organization of the working class, an organization which arises from its economic struggles, should previously reach a certain level of development. On the other hand, however, every movement in which the working class as a class confronts the ruling classes and tried to constrain them by pressure from without is a political movement. He could have added it as a constituent movement. The radicality, the expansivity, the continuity and permanence of constituent power are thus the characteristics of a strength that, grafted onto labor, liberates it. Sieyès and Marx are counterposed on the same terrain, that of the constitution of labor. The problem of the constitution of labor is revealed by the clash between these two positions, immersed in the same matter, with opposite points of view. But the enigma of the French Revolution lies here, in this passage of Rousseau's puzzle to a new opposition between dominated labor and liberated labor, between constituted labor and constituent labor. To terminate the revolution. The time of the French Revolution dominates also its term. The active and passive usages of the verb to terminate are at play. Terminate as bringing to completion, as bringing to a closure. Around these variants constituent power becomes a concept. It must be brought to conclusion, or it must stop producing its effects. To terminate the revolution is the password of the acte insurrection of the ego. The revolution is not finished, because the rich appropriate any property, and command in an exclusive manner, while the poor work as slaves, languish in misery and count for nothing in the state. This is the premise. To terminate the revolution is, on the other hand, the theme of the Thermidorians. How could the present circumstances bring an end to the revolution? Wonders with lucid consciousness Madame de Staël, and Benjamin Constant adds property and talents, these two reasonable reasons for inequality among men, will take back their rights. In both cases to terminate the revolution means to act upon time, to dilate it or shrink it, to expand it or close it. And in both cases time is not an abstract element. It is the time of labor that liberates itself, or it is the time of property that is confirmed, open time or consolidated time. Only the French Revolution funnels the concept of power into the concrete temporality of social life, and only social life makes time a constitutive strength, radicalizing the alternative between the revolutionary dimension of labor and the conservative dimension of property. This alternative persists at the limit of the revolutionary process, completely undecided, open to the extraordinary history of both these positions. Hence the historical exceptionality of the time of the French Revolution. Its actors enter it dressed as ancient Romans and exit dressed in bourgeois garb or in blue collar. They penetrate into it thinking as men of the Enlightenment and are expelled from it either as modern revolutionaries, or as new conservatives, ambiguously divided between historicism and reformism. Here constituent power is conjoined to history res gestae, historical becoming, concrete temporality. Open or closed, in any case a general transformation had been accomplished, a sort of gigantic sublation of European men into a new and shared destiny, within which new and alternative choices became actual. The declaration of the rights of man takes place in temporality and immediately takes shape where it is claimed as the beginning of the age of individualism as a paradoxically tight common dimension. Cooperation or privilege assume a new figure. Production and measure become the alternative characteristics of historical time. It is in fact true that the discovery of sociality is the fundamental qualification of the French Revolution and its distinctive character, with respect to the revolutions that had preceded it, but this sociality is configured, and, so to speak, constituted, by the collective temporality. Within temporality, subjects are defined: they are born, they live, and they die. They open themselves to the collective and comprehend the future. They comprehend the desires and the hopes that they place in the future, in their principle of individuation. Or, on the contrary, they nourish the principle of individuation of the past, of its vicious repetition, of tradition and the will to renew it. Constituent power moves between these alternatives. Its constitutive temporality is drawn to hope and to the whole range of possibilities that the future opens, toward the production of a new wealth and a new humanity, or otherwise it is brought back to history, as the supreme principle of a becoming that has its roots in the past, in the necessary preconditions of what exists, and in the past it is seen producing the present. Constituent power, after going through the French Revolution, is no longer the same concept as the one on which we had previously meditated. It has become the principle of a constitutive temporality so profound that its formal characteristics, if not the material ones, must be qualifying elements in the sense of historical becoming. I mean that constituent power is revolutionary if it is open, reactionary and conservative if closed. The aperture or closure of time determines the substantial sense of constituent power. At the end of the French Revolution, aperture of time means permanent revolution, and communist revolution closure means liberalism, or, worse, reaction. But the historical scene has changed, the insertion of time has multilateral effects, thus also the reactionary will be different. He will be nourished by a new spirituality, the theoretical aura will be in any case different and irreducible. If the revolution must end, constituent power is there, it persists. It is as if history had revealed a new substratum, an ontological level on which productive humanity anticipated the concrete becoming, forcing it or being blocked by it. Constituent power, with the French Revolution, becomes historical strength, ontologically stable, historically versatile. As such it is recognized by all, even by the reactionaries, and by the revolutionaries a fortiori. Indeed, this fundamental transformation takes place in the obscure awareness that time and productivity are dimensions of only one substance, labor. The obscurity of the presupposition does not hide the clarity of the conclusions, and it is not by chance that, as we will soon see, the master and slave dialectic and its direct references to labor and its capitalist organization constitute in Hegel a reflection on the French Revolution. Thus the generic dimension of sociality is specified when we refer it, within the French Revolution, to constituent power as figure of labor. Slave, master. Ego, Thermidorians. Exploitation and domination. Constituent power casts its shadow, in a definitive manner, on the theory of power as the practice of the organization and of the social division of labor. It is at this conjuncture, on the other hand, that the juridical theory of constituent power is born. Here the awareness of the inherence of its action, and of the relevance of its effects on the totality of the order is, since the beginning, so clear to the point of inducing the exclusion of constituent power from the sphere of the juridical categories. Or, better, to confine it to a neutral terrain, on which actions and effects become aleatory and extraordinary. See chap. The omnipotence of constituent power is declared with the sole aim of opposing it to the omnipotence of the arrangement, so that when there is one there cannot be another. Constituent power is treated in the same way as the labor whose preconditioning of the arrangement we accept, for the sole purpose of being able to order it totally. Within this model, to terminate the revolution certainly means to choose with regard to the sense of constituent power, but without forgetting, even when one wants to repress its effectiveness, its extraordinary presence, and its incompressible activity. Quod factum infectum fieri nequit. Or, even better, hi rodus, hi salta. It is clear, at this point, that all our attention will go to the reactionaries, toward those who want to close with the revolution, because from the point of view of the theory of constituent power, it is they who, paradoxically, better reveal not so much its new figure as the unsuppressible quality of the concept, its having become a fundamental element of the political theory of modernity. It is on the reactionary unraveling of the constituent principle that the constituent power of the French Revolution above all shows the intensity of its revolutionary effectiveness. Edmund Burke's work, from this point of view, dominates the picture. Its greatness is measured by the fact that he writes at the beginning of the revolution, but he talks about it as if he had gone through it, and now it would be time to terminate it. He is still wearing a wig, and yet he is already speaking bourgeois. The politician already famous for his support of the American Revolution moves an attack against the French Revolution. See chap. What is he attacking in it? The metaphysical abstraction of the idea of freedom. It is good that the idea of freedom has finally appeared in France, but careful, the power of freedom is that of a wild guess. Broke loose, it must be measured with the real, regulated by nature, and not escape into the abstract. Freedom is power, it is the constituent principle. But of what, and how? In actuality the French Revolution disdains the real. It formulates a constituent principle that is a democratic foundation of legitimacy, multilateral expansion of the right to resistance, affirmation of democratic self-government, and therefore of the democratic identity of title and exercise of power. This democratic rationalization of constituent power is against history. The English experience demonstrates it. The principle of democratic legitimacy is in fact against the English institutions, real institutions of freedom. On the basis of democracy, it is the institution of monarchy itself that is put into discussion, and with it the system of government founded on custom and on the jurisprudential tradition. The English Revolution has made this clear, putting an end to that small and temporary deviation that is constituted by the Revolution of. The Glorious Revolution is the restoration of a constitution founded on tradition, and it is sanctioned by a hereditary monarchy. The historical, and with it natural, foundation of freedom consists of this. As for the right to resistance, it negates the original contract. This contract cannot be broken. The claim that freedom can replace the monarchs, even in the case of their bad behavior, is extremely dangerous. With this, the principle itself of sovereignty is radically threatened, and the certainty of the law is radically put into discussion. Extremely dangerous is also the principle of democratic government in its affirmation as abstract, where the concrete freedoms are a hereditary privilege, belonging to all citizens, as are the institutions. It is history that creates the institutions of freedom, within a felicitous conformity to nature. All the reformations we have hitherto made, have proceeded upon the principle of reference to antiquity. On the contrary, a spirit of innovation is generally the result of a selfish temperament and confined views. Our political system, inasmuch as it is historically founded and developed, is placed in a just correspondence and symmetry with the order of the world. What should we conclude? That all the French have made of their revolution is against the spirit of history, and consequently it is against nature. Only ruins, errors, and crimes can come out of it, with an unarrestable subversion of the structures of the state. And this is what actually happens. Plots, massacres, assassinations, seem to some people a trivial price for obtaining a revolution. In France the terror of the bayonets and the lantern triumphs. The assembly is not free but blackmailed by extremism. The assembly, their organ, acts before them the farce of deliberation with as little decency as liberty. The whole of Europe is drawn into this abyss, where violence replaces the law, and the will of the mob substitutes the history of the institutions. The Europe of chivalry and honest customs is attracted into the whirlpool of vulgarity. All has changed on the rhythm of the revolution. Statistics substitutes chivalry. On this scheme of things, a king is but a man, and a woman is but an animal. The principles of this mechanic philosophy triumph. But power, of some kind or other, will survive the shock in which manners and opinions perish, and it will find other and worse means for its support. Without the old foundations the path is open to despotism and terror. Let's stop the new barbarians. Let's lift up the flags of nature against philosophy. What does nature teach us? That the social order must conform to it. First of all with real rights, those determined by original convention and by custom. These rights, originally attributed, cannot be modified. They are a given, a sacred and inviolable a posteriori. If we substitute them with new abstract rights, it is the structure of society itself that is destroyed. We must clarify a few things regarding some minimal anthropological concerns, if we want to understand the complicated nature of man and the complex structure of society. Now, on this basis, simplicity is defective and murderous. Real rights live in an intermediate zone of the essence and the history of man as mediations that together traverse human identity and the structure of society. It is worthwhile to make a first pause of reflection, and to try to understand Burke's singular approach to the theme of constituent power. It is directly placed within the commingling of nature and history, and this allows Burke's juridical hermeneutics to graft itself onto a natural ontology, and his polemic against abstract rights and the adequate right that constitutes them to become violent without, for this reason, negating the importance of the principle. This means that Burke situates himself on the terrain of constituent power and its temporality and denies it, from the point of view of preservation. Exactly what, from the point of view of transformation, the French radical revolutionaries denied it the claim to constitute a political space, free and immaculate with respect to the social. Whereas freedom is expansive, Burke tells us, by repeating the adage of his intervention on the American Revolution, political will, force, violence are not. In this perspective constituent power is not a political principle, but an ontological one. The singularity of the Burkean approach lies in the inversion of the principle of constituent power, that is posed on an ontological terrain. In the way that the French radical revolutionaries wanted. But the ontology is not empty, it registers an arrangement of society that is organization and division of labor. The real rights must be called with their name, and the real right that in a fundamental manner guarantees freedom is called right of property, the right of property whose characteristic essence is to be unequal. In the new French constitution, this peak and value of property is instead tendentially subjected to values of equality. With it can be destroyed the freedom and all the values that are founded on property. Here we are touching on the nucleus of the most interesting problems raised by Burke, in his polemic and in his underlying ontological methodology. What are the real rights that rely on property and that realize its synthesis with freedom? First of all, land property. This property is the sacred foundation of juridical order and of the social organization of labor. It is not by chance that the philosophical group, that actual plot of intellectuals and moneymakers that constituted the great encyclopedia, turned against it. On the contrary, land property is the unsubstitutable basis of the Constitution, of any possible constitution. We are resolved to keep an established church, an established monarchy, an established aristocracy, and an established democracy, each in the degree it exists, and in no greater. Society is indeed a contract. It is the first and supreme necessity only, a necessity that is not chosen but chooses, a necessity paramount to deliberation, that admits no discussion, and demands no evidence, which alone can justify a resort to anarchy. The principle of property, thus the principle of inequality, constitutes therefore the actual constituent power of the orders. It is a principle of a superior order. Here, thus, against this principle rebels the French Revolution. It demands a break, a constituent power ex novo. It preaches the discontinuity of the orders of the state and the end of the contracts of property. Few barbarous conquerors have ever made so terrible a revolution in property. The polemic becomes invective. Its object is the confiscation of aristocratic and ecclesiastical possessions. The French Revolution is the organ of a radical and complete destructuration of the law. The rest of Burke's argument is formidable. Here in fact is clarified the polemical concept of abstraction that he deployed at the beginning, then in ideological terms, now in political and economic terms. What do we achieve, in fact, when we destroy the real basis of the law? Its abstract substitution, that is, with abstract means, monetary, made of paper. The real values are substituted by abstract ones. Violence takes the place of legitimacy. The confiscation is mediated by money. On the revolutionary principle of confiscation a new sect has formed, more dangerous than the Anabaptists of Munster, a sect that puts everything on the monetary commune in order to cut away for themselves despotic parts without legitimation, or, better, on the basis of the legitimacy of money, of abstraction, of the appropriating violence. The consequences will soon be evident. What is the new government of France? It affects to be a pure democracy, though I think it in a direct train of becoming shortly a mischievous and ignoble oligarchy. It multiplies the abstraction of French society. Behind the confiscation comes an unjust principle of taxation, and a figure of the representation without responsibility, perverse multipliers of an oligarchy without morals. Abstract, irresponsible, perverse. Hatred, outrage, irony, and farsightedness succeed each other in this polemic that comes to the point of having a premonition of the bourgeois distortion and then, liberal and Thermidorian, of revolutionary constituent power. The vision is exhausted in the anticipation of a terroristic and dictatorial tendency that the revolution, under these conditions, cannot but produce. If the democracy has always the same tendency towards a party tyranny, so much more this tendency will be revealed in the consequences of the French Revolution. All the elements that today form the cohesion of the nation contain in embryo the reasons of its inevitable rotting. The first element is the confiscations, and it relies on the compulsory course of currency. On these conditions a new ruling class is formed, necessarily a financial oligarchy. Your legislators, in everything new, are the very first to have founded a commonwealth upon gaming, and infused this spirit into it as its vital breath. Few can understand that game industry must wither away. The second element of cohesion is the superiority of Paris over the nation, but this destroys the different nationalities and superimposes a unifying, abstract force, powerful and terrible, onto the diverse body of France. The third element of constitutional cohesion is represented by the supreme power of the Assembly, by its omnipotence. The executive power, the army, and judiciary power depend on it. Thus all independence of the powers is taken away, and any reciprocal control eliminated. Justice, first of all, will be fatally damaged by this arrangement, and we can already see the embryo of a political army, of a military democracy. Who will resist it? Abstract are therefore the new bourgeois order. The new measure of wealth. Arid power worthy of this abstraction and emptiness of any foundation is the ruinous weight. At this point we must not think we are facing one of Burke's radically anti-bourgeois polemics. His point of view is not such, except insofar as it is an attack against the evolution of constituent power in the French Revolution. He does not attack the bourgeoisie exactly, even though his point of view is certainly aristocratic, but, rather, the abstract constituent power to which the French bourgeoisie entrusts its success. Here there is reason for a second pause of reflection on the theme of constituent power. Indeed, we must once again recognize that the Burkean polemic, far from positing itself outside the thematic of constituent power, denounces its perverse historical logic when, distancing itself from the historical foundation, constituent power not only produces the separate sphere of the political, but also the private one of the economic, and when it substitutes the will of the state for the dimension of the social, and in this establishes particular interests. Also from this point of view Burke grasps the deeply historical nature of the constituent principle, as the radical revolutionaries had interpreted it, thus trying, through an inverted polemic, to reintroduce it into the real dimensions of the historical and social development. There is, in Burke, a critique of the political and the economic, in their reciprocal interconnections, that, without anticipating Marx's critique, gives credence in any case to Marx's invitation to learn from the great reactionaries. What is always striking is that, in that revolutionary work on the revolution that is the Reflections, the discussion never becomes flattened in the apology for the old feudal order, as happens in Mallet du Pan and in Joseph de Maistre. Also the Burkean apology of the English Constitution, and even the most infamous pages in defense of land property, recuperates in an inverted sense the register of the revolutionary event and is subjected to the fascination of constituent power. For Burke the problem is never to negate it but, rather, to terminate the revolution, to reconduct constituent power to the time of history, to what was its historical time. In this perspective Burke's reflections present a method, the method of reform. For the first time the discourse of reform is opposed to that of revolution. And this happens in entirely new terms, that is, the power of reform is grafted onto the same dimension of constituent power. Its operation is slow, and in some cases almost imperceptible, a slow but well-sustained progress, a prolific energy, specifically. Let's not be frightened by these words, which in the coming centuries have assumed a banal and mystified meaning. Here Burke thinks of real modifications, obviously in the context of his conception of the world and of the social organization of the division of labor. The process of the reforms must pass through the nature of man, and this nature is complex. It must constitute itself upon the mediation between nature and history. It can realize itself through jurisprudential hermeneutics and the progressive modification of the administrative organization. Nobody can miss how this perspective may be reactionary, and how effectively it is aimed against the revolutionary event, but it is intelligent and inserted in an ontology of history that is the same to which the revolution aspires. Consequently, he forces constituent power toward a historical horizon. It is the invention of Romanticism. Historical innovation is opposed to revolutionary will, but both are born from the revolutionary event and its alternatives. With Burke, constituent power is attributed that historical quality, that constructive temporality that the most advanced fraction of the revolutionary movement had unceasingly sought. The opposites meet in this identification of the event as origin. To terminate the revolution is, from the point of view of constituent power, to discover its new configuration, that of a strength situated in the historical process, the constitutional productivity of social labor. The fact that Burke affirms the strength of social labor in the form of the division of labor, while the most advanced and consistent revolutionaries pose it in the form of the liberation from exploitation, does not change the place of the concept. The place of social labor is constituent power. On this point both sides agree. The ontological nexus between constitution, labor, and temporality is achieved by Burke, as it had been lived in the movement of the popular masses. It is that liminal point of the definition of power, ontologically decisive, that Burke perceives here. It is also for him the solution of Rousseau's enigma. Mr. Hume told me, that he had from Rousseau himself the secret of his principles of composition. That acute, though eccentric, observer had perceived, that to strike and interest the revolutionary event and is subjected to the fascination of constituent power. For Burke the problem is never to negate it but, rather, to terminate the revolution, to reconduct constituent power to the time of history, to what was its historical time. In this perspective Burke's reflections present a method, the method of reform. For the first time the discourse of reform is opposed to that of revolution. And this happens in entirely new terms, that is, the power of reform is grafted onto the same dimension of constituent power. Its operation is slow, and in some cases almost imperceptible, a slow but well-sustained progress, a prolific energy, specifically. Let's not be frightened by these words, which in the coming centuries have assumed a banal and mystified meaning. Here Burke thinks of real modifications, obviously in the context of his conception of the world and of the social organization of the division of labor. The process of the reforms must pass through the nature of man, and this nature is complex. It must constitute itself upon the mediation between nature and history. It can realize itself through jurisprudential hermeneutics and the progressive modification of the administrative organization. Nobody can miss how this perspective may be reactionary, and how effectively it is aimed against the revolutionary event, but it is intelligent and inserted in an ontology of history that is the same to which the revolution aspires. Consequently, he forces constituent power toward a historical horizon. It is the invention of Romanticism. Historical innovation is opposed to revolutionary will, but both are born from the revolutionary event and its alternatives. With Burke, constituent power is attributed that historical quality, that constructive temporality that the most advanced fraction of the revolutionary movement had unceasingly sought. The opposites meet in this identification of the event as origin. To terminate the revolution is, from the point of view of constituent power, to discover its new configuration, that of a strength situated in the historical process, the constitutional productivity of social labor. The fact that Burke affirms the strength of social labor in the form of the division of labor, while the most advanced and consistent revolutionaries pose it in the form of the liberation from exploitation, does not change the place of the concept. The place of social labor is constituent power. On this point both sides agree. The ontological nexus between constitution, labor, and temporality is achieved by Burke, as it had been lived in the movement of the popular masses. It is that liminal point of the definition of power, ontologically decisive, that Burke perceives here. It is also for him the solution of Rousseau's enigma. Mr. Hume told me, that he had from Rousseau himself the secret of his principles of composition. That acute, though eccentric, observer had perceived, that to strike and interest the power, its temporality, the subversion of time that is engendered here. It will be Tocqueville who, then, will proceed on this terrain of analysis, by making revolutionary time his exclusive and dramatic object. But before reasoning about and with him, let's try to understand how the thematic of terminating the revolution founds a new culture that continues and reverses the constituent principle. It is in Germany, country of conquest, that this reversal is enacted. Already Leo Strauss talks of Hegel as the product of Burke's historicism. But Hegel is the result of a brief but extremely intense work, a work toward the transformation of constituent power into productive historical principle. This is the result of a formidable period of theoretical acceleration, entirely Germanic, anticipating an analogous movement that in the other European countries will take place in the first decades of the 19th century, and that of these forms the paradigm of sublation of constituent power. Let's consider for example von Gentz, the German translator of Mallet du Pan and Burke. Here as in Novalis, but in a substantially different manner from the pure counter-revolutionary theorists Warburg or Brabtz, the polemic against the French Revolution is carried on in entirely historicist terms. What the revolution attributes to the movement, von Gentz attributes to the ethical dynamics of the spirit of the people. The ethics against the revolution thus is symbiotic and popular, operating against voluntary and mass action. The constitutive principle is not put into discussion, on the contrary, it is exalted, promoted, developed. What is put into discussion is the subjectivity of the event, the materialistic dynamic individuated by its mass. From Bildung der Geistes, the constituent principle is reduced to Bildung des Volks. The revolutionary theme is reconducted to ontological creativity, and only in this aspect attacked. But the displacement is more important than the critique. If Burke wrote a revolutionary work against the revolution, the pages of von Gentz's commentary are worthy of the English original because they similarly transfer the counter-revolutionary polemic onto the principle of constituent power, as ontological machine of historical foundation. Also in von Gentz, and even more than in Burke, this profound action of historical foundation crosses the entire society, and, in particular, the organization of labor. The productive sense of labor becomes constituent principle, thus bringing along the totality of social conditions of productive and reproductive strength. The contents of revolutionary constituent power are fought on the terrain, and in the extension on which they are applied the principle of authority as ethical dimension is vindicated against freedom, the necessity of the classist society of labor is posed against equality. The real foundation of society is order, which is also its end, that is, the ordered reproduction of the conditions of order. The reformist impulse is very strong in this perspective because order is not an abstract principle but the form of the historical process, the determination of its dynamic. The Kantian ethical ideal has become historical force. Hegel takes this new political awareness to the summits of the philosophy of the spirit. Hegel makes the constituent principle an essential modality, if not the unique and exclusive one in the historical process. Hegel takes up Rousseau's enigma by resolving it entirely on the side of general will, of the translation of the people's strength into the sovereign's power. But this process is work. The work of the spirit and the productive labor, the work of the dialectic and the labor of the popular masses historically defined. Through his juvenile writings, the Phänomenologie and the Rechtsphilosophie, Hegel progressively and impetuously carries on this project. Labor is per se constitutive, but it must be tamed. Its substantiality constitutes the foundation of human society, but need and labor, raised to this universality, constitute per se an enormous system of communion and reciprocal dependence, a life of that which is dead that moves within itself, that stirs in its own movement blindly and in an elementary fashion in one sense or in another, and that, as a fierce beast, needs to be constantly subjugated and tamed. This subjection and this domination, this recuperating the absolutely sour in the movement of the conciliation of the spirit are the forms in which Hegel provides his reading about terminating the revolution. Freedom becomes substantial by recognizing the process that makes constituent power the necessary being of the spirit. The state must be restored because it is the immanent of the constitutive movement and of all its figures of those of the bourgeois society in contrast with the spheres of private rights and private welfare, the family and civil society. The state is from one point of view an external necessity and their higher authority its nature is such that their laws and interests are subordinate to it and dependent on it. On the other hand, however, it is the end immanent within them, and its strength lies in the unity of its own universal end and aim with the particular interest of individuals, in the fact that individuals have duties to the state in proportion as they have rights against it, but above all of the figures of historical movement, of the constitutive process, which philosophy and political knowledge must assume, in order to live off it. Therefore it is of essential importance to know what the true constitution is. This insight can be reached through philosophy alone. Revolutions take place in a state without the slightest violence. When the insight becomes universal, institutions, somehow or another, crumble and disappear. Each man agrees to give up his right. A government must, however, recognize that the time for this has come. Should it, on the contrary, knowing not the truth, cling to temporary institutions, taking what though recognized is unessential, to be a bulwark guarding it from the essential, and the essential is what is contained in the idea, that government will fall, along with its institutions, before the force of mind. The breaking up of its government breaks up the nation itself. A new government arises, or it may be that the government and the unessential retain the upper hand. History seems thus to come to a conclusion, the constituent principle to come to an end. But is it really possible to close and determine that temporality? Once it has been brought to such ontological depth, once constituent power has been transformed into historical strength, can they really be considered in an ordered movement? The negative, radically negative answer to these interrogatives comes from Tocqueville. The old regime and the French Revolution is from this point of view a doubly revolutionary work. First, because Tocqueville, as Burke, gives us an anti-historicist and counter-revolutionary interpretation of constituent power. Second, because he radically attacks historicism and attempts the reduction of the constituent principle to a category of negative thought. It is on the perception of temporality that Tocqueville works, but his temporality is definitely tied to the event, and the event is the precipitous embodiment of the negative, senseless abyss of modernity. Let's examine these two theoretical episodes within Tocqueville's historical analysis. The first episode is historicist, a very modern historicism, embodied in the awareness of the historical effectiveness of great systems, not only constitutional, but administrative. The three books of the old regime combine in an exceptional manner historical hermeneutics and the sociology of institutions. Tocqueville is the Max Weber of the 19th century. From the bottom of French history, from its medievalism, emerges in fact the administrative apparatus of royal centralization that introduces itself with an irresistible force among the old powers, displacing them without destroying them, matching the rules of effectiveness with those of legitimacy. Machiavelli redivivus. I never, as in the France of the old regime, the administrative tutelage of the interests, the administrative justice, the equality of the juridical treatment of the subjects had been progressively constituted, thus determining an exceptional fullness of social power. But it is exactly from this creativity of the old regime that its death proceeds. Through administrative centralization, it has in fact accentuated the processes of definition and separation of the social classes, the stiffening into caste in particular of the aristocracy, and it is this evolution itself that blocks the social and political dynamism, the dynamism that constitutes freedom. In the 18th century there emerges, and becomes more and more powerful, the contrast between the entrepreneurial and centralizing capability of the state and the political determinations exhausted in the evolutionary process of its command. It is here that the revolutionary process opens, that is, when the great administrative revolution of the old regime and the regime of juridical equality founded on virtue clash with the generalization of the demand of freedom and equality, with the democratic demand. The old, within which the new had manifested itself, must be erased. The new must now be reproduced by erasing its genesis. The feudal privileges and rights become hideous to the people because in France, more than elsewhere, the administrative machine legitimated by those old powers themselves had determined a fullness of social powers, which are now asserted. This product of the ancient is the revolution. A strong historical causality sustains the argument of the old regime and the French Revolution, a multilinear causality that does not precipitate the paradox of the heteronomy of historical finalities, but that, rather, analyzes how these unify, articulate, and explode into the revolution. Against this vast historical web the subjects stand out, and in particular that essential subject that in Tocqueville is the aristocracy. The latter is the guarantee of freedom because the existence of aristocracy is ancient, and it is thanks to the antiquity of its function that it can exercise socially and politically, although its participation in the political has progressively weakened a real constitutional counterpower, in defense of everybody's freedom. Since the foundation of aristocracy is virtue, and therefore the basis of an order of values for the social of a real civil religion, that in concrete allows society to become community, homeland, beyond and before abstract values that have become predominant in contemporary society. Finally, since the aristocracy is an intermediate body of society, therefore the guarantee of its diversity and its pluralism. So proceeds Tocqueville's historicism, such a sociological historicism, and yet entirely capable of grasping in the long run the constructiveness of constituent power. The recuperation of the ontological temporality of the revolutionary principle is operated here, as it is in Burke. Up to this point, we could say, Tocqueville adapts Burke to the specificities of French constitutional development. But it is on this point that the reasoning gets inverted and the phenomenology of constituent power grows substantially. The aristocracy, median and axiological point of French constitutional development, is beaten by the revolution. Democracy affirms itself. The long duration of ontology dramatically and decisively clashes with the short time of the event. Au milieu des ténèbres d'avenir on peut déjà découvrir trois vérités très claires. The first truth is that all men of our time are driven by an unknown force which we can hope to rule or slow down, but not to overcome, which, sometimes slowly, sometimes hurriedly, leads them toward the destruction of the aristocracy. The second truth is that, among all the societies of the world, those that struggle the most to avoid an absolute government are those in which the aristocracy is no longer and can no longer exist. Finally, the third truth is that in no other society can despotism produce more damage than in these societies plowed by the principle of equality, because it favors every social vice that the societies that have destroyed the aristocracy keep within themselves as natural inclinations. When men are no longer tied to one another by ties of caste, class, corporation, and family, they tend toward a narrow individualism, from which any public virtue is erased. Far from trying to counteract such tendencies, despotism encourages them, depriving the governed of any sense of solidarity and interdependence, of good neighborly feelings and a desire to further the welfare of the community at large. It immures them, so to speak, each in his private life, and taking advantage of the tendency they already have to keep apart, it estranges them more. Their feelings toward each other were already growing cold. Despotism freezes them. The revolution put off balance the process that kept freedom and authority in equilibrium. It frees the destructive strengths of individualism, of money, the subversive strengths linked to equality, by projecting them into a subversion that only despotism can block. Democracy generates an uncontainable state of precariousness and hazard of values and behavior. The inevitability of the historical process from now on collides with a permanent instability of its results. If the constitutional process of centralization has created the revolutionary conditions, the revolution has torn off the long time of stability and has not reconstructed analogous conditions. It has precipitated history into the short time open to the strength of the multitude. Temporality is generally constitutive of constituent power. Now what changes is not the temporal rooting of constituent power, but the quality of time. Short time is opposed to long time, the present is opposed to memory, subversion to tradition. Short time is now the irreplaceable dimension of history. In the negative quality that temporality assumes in Tocqueville, constituent power finally reveals itself in its modernity. Tocqueville's negative quality cannot answer the question of how to terminate the revolution. He gives a first definition of constituent power as intensive and shortened temporality, as an assemblage of alternatives, as unarrestable alternative. Consequently, only despotism can resist constituent power and democracy. Thus with Tocqueville, a tragic episode in the definition of constituent power opens a long and consistent episode in the history of political ideas of the 19th century. Here lies the understanding of the irresistible relation of constituent power and of radical democracy, and an anguished retreating in front of this social tendency. It is here that, on the juridical terrain, the theoretical tangle we often brought to the fore was born, according to which the definition of the juridical and constitutional arrangement must exclude or submit, in a prolix, formal, and inconsequential manner, constituent power. It is here that, with the reactionary interpretation of the French Revolution, a catastrophic interpretation of the modern begins to take shape. Tocqueville is certainly closer to Nietzsche than the authors of the Federalist are. If in the historiography of the French Revolution, done by French historians, Tocqueville is more and more drawn into writing an apology for liberalism, however tired and disenchanted it may be, much more correctly he could be brought near those philosophical currents that, from Burckhardt to Dilthey to von Sybel, make a tragic element of considering the modern of the critique of the French Revolution. But if we probe and develop, interpret and reverse these last readings, there appears a new space of understanding of the concept in Tocqueville, a new, for him irresolvable, but as real as ever, definition of constituent power. A power that, by spreading into the multitude, opens to the task of the unification of the title and the exercise of sovereignty which, in turn, gives back the concept of sovereignty to the activity of the masses, thus secularizing it, subtracting it from separateness, and constituting it as the government of the systems from below, and their creation, by making power humane, by seeing it as temporal dimension, as the resolute activity of multiple temporalities. What the aristocracy had been able to do to unify, consolidate, and develop these multiple functions of power today the multitude must do. Temporality has reversed the scandal represented by the masses in the course of the revolution, that progressive temporality of the event, must now be recognized as permanent condition. Inevitable, irreplaceable horizon. The constructive capability of history here is elevated to the problem of the specific temporality of the event. This is what returns historical constructivity to the subject. Tocqueville's historicism opens a new front of the interpretation. His pessimism does not replace the aperture and the hope of the previous American experience but merely specifies it in the new situation here. In fact, time is opposed to space, and if in Jeffersonian democracy all games seemed possible, in the time of European democracy all the problems are reopened. Tocqueville's pessimism is only the pale surface of an intelligence that poses the problems of the future. There is nothing in the whole of his thought that can hint at an irrationalist, immobilist and reactionary exasperation of the function of aristocracy, nothing that can indicate an eternalization of this function. Nothing that draws him close to, or makes us presume Gobineau's disciple in him. In the latter the exaltation of the aristocracy becomes an absolute principle. Aristocracy is transformed into a natural force, into a race, the Christian religion ineffective and impotent, Buddhism a moral perversity, patriotism a Canaan monstrosity, law and justice mere abstractions, art a seducer and prostitute, compassion for the oppressed and pity for the poor sentimental illusions. The list is complete. This is the triumph of the new principle. But neither can we notice any proximity to the new theories of the liberal political space. And this is so for at least two reasons. The first is that in Tocqueville there exists no theory of the political space understood as his contemporaries understand it, that is, as space of representation separated from that of society, or, better, articulated through it according to the exigencies of political mediation. The pale anticipations that democracy in America had produced in this sense are completely inverted but also, and above all, developed, and thus integrated into the new tendency, where the administrative state is seen as the constitutive machine of a democratic society in the grip of contradiction. In Tocqueville the isolation of the state is not the guarantee of civil society, but the motor of a deeper contradiction between the necessity of command and the consequences of the egalitarian processes. The second reason, and a fortiori in Tocqueville there is no idea of a liberal political space, because democracy, far from determining freedom, mixes it with equality, takes away its essential dynamic, and thus makes society enormously fragile. If the concept of democracy is detached from that of the revolution from the point of view of its genesis, it is brought closer to that of despotism through the analysis of its tendency. Already in Democracy in America democracy is described as the limit of the depoliticization of civil society, as the triumph of a generalized conformism when, then, the organization of the state will have gone through the administrative modifications of the old regime and the revolutionary convulsions. Its destiny will be definitely entrusted to an unsolvable tragedy, to the alternative between two equally destructive machines, the revolution and despotism, coexisting, complementary in the concept of democracy itself. To terminate the revolution is at this point a tragic nonsense. Tocqueville's journey into temporality ends in catastrophe. This takes nothing away from Tocqueville's greatness. On the contrary. By proceeding in this way he reopens the problem of constituent power that the historicist interpretative line from Burke to the Romantics to Hegel had tried to neutralize in the long term, or to pacify in the dialectic process. Tocqueville ideologically renews the conception of constituent time, bringing it to an antagonist contradiction. He can do this because he perceives, at the same time, the long dimension of the constitution of the social order of labor, and the intensive dimension of the democratic time of the masses, of the time revolution. He renders to us, in its split, that Rousseauian enigma by which the entire history of the French Revolution is dominated, from the beginning to end. He renders it to us after having seen it in the thousand facets of a broken mirror. He renders it to us by maintaining for us the sound of the breaking. In Tocqueville the long development of the constituent principle, from the indistinct temporality of the Machiavellian verdists to the counterpower of the English revolutionaries, from the American political space to the ontological rooting in the productivity of social labor typical of French revolutionary thought, is thus conclusively reproposed to us, in the form of synthesis and a new problematic. The intensity of the analysis is extraordinary. It provokes the definitive displacement of the concept beyond the possibility of synthesis of being and of movement, and it poses the question on this terrain of interruption. Constituent power could at this point present itself as the concept not simply of a historical crisis, but of a metaphysical one. That is, the conceptual crisis does not seem possible anymore if the concept of crisis does not situate itself on the same level as that of constituting, and the dynamic concept of constituting does not adequately modify the essence of power. No longer, therefore, a power and a constitution, but a constitution of power, only one time, one strength and one strength only. This is the question that negative thought will pose throughout the 19th century. This metaphysical displacement of the concept derives from the insertion of temporality in the definition, as much as, from another perspective, it comes from the fact that only temporality gives the sense of the new productive conditions in which social labor takes place. On the metaphysical terrain temporality means productivity, and productivity means labor. Tocqueville reveals its conceptual crisis, this huge metaphysical displacement that the French Revolution, its constituent men, but above all the movement of the masses, had provoked, historically lived, debated, and suffered. The revolution for a constitution of labor reveals itself as impossible to execute exactly because, in the attempt to realize itself, constituent power had been transferred to the terrain of temporality, implanted on a new ontological substratum. Both reveal a new metaphysical dimension. Here to terminate the revolution will be from now on always impossible. Six. Communist desire and the dialectic restored. Constituent power in revolutionary materialism. Modern capitalism brings to maturity the concept of constituent power by constructing it as the pervasive force of the entire society, as the continuity of a social power that absorbs and configures all other power, state power first of all. In modern capitalism, all the characteristics of constituent power, which a long historical process had been shaping, are powerfully summed up and reorganized. Its ontological rooting, its function as social counterpower, its spatial dimension, and the continuity of its temporal action, all these become the figure of a constituent power that the modern force of industry distributes among the actors of the market and the social subjects, turning each one into a protagonist and turning collective capital into the lycurgus of a radical, pressing, and continuous constitutive process of the world. The world, society, and the state are built ex novo, reshaped, or radically transformed. In modern capitalism, constituent power immediately reveals itself as social strength. The historical trajectory of capitalist development from primitive accumulation to post-industrial society is nothing but a continual process of the subsumption of society under capital, a process in which capital has been insinuated into every relationship and become the connective key of every apparatus, the finality of every initiative. Capitalist development is also the dissemination of powers in productive society, the constitution of a dialectical network that always can or must be brought back to unity and redefinition within command. The modern concept of constituent power can be conceived only on this basis. On the other hand, only on this capitalist actuality, only on this totality of modernity can it be liberated. It is not by chance, therefore, that the one who reveals this figure, this structure, and this nature of modern capitalism, Karl Marx, is also the one who shows in the most radical manner how constituent power runs through this gigantic machine in a contradictory and yet continuous way. After Marx, we can only say that power in capitalist society is held by the one who, day by day, holds constituent power. This Marxian conception of constituent power in capitalist development cannot be found in his so-called political and historical works. In those writings, Marxian subjectivity is most often located in the revolutionary militant, and communist desire becomes tenuous both in utopia and in the immediate political proposition, modeling itself on the movements of the masses. See Chap. Marx really deals with modern constituent power in capital. This is where he confronts the riddle of the originary, constitutive violence of the social and political order. This is a double problem that points on the one side to the identification of founding violence and on the other to its ordering function. Marx makes the crisis that constitutes the concept of constituent power as a concept perennially open on the social and closed on the political the keystone of his reading of the historical process, the ontological epistemology of the social systems, and the schema of the alternatives of the forms of the state. Constituent power is in Marx the dynamic relationship of power and cooperation, the progressive line through which successive syntheses are fixed, from subjects to struggles, from cooperation to command, from command to crisis, and from crisis to revolution. All this is grafted on the materiality of history according to a methodology that, more than any other, can illustrate the concept of constituent power. On the whole, constituent power will appear as the synthesis of necessity and freedom, as the practical point on which the traditional concepts of political thought of force and contract, domination and consent, innovation and revolution come to confront each other, presenting the entire range of the alternatives of modernity. When we enter into the heart of Marx's discussion, we can see that he presents the schema of the concept of constituent power along two vectors or logical schemata that go from accumulation to law. The first is mediated by violence and the second by cooperation. Accumulation is the originary state, dynamic and not idyllic, in which modern society is formed. Law and the state are results of the process. In the middle stand the modalities of development, sometimes separated, sometimes interwoven, or, even better, always dialectically connected even in their difference. The crisis lies in the relationship and alternation between violence and cooperation, but the dialectic does not deny a difference. It is therefore possible for us to follow the two vectors in their relative separation. First of all, then, we need to follow the line that leads from accumulation to violence to law. Constituent power is here the originary exercise of violence by the ruling class. We are at the center of the secret of primitive accumulation, the original sin at the heart of political economy. This is where Marx demonstrates how force and violence are typical phenomena of capitalist accumulation in actual history. It is a notorious fact that conquest, enslavement, robbery, murder, in short, force, play the greatest part. Only political economy does not acknowledge this violence in the tender annals of political economy. The idyllic reigns from time immemorial. Right and labor were from the beginning of time the sole means of enrichment, this year of course always accepted. As a matter of fact, the methods of primitive accumulation are anything but idyllic. Through violence capital has created the conditions of capitalist development, conditions reached through the polarization of the market of commodities. On one side stands the free worker and on the other the conditions of the realization of labor. So-called primitive accumulation, therefore, is nothing else than the historical process of divorcing the producer from the means of production. It appears as primitive because it forms a prehistory of capital, and the mode of production corresponding to capital. Violence is thus the constant element of the process, and it is a violence that is determined in the foundation and the maintenance of the alienation of the worker. The starting point of the development that gave rise both to the wage laborer and to the capitalist was the enslavement of the worker. The advance made consisted in a change in the form of this servitude, in the transformation of feudal exploitation into capitalist exploitation. But violence is not only the starting point. Constituent power is a process that founds new social institutions and new conditions of citizenship, and that at the same time transforms and functionalizes all that it touches, old or new. The spoliation of the church's property, the fraudulent alienation of the state domains, the theft of the common lands, the usurpation of feudal and clan property and its transformation into modern private property under circumstances of ruthless terrorism, all these things were just so many idyllic methods of primitive accumulation. They conquered the field for capitalist agriculture, incorporated the soil into capital, and created for the urban industries the necessary supplies of free and rightless proletarians. Violence is the constituent datum and continuity, fact and organization, effectiveness and validity. It begins to be dressed in juridical forms when it is exercised most intensely. It puts on and off legal garb. Once the expropriation has taken place and accumulation manifests itself in a first capitalist organization of the new mode of production, then the law, the direct expression of the revolutionary violence of the bourgeoisie, takes on a prominent form. The rising bourgeoisie needs the power of the state, and uses it to regulate wages, i.e., to force them into the limits suitable for making a profit, to lengthen the working day, and to keep the worker himself at his normal level of dependence. This is an essential aspect of so-called primitive accumulation. Violence thus constitutes the vehicle between accumulation and right. It has no problem presenting in legal terms, or better, making law a subsidiary element of accumulation. It insinuates itself as master between the direct alienation of the producer and the organization of the mode of production. It celebrates right and law as shock-producing tools in the genetic phase of capital, and then, once the new conditions have been consolidated, violence grants right and law a crucial place. Violence ceases to be immediate and becomes habit. The silent coercion of economic relations sanctions the domination of capital on the worker. The different moments of primitive accumulation can be assigned in particular to Spain, Portugal, Holland, France, and England, in more or less chronological order. These different moments are systematically combined together at the end of the 17th century in England. The combination embraces the colonies, the national debt, the modern tax system, and the system of protection. These methods depend in part on brute force, for instance the colonial system. But they all employ the power of the state, the concentrated and organized force of society, to hasten, as in a hothouse, the process of transformation of the feudal mode of production into the capitalist mode, and to shorten the transition. Force is the midwife of every old society which is pregnant with a new one. It is itself an economic power. Constituent power has become a constituted power, a sort of average level of violence that overdetermines every social relationship. This is the first vector. Violence is constituted as the center of every power and every right, a fortiori as expression of constituent power. We might think of this as a Hobbesian Marx, who defines right as immediate superstructure of violence and as process that refines violence, and thus who reveals the secret of right. The reasoning develops from this starting point, but always within this vector that poses violence at the center of the constructive dynamic of right. Violence fabricates right, but this right that is constructed from violence is cast over reality, history, and the space and time of the world. Certainly, the law is a product of the material relations of production, and only from the standpoint of juridical illusion can it appear that the relations of production are products of the law. Marx adds sarcastically: linguae overthrew Montesquieu's illusory esprit des lots with one word: l'esprit des lots, c'est la propriété. The spirit of the laws is property, n. Certainly, it is absurd to proceed as Proudhon does. He creates his ideal of justice éternelle, from the juridical relations that correspond to the production of commodities. He thereby proves, to the consolation of all good petty bourgeois, that the production of commodities is a form as eternal as justice. Then he turns round and seeks to reform the actual production of commodities, and the corresponding legal system, in accordance with this ideal. What would one think of a chemist who, instead of studying the actual laws governing molecular interactions, and on that basis solving definite problems, claimed to regulate those interactions by means of the eternal ideas of réalité and a finite? Do we really know any more about usury, when we say it contradicts justice éternelle, mutualité éternelle, and other vérités éternelles than the fathers of the Church did when they said it was incompatible with grace éternelle, foi éternelle, and la volonté éternelle de Dieu, n. To forget that violence and domination are the constitutive forces of the system is illusory and hypocritical. It is tantamount to entrusting ourselves naively to the pompous catalogue of the inalienable rights of man. The sphere of circulation or commodity exchange, within whose boundaries the sale and purchase of labor power goes on, is in fact a very Eden of the innate rights of man. It is the exclusive realm of freedom, equality, property, and Bentham. Freedom, because both buyer and seller of a commodity, let us say of labor power, are determined only by their own free will. They contract as free persons, who are equal before the law. Their contract is the final result in which their joint will finds a common legal expression. Equality, because each enters into relation with the other, as with a simple owner of commodities, and they exchange equivalent for equivalent. Property, because each disposes only of what is his own. And Bentham, because each looks only to his own advantage. The only force bringing them together, and putting them into relation with each other, is the selfishness, the gain and the private interest of each. Each pays heed to himself only, and no one worries about the others. And precisely for that reason, either in accordance with the pre-established harmony of things, or under the auspices of an omniscient providence, they all work together to their mutual advantage, for the common weal, and in the common interest. And we could continue to follow Marx's indignation on this point ad infinitum. See, for example, in capitalist development the process develops, and this right constructed in violence is cast over reality. Violence dominates more and more, even with respect to the transformation of the originary conditions of accumulation. In capitalist development, the laws of appropriation or of private property, laws based on the production and circulation of commodities, become changed into their direct opposite through their own internal and inexorable dialectic. The exchange of equivalents, the original operation with which we started, is now turned round in such a way that there is only an apparent exchange, since, firstly, the capital which is exchanged for labor power is itself merely a portion of the product of the labor of others which has been appropriated without an equivalent, and, secondly, this capital must not only be replaced by its producer, the worker, but replaced together with an added surplus. The relation of exchange between capitalist and worker becomes a mere semblance belonging only to the process of circulation. It becomes a mere form, which is alien to the content of the transaction itself, and merely mystifies it. The constant sale and purchase of labor power is the form. The content is the constant appropriation by the capitalist, without equivalent, of a portion of the labor of the others which has already been objectified, and his repeated exchange of this labor for a greater quantity of the living labor of others. In short, originally the rights of property seem to us to be grounded in a man's own labor. Now, however, property turns out to be the right, on the part of the capitalist, to appropriate the unpaid labor of others or its product, and the impossibility, on the part of the worker, of appropriating his own product. The separation of property from labor thus becomes the necessary consequence of a law that apparently originated in their identity. See also. This violence that creates right and law is thus presented as a real and structural force, that is, a constitutive force. Far from confining itself to the form of the process, it spreads and multiplies in the real relation that humans articulate among themselves in the production. It produces the producers. Capital developed within the production process until it acquired command over labor, i.e. over self-activating labor power, in other words the worker himself. The capitalist, who is capital personified, now takes care that the worker does his work regularly and with the proper degree of intensity. Capital also developed into a coercive relation, and this compels the working class to do more work than would be required by the narrow circle of its own needs. As an agent in producing the activity of others, as an extractor of surplus labor and an exploiter of labor power, it surpasses all earlier systems of production, which were based on directly compulsory labor, in its energy and its quality of unbounded and ruthless activity. As soon as a certain sum of money is transformed into means of production, i.e. into the objective factors of the production process, the means of production themselves are transformed into a title, both by right and by might, to the labor and surplus labor of others. The immediate violence of the exploitation and the juridical superstructure become a mediated violence and a structure internal to the productive process. The law, or really, the form of violence, becomes a machine, or really, a permanent procedure of the system, its constant innovation and its rigid discipline. From the world of sovereign violence we have entered the pervasive and customary world of discipline. The capital relation constitutes not only the law but also a new world. It changes humans, increases their productivity, and socializes them. It imposes itself as structure of their existence. This transformation of violence into a structure, of the juridical superstructure into a historical and institutional system, becomes more intense the more the capitalist mode of production develops. In this transformation violence does not disappear but is organized, becoming more and more a violence that orders and transforms reality. Even if that capital's was, on its entry into the process of production, the personal property of the man who employs it, and was originally acquired by his own labor, it sooner or later becomes value appropriated without an equivalent, the unpaid labor of others materialized either in the money form or in some other way. Therefore the worker himself constantly produces objective wealth, in the form of capital, an alien power that dominates and exploits him, and the capitalist just as constantly produces labor power, in the form of a subjective source of wealth which is abstract, exists merely in the physical body of the worker, and is separated from its own means of objectification and realization. In short, the capitalist produces the worker as wage laborer. This incessant reproduction, this perpetuation of the worker, is the absolutely necessary condition for capitalist production. The capitalist process of production, seen as a total, connected process, i.e. a process of reproduction, produces not only commodities, not only surplus value, but it also produces and reproduces the capital relation itself, on the one hand the capitalist, on the other the wage laborer. Accumulation is the conquest of the world of social wealth. It is the extension of the area of exploited human material and, at the same time, the extension of the direct and indirect sway of the capitalist. The capitalist reproduction of society corresponds to increasingly deep and structural forms of violence. The originary expropriating violence of capitalist domination remains a latent potentiality of the system and a constitutive element of its effectiveness. The antithetical social determination of material wealth, its antithesis to labor as wage labor, is already expressed in capital ownership as such, quite apart from the production process. This one moment, then, separated from the capitalist production process itself, whose constant result it is, and as whose constant result it is also its constant presupposition, is expressed in this way that money, and likewise commodities, are in themselves latent, potential capital, i.e. can be sold as capital. In this form they give control of the labor of others, give a claim to the appropriation of others' labor, and are therefore self-valorizing value. It also emerges very clearly here how this relationship has the title to, and the means to the appropriation of, the labor of others, and not any kind of labor that the capitalist is supposed to offer as an equivalent. Originary violence has become entitlement, even though, within this totality, it is no longer originary. In this first constitutive vector Marx unveils the mystery of the relationship between constituted power and constituent power, against which the constitutionalists have long beat their heads. But Marx also goes further. Time and space, their generality and our perception of them, are comprehended in the totality of the capitalist investment of society and in the omnipotence of its constituent power. Indeed, the valorization of capital always takes place in the temporal dimension of presence, even though production time is always greater than working time. This excess is based on the fact that productive capital exists in a latent state in the sphere of production, but always in function of its own effectiveness as presence. This latency or relative inactivity constitutes a condition of the uninterrupted flow of the production process during its circulation time. Capital does not function as productive capital, and therefore produces neither commodities nor surplus value. It remains there, however, latent, anxiously waiting the moment when it will become productive, the moment when the metamorphosis of latency into presence will take place. The tendency of capitalist production to shorten as much as possible the excess of production time with respect to working time is constant, but what capital cannot stand is the limitation of its process of valorization. This acceleration of time toward presence is something like proof of the totality of the originary constitutive act. It reappears here as the presence of a greedy impatience to reduce all to the foundation. Industrial capital is the only mode of existence of capital in which not only the appropriation of surplus value or surplus product, but also its creation, is a function of capital. It thus requires production to be capitalist in character. Its existence includes that of the class antagonism between capitalists and wage laborers. To the degree that it takes hold of production, the technique and social organization of the labor process are revolutionized, and the economic historical type of society along with this. The other varieties of capital which appeared previously, within past or declining conditions of social production, are not only subordinated to it and correspondingly altered in the mechanism of their functioning, but they now move only on its basis, thus live and die, stand and fall together with this basis. The capitalist Moloch thus reorganizes space itself, and it breathes to the rhythm of the conquering will to reappropriate everything. This is the vector that leads from accumulation to violence to right, and that defines the first figure of constituent power in its totality and in the force and complexity of its effects. The process of the constituent power of capital, however, is not only radical but also antagonistic. It also presents an alternative. At the same point where violence rules, in the same space and time another process opens, the process of cooperation and of its becoming antagonistic subject. All the passages that the series from accumulation to right has shown us as constructed on violence can be critically reconstructed from the standpoint of cooperation. Cooperation is, in fact, in itself, an essentially productive force. Its position is immediately constitutive apart from the new power that arises from the fusion of many forces into a single force. Mere social contact begets in most industries a rivalry and a stimulation of the animal spirits, which heightens the efficiency of each individual worker. This is why a dozen people working together will produce far more, in their collective working day of hours than 12 isolated men each working for hours, and far more than one man who works days in succession. This originates from the fact that man, if not as Aristotle thought a political animal, is at events a social animal. When the worker cooperates in a planned way with others, he strips off the fetters of his individuality, and develops the capabilities of his species. The productive powers of cooperation grow with its complexity. Association and contact become more and more productive the more complex the conditions of production become, with respect to the volume of the means of production, the number of the cooperating subjects, and the general degree of social evolution. As capital develops, the force of associative productive labor increases at such a rate that it begins to become indistinguishable from social activity itself. We will return to this point later, But we should clarify immediately the form in which the constitutive strength of cooperation unfolds with respect to capital and the vector that constructed right and law. In large part, we need to clarify how cooperation opens constitutive dynamics that oppose the relationship between violence and law. Marx insists on the fact that cooperation is initially constituted by capital. The collective working organism is a form of existence of capital, hence the productive power which results from the combination of various kinds of labor appears as the productive power of capital. Manufacture proper not only subjects the previously independent worker to the discipline and command of capital, but creates in addition a hierarchical structure amongst the workers themselves. Marx sees the realization of this tendency especially in the system of the large-scale factory. The technical subordination of the worker to the uniform motion of the instruments of labor, and the peculiar composition of the working group, gives rise to a barrack-like discipline, which is elaborated into a complete system in the factory, and brings the previously mentioned labor of superintendents to its fullest development, thereby dividing the workers into M.on-wall laborers and overseers, into the private soldiers and the NCOS of an industrial army. In the factory code, the capitalist formulates his autocratic power over his workers like a private legislator, and purely as an emanation of his own will, unaccompanied by either the division of responsibility otherwise so much approved of by the bourgeoisie, or the still more approved representative system. This code is merely the capitalist caricature of the social regulation of the labor process which becomes necessary in cooperation on a large scale and in the employment in common of instruments of labor, and especially of machinery. The overseer's hook of penalties replaces the slave driver's lash. All punishments naturally resolve themselves into fines and deductions from wages, and the law-giving talent of the factory lycurgus so arranges matters that a violation of his laws is, if possible, more profitable to him than the keeping of them. Consequently, cooperation itself insofar as it is ruled by capital seems to become something independent and to be concentrated in command against the concrete cooperation of the workers and its productive strength. This dialectic of capital, however, does not come to a happy resolution but becomes more contradictory and untenable the more complex cooperation becomes. In fact, although command has been historically linked to associative labor in such a way that it appears that the contractum subjection as issues directly from the contractum unionize, in the capitalist system this relationship is configured in a specific way that reveals its proper antagonistic content. By making the power of command and thus also the juridical sphere increasingly independent as the process of socialization of production proceeds, capitalism destroys the relationship, determines its conditions of rupture, and prepares the liberation of cooperation from its antagonist link to capitalism. Up to this point, however, we are still on the terrain of possibility, an extremely important but limited terrain and only partially relevant to the thematic of constituent power. Productive force linked to cooperation in fact only seems to be able to break itself away by following the negative path of the capitalist capacity of organization. This is a destructive strength that is more revolutionary than it is constituent. This is not the only terrain of Marx's analysis. In another sense, in the very moment when the antagonism of the relations included in capital builds up to the point of rupture, Marx follows the physiology proper to the subject worker or, better, the mechanisms through which productive cooperation becomes a political subject and its productive strength becomes constituent power. Marx develops this theme in the sections of Capital in which he studies English factory legislation and the struggles against the excessive length of the working day volume, chaps. Command and working cooperation, the collective capitalist and the collective worker stand against one another. Each expresses its own right against right. We have seen what right and law are for the capitalist. What is the right of the workers? It is an effort of reappropriation against expropriation, and it is the claim that the organization of production can be posed through cooperation, equality, and intelligence. It is the idea that productive strength cannot be alienated but must instead be transformed into a constantly open and developed constituent power. If we were to consider a communist society in place of a capitalist one, then money capital would immediately be done away with, and so too the disguises that transactions acquire through it. The matter would be simply reduced to the fact that the society must reckon in advance how much labor, means of production and means of subsistence it can spend, without dislocation, on branches of industry which, like the building of railways, for instance, supply neither means of production nor means of subsistence, nor any kind of useful effect, for a long period, a year or more, though they certainly do withdraw labor, means of production and means of subsistence from the total annual product. In capitalist society, on the other hand, where any kind of social rationality asserts itself only post festum, major disturbances can and must occur constantly. But, again, this idea of planning is weak. Constituent power, seen from the standpoint of cooperation, seems to stretch between rebellion and a utopia traced on an extreme planned rationalization of the productive process. And yet within these limits of the analysis and the project there is more than rebellion and utopia. What we begin to perceive here is the absoluteness of the cooperative moment as the basis of production and constitution, a conjoined and exclusive basis. Constituent power should not be read only in the totality of the spatial and temporal relations of production and thus a synthesis of the rule, nor should it be seen simply as a radical founding moment. These are the philosophy and the practice of capitalism, and it is not enough merely to invert them formally. Here constituent power is conceived as the inversion of the capitalist sense of the process. This inversion destroys the capitalist dialectic and frees the strength of cooperation. Constituent power becomes the originary absolute of the expression of a productive community, constituted with difficulty but at this point capable of developing freely. On this new basis, the utopian content frees itself from the analysis of the economic process and becomes, so to speak, a hypothesis of materialist research. And it is successful in this new endeavor. The strong result of Marx's analyses of the struggles around the length of the working day and the factory acts consists thus in indicating a new constitutive process, not inside but outside the dialectic of capital and situated in the autonomy of cooperation, that is, in the subjectivity of the working class. Far from presenting itself as indeterminate possibility of a rupture and as vague utopian projection, constituent power founded on cooperation becomes a material force as soon as the gradual upsurge of working-class revolt had compelled Parliament compulsorily to shorten the hours of labor. The most strictly economic analyses of capital are the ones that, not paradoxically, sketch the new theory of constituent power and define the formal conditions of the antagonistic process that emanates from cooperation. These antagonisms are far from being resolved by fixing the equilibriums of production as it has appeared for too long to many of his interpreters. Marx in fact analyzes the relationship between production and reproduction as a process in which the subjects capital and labor are not merely dialectically separated and therefore reunited but they progressively separate more and more and thus run counter to each other. The cycle of total social capital in its various transformations is not the result of a merely formal change of position belonging to the circulation process, but rather the real transformation which the use form and the value of the commodity components of the productive capital have undergone in the production process. This means that, in reference to the total social capital and the value of its product, the transformation of one portion of the product's value back into capital, the entry of another part into the individual consumption of the capitalist and working classes, forms a movement within the value of the product in which the total capital has resulted, and this movement is not only a replacement of values, but a replacement of material, and is therefore conditioned not just by the mutual relations of the value components of the social product but equally by their use values, their material shape. All this means that, far from closing within itself, the dialectical process opens and that its constitutive elements attain full autonomy. Elsewhere Marx wrote with regard to this same point. In this circulation, capital constantly expels itself as objectified labor, in order to assimilate living labor power, its life's breath. Now, as regards the worker's consumption, this reproduces one thing, namely himself, as living labor capacity. Because this, his reproduction, is itself a condition for capital, there the worker's consumption also appears as the reproduction not of capital directly, but of the relations under which alone it is capital, but insofar as capital is a relation, and, specifically, a relation to living labor capacity, to that extent the worker's consumption reproduces this relation. This passage indicates the formal possibility of the autonomy of the cooperation of living labor. Once he defines this formal possibility, Marx can state the way in which the various components of the total social capital, of which the individual capitals are only independently functioning components, alternatively replace one another in the circulation process both with respect to capital and to surplus value, is thus not the result of the simple intertwining of the metamorphoses that occurs in commodity circulation, and which the acts of capital circulation have in common with all other processes of commodity circulation, but rather requires a different mode of investigation. Capital. This different mode of investigation has to be able to grasp the separate dynamics of the conflicting subjects, no longer simply revealing the conditions of their separation but their reality. Since we have seen at length what this means on the terrain of command, it is now time to analyze it on the terrain of cooperation. Here constituent power is the power of living labor, which wants to subtract itself from expropriation and seeks its enjoyment for itself, as cooperation, as social living labor. This process of self-valorization is presented as an unsatisfied tension toward enjoyment, which wants to subtract itself from the block that capitalist objectification tries to impose, and in this operation of self-subtracting, in this process, constitute itself. Antagonism is founded but not exhausted. On the contrary, it opens new paths of constitution within the relationship of exploitation. The most extreme form of alienation, wherein labor appears in the relation of capital and wage labor, and labor, productive activity appears in relation to its own conditions and its own product, is a necessary point of transition and therefore already contains in itself, in a still only inverted form, turned on its head, the dissolution of all limited presuppositions of production, and moreover creates and produces the unconditional presuppositions of production, and therewith the full material conditions for the total, universal development of the productive forces of the individual. Grundrisse. At this point, within the theoretical framework of the critique of political economy, the analysis can come back to the phenomenology of class struggle and see how its constitutive process passes from the formal possibility to the rupture of the process of domination and finally to the open expression of mass constitutive subjectivity. This is where Marx's analysis gives a direct definition of constituent power, where it sees capitalist production arrive at the production of the social individual, which appears as the great foundation stone of production and of wealth. Grundrisse. As its constitution develops, this subject becomes the explosive element that will blow this foundation sky high, that is, destroy capital's ability to rein back and regulate the subject's antagonism in a unitary and repressive relationship. The more this contradiction develops, the more does it become evident that the growth of the forces of production can no longer be bound up with the appropriation of alien labor, but that the mass of workers must themselves appropriate their own surplus labor. Constituent power is that which, through cooperation, frees social living labor from all domination. It is the constitution of this liberation. It is filled up with content by developing this process of liberation of productive content, living labor. This process is thus not tautological but always creative. This process, in the first place, creates crisis, as we have already seen. But this crisis that the processes of the socialization and concentration of capital necessarily determine is itself creative. The concept of constituent power is always the concept of a crisis, but in the opening of crisis and in the crisis of the realities that it involves the becoming objective of power, exploitation, and expropria. Stands also the creative element of liberation. Living labor is this same concept of crisis and constitution. Living labor is constituent power that opposes constituted power and thus constantly opens new possibilities of freedom. Constituent power determines, according to the rhythm of living labor, the space of social cooperation pushed to the point of a communist redefinition of all activities and all interdependencies. It also determines the open time of the destruction of exploitation and the development of liberation. Living social labor takes the place of the capitalist mise en forme of the social totality. It becomes the absolute protagonist of history. A radical inversion takes place. All that constituted power codifies, constituent power frees. But neither this reversal nor this freedom is defined as a movement between homologous terms. There is no homology, no mechanical inversion, and no negative freedom in this displacement of the sense of history. This inversion is not something that happens between homologous elements, even opposite ones. It is an inversion that liberates creative force and that no longer defines the opposite as negative but only as residue. The dialectic is over. In Marx, constituent power is the real movement of communism. We know how difficult it is to find in Marx a complete definition of communism. In his materialist methodology, the only kind of anticipation allowed is the one that moves in the rhythm of the tendency. This is therefore a radical refusal of utopia and a limitation of his research on the contemporary historical limits of capitalist development. This explains the prudence of Marx's definitions of communism, and at the same time it helps us to understand that communism is nothing but an activity and therefore an opening. A radical practical act that connects freedom to desire, desire to sociality, and sociality to equality. The theory of constituent power here becomes the theory of a practice of liberation, desire, socialization, and equality. A practice as intense as Machiavelli's practice of rupture, as socially rooted as Harrington's counterpower, as extensive as the American practice of space, and as educative as the time of the French revolutionary masses. Finally, it is as powerful as constituted power, that inversion of constituent power into a practice of expropriation and objectification that modern capitalism has shown us. Marx brings to an end a historical cycle of definition of constituent power, and he does so without any illusion about constituted power. He calls on constituent power to be a strength completely free from power. All political upheavals perfected this machine of the state instead of smashing it. We call communism the real movement that abolishes the present state of things. Between these two propositions stands the new sense of constituent power and its reduction to a conscious, innovative, free, and egalitarian social activity. But is this not the profound tendency that has always run throughout the development of the concept in the various eras and episodes that we have followed? Marx's coherent exposition brings this development to an end. The concept of constituent power is the practice of liberation. Marx eliminates from this concept every disempowered aspect that historical experience has encrusted on it and plants the concept of constituent power firmly in the creative ontology of being. With Marx, constituent power is fixed in the dimension of living labor, as producer of being and freedom. But we should be clear about this. When we speak of constituent power as liberated labor, we are not flirting with idealist positions that lead the distinction between strength potenza and power /potere toward the space of pure subjectivity or pure objectivity. Marx's problem is materialist and ontologically grounded so that there is a continuous and uninterrupted relationship between strength and power, constituent power in the mode of production, the process of liberation and the institutional horizon. The Marxian subjectivization of constituent power is objective. The materialist paradox consists in continuously rooting the subject in material activity with no possibility of interruption. This methodological principle is not without fundamental consequences. Being in materialism means conceiving constituent power as determinate practice both of destruction and of creation. It means confronting the determinate conditions and depths of the historical passages. The adequacy of Marx's definition of constituent power derives from the fact that its subjectivization emerges from the critique of labor, the critique of that collective, everyday activity that constitutes and constructs the worldly reality of existence. Marx's subjectivization of constituent power does not detach it from reality but shows that all reality is production or, better, it demonstrates the continual bifurcation of strength and power in a sphere that is totally material. But the decisive argument that guarantees both the irreducible materialism of the Marxian concept of constituent power and its creative strength is the reduction of the social and the political. This is an irresistible and ineluctable reduction. The insufficiency of the definitions of constituent power that have preceded Marx's definition was demonstrated by the fact that the political appeared as a space relatively independent from the social. This is unthinkable in Marx, not only because the concept of labor is an inseparable essence but also because only in the interaction of the social and the political does the human world take shape, an interaction that the separation of the political from the social destroys. The separation of the political is an idealist operation, a political rupture, a moment of exploitation and expropriation. To the extent that capital closes the entire society in its economic, political command, this little materialist truth that constituent power is an inseparable social and political activity assumes an ever greater importance. Class-based social movements, before and after Marx, have given extraordinary demonstrations of this fundamental truth. Not the invention of the social by the state but the self-making of the working class has characterized contemporary history. All of modern history has been characterized by the impossibility of distinguishing the social from the political in the exercise of constituted power by the subordinated classes. Not one episode of the rebellion that for several centuries has counterpoised capital and proletariat has been safe from the common process of the social and the political that the proletarian class has imposed with a violence adequate to the importance of what was at stake. The abolition of the political as a separate category is nothing but the definitive hegemony of constituent power, of creative free labor. Constituent power does not eliminate the political but makes it live as a category of social interaction, in the entirety of human social relations and in the density of cooperation. Marxian materialism is reaffirmed in today's supposed utopia of the end of politics, which only means bringing it back to constituent power and bringing constituent power back to living labor, which in turn means denouncing the mystification of any conception that wants to give different images and formally independent categories of the social and the political. The category of the political, as independence or as relative autonomy, is celebrated only to block, order, and dominate the omnipotence of living labor. The category of the political is part of constituted power. When we consider its activity in the context of capitalist development, the maturity of the Marxian concept of constituent power as founded on cooperation and on living labor and always from the standpoint of the inseparability of the social and the political is revealed even more clearly. In this context, which is our contemporary reality, the capitalist subsumption of social labor in the entire society is by now realized. But this means that social life has become immediately productive, that the sphere of labor corresponds to that of the political, and that economic rights and social rights coincide in any concept of citizenship. Whereas classical politics configured the political according to social orders and modern politics configured it according to representation, In the post-industrial era, politics can only be configured as the universality of the social relations of cooperation. The social that dominated the classical age and the political that dominated modernity have both come to an end, and the social-political inseparability of citizenship takes over. This identification of living labor and citizenship completes and extends the Marxian tendency. Constituent power becomes more and more the public subjective right of each person, a constituent power realized on the socio-economic terrain as much as the political one, without one becoming hegemonic over the other. We will return to this point in the final chapter. Lenin and the Soviets, the institutional compromise. When constituent power meets Lenin's revolutionary practice, we can see a first substantial limitation of the Marxian approach. The relation between the Soviet of the end revolutions and the constituent power of the masses is posed problematically, sometimes elaborated in polemical terms and sometimes open in an innovative way, but finally closed in the perspective of the party dictatorship. In all of Lenin's experience, however contradictory it was, the opening of the theme of constituent power nonetheless prevails over the sectarian and bureaucratic closure that will be characteristic of post-Leninism. It is thus important to follow carefully this crucial experience, Lenin and the Soviets. It provides us with a series of initial solutions to the problems posed not only by the Russian Revolution but the entire history of the modern industrial system. In his analysis of the Soviet, Lenin assumes first of all a theoretical point of view. The tradition of proletarian struggles offers a great number of council experiences. The councils had marked the highest moment of the proletarian organization in the most acute phases of the revolutionary struggle. They were the direct expression of the exploited class, rooted in that class and organized in radically democratic forms, and fruit of the revolutionary struggle. In particular, the tradition offered at least three typical models of Soviet organization: the council as directive organ of the revolutionary struggle, the councils of soldiers in the English Revolution, the council as representative of the interests of the proletariat in the structure of bourgeois republic and power, the Luxembourg Commission, and the Communard Council as class organized in state power. The analysis and the ideological projects of socialist theoreticians had been based on these examples. It was no accident that anarchic populism had exalted these examples of the council moment of the mass management of the struggles, up to the utopia of a federalism of the barricades, whereas the Proudhonian tradition rediscovered in the democratic radicalism of the councils the foundation and decorum of the pluralist ideology. As for Marx, he had only irony for the uselessness of any institutionalization of the councils, and, in general, for a proletarian self-government in the world of capitalist production. The Committee of Luxembourg appeared to him as a socialist synagogue, which it was, and he thought the project of a democratic organization of labor was simply a support for the capitalist organization of labor, and thus nothing but a sign of immaturity and political impotence. But in the same text, The Class Struggles in France, he already arrives at the definition of the relation between the struggle of the working class and the political movement of capital. Beyond the mystifying effect of the reformist institution, there is the fact that the proletariat had won it as a concession from the bourgeoisie. The workers imposed the bourgeois republic, and the February Republic was forced to proclaim itself a republic surrounded by social institutions. The result, in the very moment when the proletariat has imposed, is dissolved and gradually becomes the substance of the reformism of capital. For the proletariat this is now nothing but the new starting point for a workers' struggle at a higher level. It is our interest and our task to make the revolution permanent, until all more or less possessing classes have been forced out of their position of dominance, until the proletariat has conquered state power, and the association of proletarians, not only in one country but in all the dominant countries of the world, has advanced so far that competition among the proletarians of these countries has ceased, and that at least the decisive productive forces are concentrated in the hands of the proletarians. Only in this framework, therefore, can a Marxian rediscovery of council power be justified. And the history of the Paris Commune verified this hypothesis. Its true secret was this. It was essentially a working-class government, the produce of the struggle of the producing against the appropriating class, the political form at last discovered under which to work out the economical emancipation of labor. The revolutionary power of the working class is configured in the continuity of the struggle, and only in that continuity, as its product. There should be no indulgence, therefore, with respect to utopian positions, but, rather, an affirmation of the councils as organizations of struggle in the permanent process of the workers' revolution that is the initial figure of revolutionary class government. Lenin's interpretation of the council tradition integrates and validates Marx's discussions. Lenin does right assume the truth of Marx's interpretation from a doctrinaire point of view. Its theoretical validity must be analyzed and proved. Lenin's is a singular revolutionary pragmatism that seeks, given the scientific investigation of the specific conditions of the revolutionary movement in Russia, to illustrate the theoretical lessons of the classics through a series of strategic and tactical determinations. We should first look at Lenin's analysis of the revolution. The peculiar feature of the Russian Revolution is that in its social content it was a bourgeois democratic revolution, but in its methods of struggle it was a proletarian revolution. It was a bourgeois democratic revolution since the aim toward which it strove directly and which it could reach directly with the aid of its own forces was a democratic republic, an 8-hour day and the confiscation of the immense estates of the nobility, all the measures achieved almost completely in the French bourgeois revolution and at the same time the Russian Revolution was also a proletarian revolution, not only in the sense that the proletariat was the leading force, but also in the sense that the specifically proletarian means of struggle, namely, the strike, was the principal instrument employed for rousing the masses and the most characteristic phenomenon in the wave-like rise of decisive events. On one side there was an extraordinarily backward economic situation that made a bourgeois revolution inevitable. On the other, there was as extraordinary a degree of political maturity and aggressiveness of the proletariat that made its hegemonic function possible in the revolution. Lenin's position on the revolution in Russia, and consequently on the revolutionary organization of social democracy, is taking shape in the continual confrontation of these two terms. Given the degree of development of Russian capital, the revolutionary objectives of a radically democratic management of capital can be thus assumed by the proletariat and by the industrial working class as its leader only on the condition, however, that the party is independent in its direction, hegemonic. This condition transforms the character of Plekhanov's analytical premise and dissolves its economist residues. The Menshevik affirmation of the necessarily bourgeois character of the ongoing revolutionary phase, the programmatic deductions about the type of political organization of the Russian proletariat, the implications of the democratic function that once a bourgeois republic is achieved would be the role of the proletarian organizations, all these are transformed by Lenin's definition of the relation between democratic revolution and workers' struggle, and by the subsequent definition of the structure and the tasks of the party. The interest of the working class is in fact only occasionally, even though necessarily, tied to the aim of a democratic bourgeois revolution. Therefore it must be guaranteed that the absolved alternative function can be soon overcome in the further stages of its progress toward communism. As already seen in Marx, the relation between objective determination of the movement and the general meaning of the revolutionary struggle is all resolved in favor of the second. And Lenin's theoretical and practical struggle to emphasize and impose practically these objectives and the relative organizational conditions on Russian social democracy has this same meaning. This leads back directly to the indications contained in the address to the Central Committee of the Communist League. Such an approach to the strategic and organizational problem of the revolutionary movement in Russia has direct implications when Lenin confronts the problems of the mass organizations, that is, the problems that pertain to the form of organization of alliances that, according to the plan of the democratic revolution, are the necessary premises for the development of the movement, even though we should not jeopardize but, rather, favor the uninterrupted development of the struggle toward more advanced aims. Now, the mass organizations, as well as the entire movement, must be directed by revolutionary social democracy and destroyed by it insofar as, in the course of the movement, the democratic aims of the revolution are in their turn realized and overcome. When this is not possible, social democracy will negate the function exercised by such organisms, even if they are mass and popular organizations. Their inevitable destiny, once they are excluded from the permanent action of the workers' struggle and the direction of its avant-garde, will be that of joining in the development of capital and becoming in the best hypothesis useful tools for its reform. Hence, Lenin's suspicious and fiercely polemical attitude from the beginning. Hence his bitter denunciation of all the forms of mass organization that tend to become institutional outside of the revolutionary process and that therefore must subordinate the permanent and real aims of the class movement to the organizational ends assumed by social democracy. Nor are the Soviets an exception. In fact, if Lenin correctly defines them, since their first appearance, as mass organizations, democratic organizations, a million times more democratic than any bourgeois democracy, their function will be assessed according to the general strategic and tactical criteria of revolutionary social democracy. This is how Lenin affirms the Soviet as an instrument of proletarian struggle, and in it Lenin's discourse will gradually prefigure the organization of the dictatorship of the proletariat, at least insofar as the Soviets can be ruled hegemonically by the independent organization of the working class. When these originarily and radically democratic instruments deviate from the project of a revolution without end, and when the revisionary forces tend to make them function within the political dialectic of capital, at least insofar as such forces succeed in their intent, then Lenin unleashes a polemic against the mystification of these organisms and proposes the sacred sectarian alternative: either the liquidation of the Soviet as reformist instrument or its conquest of the movement as moment of revolutionary organization. It is immediately clear that Lenin reads the concept of constituent power in Jacobinist terms, and that the legitimacy of its practice is exclusively attributed to the party. The Marxian polemic for the permanent revolution has become, without break, apology of the party as the sole bearer of constituent power. But in history things go differently. Let's see how. The working class in struggle in the course of the revolution invented the Soviets. In fact, we can recognize many anticipations of their organization in the history of the Russian working class. Given their fragmentary and inorganic character and the strong and continual autocratic repression waged against them, the movements of the Russian working class, from the first wave of industrialization in the S, had in fact been fundamentally spontaneous. They became mass struggles in the course of the second industrial wave since, and that mass character substantially modified the spontaneous characteristics of the movement and restructured it by imposing on it necessary forms of self-organization. Thus in this phase strike councils or workers' strike funds are often born. Already in, a strike council organized permanently in the Morozov textile factory in Vyer. In there is the first appearance of the Ivanovo-Voznetsk Council in the textile area around Moscow. Its new formation in will be considered as the official date of the birth of the Soviets. Thus, since the Soviets have their roots in a long tradition of struggles and experiences of the Russian working class, they are consequently intrinsically characterized by them. If the history of the Russian Revolution is the history of the Russian mass strikes, then the genesis of the Soviets is itself internal to this type of struggle, which discovers once again beyond the merging of economic and political elements, through the circulation and succession of ever new forms of management, and in a political structure that has defined step by step the unifying effectiveness of the continual process of the revolutionary working class struggle. This does not mean that does not represent the moment of the true birth of Russian Sovietism. Only now, in fact, the spreading of the struggle in a brief period, its immediately political character at least beginning in October, and the insurrectional forms that it assumes free the Soviet from the extraordinariness of the previous experiences and attribute to it a definitive figure in a fundamentally expansive dynamism. We do not need to mention here the various phases of the revolutionary struggles that grow continuously from January until October to December. The insurrectional action, which took place mostly in Moscow and its surroundings, where between May and July were born the Soviets of Ivanovo-Voznetsk, Kostroma, and the Moscow printers, spreads to the other zones, and in October, it reaches St. Petersburg, where the local Soviet is constituted the 13th day of that month. The Soviet came into being as a response to an objective need, a need born of the course of events. It was an organization which was authoritative and yet had no traditions, which could immediately involve a scattered mass of hundreds of thousands of people while having virtually no organizational machinery which united the revolutionary currents within the proletariat, which was capable of initiative and spontaneous self-control, and most of all, which could be brought out from underground within 24 hours. Recognized by the working class of St. Petersburg, which adheres to the strike, the Soviet of St. Petersburg assumes the leadership of the revolutionary movement. In St. Petersburg it spreads to all the representatives of the capitalist factories of the capital, and it is recognized by the non-labor unions and by the different sections of social democracy. The example of St. Petersburg prompts the organization of Soviets in all the major cities and expands and unifies the movement everywhere. In Siberia the first Soviets of soldiers are born. The Soviets, mass labor organizations formed by responsible and revocable representatives, thus constitute in the last insurrectional phase the center of revolutionary organization. They appropriate the slogans of social democracy for an 8-hour workday and a constituent assembly and fight their democratic battle with proletarian tools. The ambiguity of the relationship which the workers' spontaneity always carries with it between the immediate aims of democratic reform and radical revolutionary refusal is thus represented in the Soviets in a typical manner, the direct product of the workers' spontaneity. Nor could it be different, given the democratic, and not always radically democratic, aims imposed by the level of capitalist development. On the other hand, the form of the workers' self-government is necessarily ambiguous, even though insurrectional, due to the persistence of the institutions and the power of the bourgeoisie, since inevitably, given the backward situation of development of Russian capitalism, there remain wide margins of reformism for the bourgeoisie. The insurrectional form, in fact, is not sufficient to guarantee the effectiveness of the organizational instrument when the content of the demand is still situated on the margins, not so much of the immediate possibilities of the concession of bourgeois power, as of its necessary development. In an exemplary manner, the authority of the Soviets expressed itself in their being at the same time organs of insurrectional struggle and organs of internal self-government of the proletariat. The initiatives and the resolutions of the St. Petersburg Soviet are in this regard very significant. But on the other hand, the destiny of the Soviet rests squarely on the solution of this ambiguity. In fact, two different revolutionary programs result when prominence is given to one moment or the other, the affirmation of one aspect or the other of the structure and function of the Soviets follows two different analytical premises. It is doubtful that the Menshevik slogan of revolutionary self-management had an impact, even a minor impact, on the formation of the Soviets, even the St. Petersburg Soviet. It is certain, instead, that this slogan had been for a long time solidly rooted and now widespread at the Menshevik Conference of April, for example, since it was adequate to the definition of the strategic and tactical aims of that fraction. The fundamental argument was that the backward character of Russian capitalism would keep the proletariat from the immediate conquest, total or partial, of power. Nothing was left but to exploit the situation to construct and strengthen the class party, achieve conditions that would allow its free development, and therefore to build in the articulation of the social and state structures of capital and analogous articulation of instances of revolutionary struggle. It is obvious that the idealization of the strategy of German social democracy played a predominant role in this schema and that it exercised an important theoretical influence on Menshevism. Apart from this, however, what was determining in the definition of the Menshevik strategy was the type of relation fixed in terms of an almost mechanical identification between the growth of the subjective and objective elements of the revolutionary process, between the undoubtedly correct recognition of its material conditions and the awareness of the class movements, which was entirely subordinated to the first recognition and perhaps too disenchanted. From this point of view, the ripening of the economic material conditions for the passage to socialism implied the parallel, mechanical ripening of subjective forces. Social democracy had precisely to recognize and follow this process. If we should talk of proletarian dictatorship, then we should have talked of it as dictatorship of the majority, of the enormous majority of the people. Now, this situation had to be attended to prepare it was only the guarantee that, after overthrowing Tsarist autocracy, there would have been created the conditions of the autonomous political growth of the proletariat in its autonomous party and union organizations, a growth meant to determine the passage to socialism. The democratic, majoritarian, yet peaceful passage still remained secondary. It seems to the Mensheviks that the Soviets fit this pattern perfectly. They prefigured a widespread fundamental process of democratic organization and found it in the moment of highest revolutionary tension, in the fight against autocracy, so that beyond this limit they can verify the presumed hypothesis with all the prestige and force that comes to them from having won their first revolutionary victory. The affirmation of the commune as dictatorship of the majority and as an instrument of revolutionary self-management from which the program of democratic self-management is extrapolated is characteristic of the Mensheviks in this year. Even to the Bolshevik base organizations, the birth and the spreading of the experience of the Soviets seem at times to verify the Menshevik program. There is a widespread attitude or suspicion that the Soviets reproduce irresponsible, chaotic, and irrecuperable forms of labor organization, or in any case incompatible with the organization of the party. There is an attitude that polemically undermines the Soviets, which they want reduced to simple union organizations. In St. Petersburg, where the memory of the workers' organizations of Gapon is still fresh, they even come to the point of proposing the boycotting of the Soviet. Only Trotsky's intervention of Krasin succeeds in warding it off. And this attitude spreads from the center to the periphery. The Bolsheviks remain, except in rare cases, foreign to the formation of the Soviets. In fact, the revolutionary councils that Lenin had proposed as instruments to impose insurrection and achieve the aim of the provisional revolutionary government shared few traits with the Soviets. In the former, the ruling function of the party is absolutely clear. Precisely because of the direct action that the party exercises in them, they can simultaneously guarantee the two necessary ends of the insurrection: the development of the permanent revolution and, in it, the development of the movement toward the immediate conquest of power. But in Lenin, the rise and spreading of the Soviets are not interpreted as in any way contradictory with the Bolshevik line. The Soviets are peculiar mass organizations, spontaneous forms, and organizations of the insurrection. They are eminently the fruit of the workers' spontaneity, and spontaneity is not a problem, it is the normal condition of class existence and expression and must be recognized, followed, affirmed and overcome. It is contradictory, instead, to consider the Soviets as organs of revolutionary self-government in the Menshevik sense. That would make spontaneity, the keystone of the insurrection, fall in the worst kind of democraticist utopianism and eliminate the function of the party. While quite correctly condemning a passive boycott, the Iskra contraposes to it the idea of the immediate organization of revolutionary self-government bodies, as a possible prologue to an uprising. With this, the neo-Iskrists would like to cover the country with a network of organs of revolutionary self-government. Such a slogan is absolutely useless. Viewed in the light of the political tasks in general, it is a jumble, while in the light of the immediate political situation it brings grist to the mill of the Ovaboshtnie trend. The organization of revolutionary self-government, the election of their Ruden deputies by the people, is not the prologue to an uprising but its epilogue. To attempt to bring about this organization now, before self-management from which the program of democratic self-management is extrapolated is characteristic of the Mensheviks in this year. Even to the Bolshevik base organizations, the birth and the spreading of the experience of the Soviets seem at times to verify the Menshevik program. There is a widespread attitude or suspicion that the Soviets reproduce irresponsible, chaotic, and irrecuperable forms of labor organization, or in any case incompatible with the organization of the party. There is an attitude that polemically undermines the Soviets, which they want reduced to simple union organizations. In St. Petersburg, where the memory of the workers' organizations of Gapon is still fresh, they even come to the point of proposing the boycotting of the Soviet. Only Trotsky's intervention of Krasin succeeds in warding it off. And this attitude spreads from the center to the periphery. The Bolsheviks remain, except in rare cases, foreign to the formation of the Soviets. In fact, the revolutionary councils that Lenin had proposed as instruments to impose insurrection and achieve the aim of the provisional revolutionary government shared few traits with the Soviets. In the former, the ruling function of the party is absolutely clear. Precisely because of the direct action that the party exercises in them, they can simultaneously guarantee the two necessary ends of the insurrection: the development of the permanent revolution and, in it, the development of the movement toward the immediate conquest of power. But in Lenin, the rise and spreading of the Soviets are not interpreted as in any way contradictory with the Bolshevik line. The Soviets are peculiar mass organizations, spontaneous forms, and organizations of the insurrection. They are eminently the fruit of the workers' spontaneity, and spontaneity is not a problem, it is the normal condition of class existence and expression and must be recognized, followed, affirmed and overcome. It is contradictory, instead, to consider the Soviets as organs of revolutionary self-government in the Menshevik sense. That would make spontaneity, the keystone of the insurrection, fall in the worst kind of democraticist utopianism and eliminate the function of the party. While quite correctly condemning a passive boycott, the Iskra contraposes to it the idea of the immediate organization of revolutionary self-government bodies, as a possible prologue to an uprising. With this, the neo-Iskrists would like to cover the country with a network of organs of revolutionary self-government. Such a slogan is absolutely useless. Viewed in the light of the political tasks in general, it is a jumble, while in the light of the immediate political situation it brings grist to the mill of the Ovaboshtnie trend. The organization of revolutionary self-government, the election of their Ruden deputies by the people, is not the prologue to an uprising but its epilogue. To attempt to bring about this organization now, before arid merely theoretical, now in a phase of the ebb of struggle and of a bourgeois comeback, the danger became instead immediate. This process of the sterilization of the Soviet foreshadowed its elimination, not only as the instrument of struggle but also as an instrument of political representation in democracy. To think that there could have been a different development was to yield to the worst constitutional illusions and to conceive once again, in Proudhonian terms, the Soviet as a constitutive moment of pluralist democracy. And this was twice illusory: first of all with respect to Russian capital, which cannot even imagine forms of popular self-management functional to democratic development, and second, in more general terms, because such constitutionalism, if it were possible, far from changing the power of the bourgeoisie, would merely strengthen it. The Soviets are, in sum, the products and organs of the workers' struggle and cannot be anything else. Outside this way of understanding them there is only utopianism and the betrayal of the struggle, if not pure and simple opportunism. The Mensheviks reject the election of deputies to the Duma, but wish to elect delegates and electors. What for? Is it in order to form them into a People's Duma, or a free, illegal, representative assembly, something like an all-Russian Soviet of workers and also peasants' deputies? Why supply the police with the lists of our representatives? And why set up new Soviets of workers' deputies, and in a new way, when the old Soviet of workers' deputies still exists, for example, in St. Petersburg? This would be useless and even harmful, for it might give rise to utopian illusions that the decadent and disintegrating Soviets can be revived by new elections instead of by making new preparations for and extending the uprising. In November, Lenin had actually hinted at the possibility that the Soviets might assume the function of provisional revolutionary government. Insofar as they had widened their representation and had rooted themselves in the struggle, and in the struggle became recognized as leaders of the people's majority, as in fact happened, Lenin suggested the possibility of making largely representative Soviets function as the basis of the provisional government in place of the Duma, which was itself in any case the fruit of revolutionary struggle. Considering the Soviets as the embryo of the provisional revolutionary government was an integral part of Lenin's scheme. The ambivalence of the spontaneous character of the birth of the Soviet and of the mass and basis democratic elements of its present form can be in fact resolved by this newly assumed function. Even better, in the very moment when the Soviet would assume the functions of a provisional revolutionary government, it would have been dissolved in it. Anticipating a conclusion about Lenin's consideration of the Soviet, we can say that here Lenin begins to define the Soviets as an instrument of proletarian dictatorship. But we mention Lenin's position on the Soviet of November because it confirms, in the parallelism and plasticity that it establishes between the Soviet and the instruments of democratic representation in general, the concept of the Soviet as organ of revolutionary struggle and nothing else. From this point of view, even the Duma, if it is to exist, must paradoxically Sovietize itself, since it too cannot escape the laws of revolutionary struggle that make it its organ. The objective cause for the downfall of the Cadet Duma was not that it was unable to express the needs of the people, but that it was unable to cope with the revolutionary task of fighting for power. The Cadet Duma regarded itself as a constitutional organ, but in actual fact it was a revolutionary organ. The cadets abused us for regarding the Duma as a stage and an instrument of the revolution, but life has fully confirmed our view. The Cadet Duma considered itself to be an organ of struggle against the ministry, but in actual fact it was an organ of struggle for the complete overthrow of the old government. Yet the Duma was not an instrument of workers' power. In fact, all organizations are suitable to carry out the revolutionary task when, formed and sustained by the workers' struggle, they free themselves from the bourgeois democratic content of the revolution. Class struggle and the generality of its revolutionary determination are the fundamental elements of this refusal of the bourgeois democratic content. All the rest is secondary and, in any case, limited. Workers' power is the power of struggle. It is a moment and a stage in the conquest of state power. It cannot be conceived separately from the totality of the movement and, even less, institutionalized outside of it. If then we want to prefer the Soviets to other types of instruments of struggle, this must follow a pragmatic assessment of their effectiveness. The ambiguity of the relation between Soviet as self-government and Soviet as organ of struggle of the proletariat that is established within the relation between democratic struggle and socialist struggle is here fully resolved. Concluding his speech on the Soviets in the First Russian Revolution, Lenin can thus on the one hand exalt the Soviets exactly in their spontaneous capability as organizers of struggle, and on the other warn against their fetishization and the danger of overvaluing them. The role which the Soviets of workers' deputies played in the great October and December days surrounded them with something like a halo, so that sometimes they are treated almost as fetishes. People imagine that these organs are necessary and sufficient for a mass revolutionary movement at all times and in all circumstances. Hence the uncritical attitude towards the choice of the moment for the creation of such bodies, towards the question of what the real conditions are for the success of their activities. The experience of October to December has provided very instructive guidance on this point. Soviets of workers' deputies are organs of direct mass struggle. They originated as organs of the strike struggle. By force of circumstances they very quickly became the organs of the general revolutionary struggle against the government. By the force of events and the transition from strike to uprising, they irresistibly became transferred into organs of insurrection. It was not some theory, not somebody's appeals or tactics devised by somebody, it was not party doctrine, but the force of circumstances that caused these non-party mass organs to realize the need for insurrection and then transformed them into organs of the insurrection. To form such organs in the present circumstances means creating organs of insurrection. To call for the creation of such organs means calling for insurrection. To forget this, or to slur over it before the great masses of the population, would be unpardonable short-sightedness and politics of the worst sort. This being the case, and undoubtedly it is the case, the conclusion to be drawn is quite clear, viz., that Soviets and similar mass institutions are not sufficient for the purpose of organizing the insurrection. They are necessary for welding the masses together, for creating unity in the struggle, for passing on party slogans or slogans advanced by agreement between parties of political leadership, for awakening the interest of, rousing and attracting the masses. But they are not sufficient for the purpose of organizing the fighting forces proper, for organizing the insurrection in the most literal sense of the word. If the Soviet will be in various occasions preferred to other organs of the revolutionary struggle, it will simply depend, we have already said, on pragmatic considerations. The problem is generally considered closed. In the years following, in the process of general strengthening of the tactics and strategy of the Bolsheviks, the discussion on the Soviets therefore seldom reappears. This is confirmation of the believed sufficiency of the pragmatic criterion in a decision about this problem, that is, tied to the tactical contingencies of the insurrection, that in the midst of the counter-revolutionary phase cannot obviously be foreseen. Some premises regarding the effectiveness of the Soviets that were given on the basis of the most recent experience were nonetheless kept in mind. First of all, the fact that the Soviets were mass organizations not yet destroyed by the bourgeois tradition. We could, in fact, very unscrupulously establish an analogy between the functions of the Soviet and those of the Duma as basis and organ of the Provisional Revolutionary Government, but we could not misrecognize the fact that beyond this rather theoretical analogy of functions there was in the genesis, the organizational nature, and the reality of the Soviets a profound and irrefutable originality, which perhaps could be newly deployable for the resumption of open struggle. This fact does not escape Lenin. Sometimes he prefers to be silent about this originality of Sovietism, at least insofar as it seems to him invalidated by anarcho-syndicalism. On the other hand, in the rare and less official occasions in which he confronts the problem during these years, he explicitly wonders, by keeping in mind these facts, if and how Soviets could become centers of revolutionary socialist power. After, however, the problem is not that of further defining the relation between Soviet and party. The problem is now that of keeping the struggle open and relaunching it in a permanent manner. Permanent revolution remains in fact the strategic line of the Bolsheviks. After the democratic revolution we will fight for the passage to the socialist revolution. We are for the permanent revolution. We will not stop halfway. They hoped in and still hope that the revolution in Russia would have given the signal to begin the socialist revolution in Europe. But only the party is suited to this end, and Lenin insists over and over again on the necessity of the autonomy and independence of the party of the proletariat. Beyond the practical problems of the relation with the Soviets in the insurrectional phase, however, Lenin's defense of the Bolshevik view of the party reopened the theoretical problem of this relationship, implicitly if you want, but continually, as moment of the widest discussion on the relation between political direction and mass organisms, and on the alliances of the proletariat in the process of the democratic revolution and, beyond this, toward socialism. It necessarily reopened, therefore, the problem of constituent power. This reopening was unavoidable because this problem is the central, most decisive, and ambiguous one, which is always imposed on workers' theory by effectual reality at that level of capitalist development. Now, the particular form of the debate is determined by the great amount of writings that the Second International produces on the Russian. The Soviets are launched in the international discussion of the workers' movement and thus become, perhaps more than within Russian social democracy, occasion for further thematic investigation and political conflict. Here it is not important to follow the lines of the polemic, particularly its reformist tendencies. It is sufficient to keep in mind two positions, which were similar although somehow antithetical, that of Rosa Luxemburg and that of Leon Trotsky. Lenin's thought can be clarified by comparing it with these two. To Luxemburg the Soviets appear as the living proof of the validity of the theses she proposed earlier around the polemic on the Massenstreik in Belgium. That the living dialectical process makes the organization rise as product of the struggle resulted from the Soviet experience more than from any other possible example. The Russian proletariat, even though politically immature and of recent formation, had learned in the struggle how to impose its own political experience and move to a very high level of procedural organization. All the forces of struggle circulated in it and were constantly once again launched in a continual interchange. In such interchange the nexus between union struggle and political struggle finds a way to achieve a full realization. As for the Soviets, they are represented as propelling elements of this revolutionary procedurality. Their being rooted in the life of the masses carries them completely to movement. Organs of insurrection on one hand and prefigurations of the uninterrupted development of the workers' struggle from democratic radicalism to socialism on the other, the Soviets are the real embodiment of Marxism among the masses. Also in Trotsky the emphasis on the spontaneity of the formation of the Soviets and their democratic radicalism in the life of the masses is extremely strong. These characteristics make the Soviets the typical organization of the revolution because the organization itself of the proletariat will be its organ of power. This concept of dictatorship of the proletariat, directly exercised by the Soviets without the mediation of the party, is the corollary of the affirmation of spontaneity as much as it is the consequence of Trotsky's experience in the Soviet of St. Petersburg, which was executive organ, centralizer of the revolutionary struggle, and, at the same time, instrument of democratic and socialist self-administration of the masses. Trotsky's and Luxemburg's views have, as we have said, some common elements and some that are contrasting or even antithetical. Among these elements we should emphasize in particular the expansive nature of the Soviets in Luxemburg's thought, whereas Trotsky gives privileged attention to the centralizing phase of the revolutionary functions of the Soviets. In the slogan "All Power to the Soviets," in fact he sees prefigured, according to the schema of democratic centralism, both the successive revolutionary movement also in its tactical phases and the fundamental structure of the socialist state. Other elements are shared: the affirmation of spontaneity in the genesis and development of the Soviets, the affirmation of their radical democratic foundation in the life of the masses, and finally, consequently, the theoretical foregrounding of the continuity between democratic struggle and socialist struggle that would be revealed both by the structure and the functions of the Soviets. Lenin refuses both these positions. He has in mind the conditions of the movement in Russia and all the ambiguity presented by revolutionary struggle in the context of a backward capitalism. He does not rhapsodize over the forms that the struggle can assume but, rather, subordinates this consideration to the concrete determinations that result from it for workers' science. What can the theory of the organization process mean in the Russian situation? Simply the return of the movement to generic popular positions? That would present a danger and an obstacle to the irresistible will to create an autonomous revolutionary class organization that now and here cannot be but minoritarian. Only this organization can guarantee, as an institutional end to the organization itself, beyond the conditions determined by the present democratic phase of the movement, the conquest and the destruction of autocratic or democratic bourgeois power. And in the affirmation of the democraticism of the Soviet does not the danger of subordinating the hard work of organizing the party to a simple prefiguration of the future take root, the danger eliding its necessary function as avant-garde in the illusion of an entirely utopian revolutionary unanimity? Certainly, neither Luxemburg nor Trotsky would have accepted, and they did not accept, such criticisms. In the writings of both the affirmation of the executive function of social democracy does not seem ever to vanish. On the other hand, they had good reasons, in the midst of the polemic, to accuse Lenin of ultracentrism in his concept of the party, maintaining that from such a point of view he was inclined to undervalue programmatically every potential element of democratic life and the basis of revolutionary organizations. And on Luxemburg's side such accusations will assume, after, a strong polemical vigor. But doubtlessly Lenin's discourse revealed the substance of the description and the consequent theory of the Soviets proper to Luxemburg, and Trotsky and Lenin's polemic, which was in this respect extremely pertinent, recognized a theoretical overestimation and a fundamental strategic error both in the expansive model of the former and the intensive model of the latter. The overestimation consisted, according to Lenin, in entrusting to spontaneity functions that did not belong to it. It might well be that spontaneity plays an eminent role more than once Lenin the Romantic and anarchist had acknowledged and celebrated it, but not always and not automatically. If there is a rationality of the spontaneous history of the struggles, it is either capital or class that determines its most aware or political qualities. And the party is all here a class-based party that recuperates from the spontaneity of the struggles the workers' nostalgia for an alternative organization, and that structures class autonomy and consciously plans its expressions. This is an avant-garde party. Always avant-garde, because it permanently goes beyond the material limits that the capitalist structure imposes on class movement. Party is constituent power. And hereafter the overestimation, however motivated, of spontaneity. Lies the frank error of Luxemburg and Trotsky considering the revolutionary process a continuity that does not find any solutions, in particular, solutions between economic demands and political demands. Yes, Luxemburg and Trotsky had beaten, in a classical manner, the reformism of the workers' movement and international social democracy, and they had demystified it in each of its aspects, but now, and even more so, the more the situation and the occasions of struggle were backward, also the reformism of class movements had to be beaten. The party was born and functioned for this reason. Therefore the dyad class autonomy class organization could not in any moment be broken. By autonomy we mean, negatively, to isolate class from the people and the workers' class struggle in its permanent necessity of overcoming the given material limits from the concrete tactical determinations of the movement, positively, to impose the problem of its organization. Without autonomy there is no organization, and this, in Lenin, was posed against any theory of democratic organization. Without organization, though, class autonomy is always episodic and risks being crushed above all, at a backward level of capitalist development by the reformism of capital and within the wide margins that are conceded to it. It is therefore defeated as workers' struggle. And this in Lenin was held against any hypothesis of process organization. And the Soviets? Only the party can decide how to use them. It is not a matter of undervaluing the typical instrument that spontaneity has offered to the revolution, but situating and affirming it in the tactics and strategy of the party, of constituent power. Keeping in mind these premises, we must assess Lenin's theoretical and tactical judgment on the Soviet sin. This is a central moment because this is precisely the moment of the Leninist revolutionary compromise. This is a compromise in the very concept of constituent power, between Soviet and party, and in the ambiguous synthesis between the Marxian concept of living labor and Lenin's concept of the party as supreme mediation of the movement of the masses. Now, the first aspect of Lenin's judgment on the immediate spreading of the Soviet sin is his great emphasis on the spontaneity of this phenomenon. The Soviets arose without any constitution and existed without one for more than a year from the spring of to the summer of. It must immediately be recognized that such affirmation of spontaneity is all but generic and populist. Since the beginning, Lenin defines the spontaneous development of proletarian organization as a specific and characterizing element of the class situation and uses this affirmation as the occasion to define the nature and dynamic of the revolution. The Soviets are not important for us as forms. What interests us is of which class they are the expression. Nor is he interested, as Plekhanov was, in seizing the movement of the creation of the people in the revolution but, rather, in fixing in the Soviets the expression and the immediate political form of the class insubordination to the general experience of exploitation. It was objectively inevitable that the imperialist war should have immensely accelerated and extremely intensified the class struggle of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie. It is objectively inevitable that it shall be transformed into a civil war between hostile classes. The Soviet is the spontaneous product of this situation, the embryo of a workers' government, the representative of the interests of the poor masses of the population as a whole, i.e., of 9/10 of the population, and is striving for peace, bread and freedom. Since the beginning of the war, Lenin had foreseen this intensification of class struggle, and his activities within the Second International were the result of this foresight. During the war, on the basis of his forecasts, he had fiercely attacked all the attempts at making the working class in the factory co-responsible for the war production and had refused to accept, in exchange, the factory constitutionalism that the opportunists of the Duma promised. This was the moment to verify his analysis. His forecast proved correct at the highest level of revolutionary insubordination. Spontaneous is thus the constitution of the Soviets as the center of militant insubordination of the proletariat to the exploitation by capital, which in the imperialist war has reached simultaneously its apotheosis and its limit. The assessment and the consequent affirmation of spontaneity offer thus the basis for the definition of the very high degree of development of the revolutionary consciousness of the Russian working class, and the material conditions of the political planning of the passage from the first to the second phase of the revolution. This definition of spontaneity is not surprising. It is not really contradictory but, rather, a necessary, if not sufficient, element in the political design of the proletarian revolution. We have seen how such method is typically Leninist. What changes is only the intensity of the definition. Spontaneity here has grown to the point of being the embryo of the revolutionary government. It is so self-aware to allow the passage to the construction of socialist power. Since Lenin had described the process of worker spontaneity as the growth to a higher and higher level of mass revolutionary consciousness, here the process reaches its acme. Spontaneity defines the situation and materially conditions its extremely advanced developments. Here also falls away the supposed contradictoriness of the judgment and consequent tasks that Lenin gives to the Soviets in with respect to his previous assessments. Once again the new configuration of the nature and tasks of the Soviets derives from the definition of the level reached by spontaneity, which is in turn an expression of the level reached by the class antagonism, and from the connected planning of the leap beyond the first phase of the revolution. The April theses, developing the indications of the letters from afar, acknowledge in the Soviets of the workers' deputies the only possible form of revolutionary government, not a parliamentary republic. To return to a parliamentary republic from the Soviets of workers' deputies would be a retrograde step, but a republic of Soviets of workers, agricultural laborers and peasants' deputies throughout the country, from top to bottom. From organ of the insurrection to organ of the insurrection and power of the proletariat, this transformation of the function of the Soviet derives therefore from the real, material development of the revolutionary ends. Lenin believed they had to be able to complete and correct the old formulas, the old Bolshevik formulas, because they have proven to be correct in general but their concrete application had given different results. The fact is that the mechanism of the permanent revolution had found a new terrain, a more advanced perspective to follow. To the old Bolsheviks who rely on the formulas of, Lenin responds with the analysis of try new situation of. The party must be able to grasp the new situation pragmatically. There is thus no contradiction in modifying the tactical indications of the party. There is, if anything, a continual verification of the strategic line and in it the necessary adjustment of intervention. The correct relation between spontaneity and consciousness and between class and organized class movement that the party must establish in any new situation is expressed since February in the affirmation of the revolutionary function of the Soviet and, beyond this, in its theoretical function as foundation of a new type of state. Lenin's analysis exactly recognized the new reality of the Soviets. To the mass success of their birth and their immediate propagation in the first week of the February insurrection and to the proof of their terrific organizational capability, which was expressed in the constitution of an executive committee with executive functions for the entire movement, were added specific political conditions that configured the Soviets in a way profoundly different from, the memory of which, however, still had enormous effects on the genesis of the movement. These political conditions are essentially the undoubtedly socialist political character of the entire movement and the particular definition of its mass character. Different from, the Soviets are really born with the victory of the insurrection. They are not confronting the old autocratic apparatus to be destroyed but, rather, the new government of the bourgeoisie. Therefore, their task becomes immediately socialist. The Soviets define themselves as organs of radical democracy, mass class organs whose task, whatever may be the strategic end of the forces operating in them, is to express an alternative political potential with respect to the power of the bourgeoisie. And also their mass character is modified with respect to not only by the enormous quantitative dimension of the phenomenon and not only by the wide spread of Soviets in the army which arms the Soviets and unifies the political and military organization of the proletariat, but above all by the political radicalization of the masses. This element in the following months will be clarified by the clash between the St. Petersburg Soviet, conditioned at the formal political level by the function of controller of the bourgeois government, and the peripheral Soviets, extremely permeable, instead, and more swept by the radicalism of the masses to further revolutionary movements. Lenin gave this clash his full attention and took advantage of the situation to push the process to its conclusion. As a result of these conditions, the Soviets thus constitute a pole of the so-called dual power, by which some characterize the first phase of the Russian Revolution. We can consider it either as a system of power distribution in a democratic revolutionary phase or as a first result of the development of the permanent revolution towards socialist ends. In the first case, the Soviet will be defined as control organ of revolutionary democracy and therefore simply obliged, negatively, to guarantee against counter-revolutionary resurgences and, positively, to ensure the democratic development of the institutions and the politics of the executive. This is the Menshevik and social revolutionary position founded on the well-known theses about the nature of the revolution in Russia. But even the old Bolsheviks, albeit with many ambiguities, seemed to accept these formulas about the Soviets before Lenin's return. Only the opening of the April crisis, Lenin's return, and the struggle around the theses provoke a first settling in this situation. The personal unity of the heads of the Soviets and the ministry reveals in fact the class direction according to which the bourgeoisie intends to resolve the duality of power and therefore its necessarily contingent character. It is clear that dual power is not a juridical relation that can be institutionalized but a mere relation of force between opposite classes. It is not a constitutional fact but a revolutionary fact, a constituent fact. It cannot but be resolved in the victory of one of the two rivals. Really, we cannot transform the civil war into a component of the state regime. Any conciliatory position, at this point, is impossible and, from the class standpoint, merely opportunistic. The ambiguity of dual power therefore must be confronted and resolved from the workers' standpoint. First of all, the proletarian moment of the antithesis must be emphasized and thus affirmed to the point of founding the dictatorship of the proletariat in its Soviet form. The Bolshevik strategy, which in this first phase implies the dissolution of dual power, is articulated along three lines: strengthening and extending the power of the Soviets, their conquest by the party, and the socialist transformation of the state through the Soviets. The Bolsheviks dedicate themselves to the first task with all the strength of their organizational capability. In the cities, they reconnect the action of the Soviets to the struggle for the 8-hour day, thus accentuating in the slogans the proletarian character of Soviet organization. But above all in the countryside, where they carry forward extremely refined slogans, they contribute to the spreading of Sovietism and the radicalization of the movement. The results of this action will not be delayed. In May, workers and sailors proclaim the proletarian republic in Kronstadt. But simultaneously to these peaks of radicalization, in the same period, the process tends to flow back. Dual power definitely assumes the features of bourgeois power insofar as the Mensheviks and revolutionary socialists accept government responsibilities. At this point the very slogan "all power to the Soviets" begins to appear outmoded, and the peaceful way, which beginning with the first consolidation of the Soviets could be imagined as feasible, becomes entirely illusory. The slogan demanding the transfer of the state power to the Soviets would now sound quixotic, or a sheer mockery. This slogan would virtually be a fraud on the people. It would be fostering in them the delusion that it is enough even now for the Soviets merely to want to take power, or to proclaim it, in order to secure power, that there are still parties in the Soviet which have not been tainted by abetting the butchers, and that it is possible to undo the past. And the real political issue consists in the fact that now power can no longer be secured peacefully. It can be obtained only by victory in a decisive struggle against the real holders of power at the present moment. The real issue is that these new holders of state power can be defeated only by the revolutionary masses of the people, whose movement depends not only on their being led by the proletariat, but also on their turning their backs on the socialist revolutionary and Menshevik parties, which have betrayed the cause of the revolution. Soviets may rise in this new revolution, and are indeed bound to arise, but not the present Soviets, not organs of compromise with the bourgeoisie, but organs of a revolutionary struggle against the bourgeoisie. The June crisis then makes the Bolshevization of the Soviets an immediate necessity. Here we are touching on one of the most characteristic aspects of Lenin's method. Not even now, in fact, is the theoretical relation between Soviet and party modified. On the contrary, as we see once again, in the moment when the Soviets are no longer in the revolutionary movement and when they abandon their conflictive force and settle into democratic development, the party must intervene and bring them back to the class function. After June, in a phase of resurgence of the bourgeoisie, the Soviets are therefore once again reconfigured as organs of insurrection and nothing else. This is the task that they must carry out, and this is the aim of the moment. The events of seem to return. The party and the subjective reorganization become at this point the primary element, because when the relation between revolutionary class and Soviet as its organized expression has ceased, the party intervenes to re-establish a correct relation. The Bolshevization of the Soviets is not at this point simply the attempt to conquer through them the majority, and the majority, in any case, between July and October is one. It is above all the demand to relaunch, in the Soviets and the masses, the revolutionary struggle and radicalize it through the goal of immediate power. The Bolshevik action in the summer succeeds in this. It is the necessary and sufficient premise of October. Lenin's theoretical contribution to the definition of the Soviet is, in these years, no less relevant. The positions assumed in state and revolution, where the Soviet is at the same time considered as organ of the dictatorship of the proletariat and instrument of the communist abolition of the state, are well known. There is no need for us to repeat here the fundamental arguments of that book. Rather, it will be useful to consider the relation that brings it close to Lenin's revolutionary practice, in particular that of Lenin's practice stands in continual counterpoint to the studies on the nature of the bourgeois state and the commune, and on the communist abolition of the state. And on the other hand, it is perhaps legitimate to hypothesize that, without this preliminary further investigation of the problem, the letters from afar and, even more so, the April theses would have never been written. But also, if imperialist war had not so sharpened on the one hand the class struggle in the single countries and on the other the process of rationalization and centralization of the executive power of the bourgeoisie, Lenin's intensive study beginning in of Marx's and Engels's writings as well as Panikkowic's, Kautsky's, and Bukharin's on the problem of the state could have not brought him to recognize in such a radical way the teachings of the classics. Lenin now sees the abolition of the state as the task of the proletarian revolution and as a material possibility at a certain stage of development of class struggle. Apart from these hypotheses, it is nonetheless certain that Lenin's analysis of the complex problem derives, first of all, from his political judgment of the effects, present and future, of the imperialist war. In this phase, in fact, the centralization and rationalization of the powers of the executive, their immediate functionalization, outside any mystification, to pure capitalist ends of mercantile domination, motivate and develop most the perfecting of the bourgeois state machine, which in its classist foundation is a mere instrument of accumulation and exploitation. The imperialist war is like the cross-section and macroscopic exemplification, in addition to being the motor of an extraordinary acceleration, of capitalist development in its political form. Faced with this material development of the structure of bourgeois power, Lenin's program of the transformation of the imperialist war into a civil war opens to the analysis of the problems of the state and the relationship between the victorious class struggle of the working class and the state. The analysis of the development of capital that Lenin attempted in imperialism must now find its correlative at the level of class science. Therefore, in State and Revolution the central object becomes the commentary on the famous pages where Marx poses the relation between worker revolution and reformism, its internal restructuring of the power of capital, and its political machine. Marx concludes all political upheavals perfected this machine instead of smashing it. Now, The internal restructuring of power that the war imposes on the bourgeoisie stretches to the limit its present capabilities of internal reform. In Russia, the last step in the reform in the capitalist order of power is provoked and follows the February Revolution. This proposes now to the workers' struggle an adversary that is already in itself reunified. Thus, beyond this limit, the problem of the destruction of the bourgeois state machine is simply reopened. Thus, beyond this limit, the ambiguous relation, already discovered and theoretically defined by Lenin, between democratic revolution and socialist revolution, dissolves. The dictatorship of the proletariat organized as dominant class does not repeat the reformist development of the modernization of the state functions but, rather, immediately opens the process of abolition. In Lenin the analysis always functions as the direct premise of the revolutionary slogan. The Soviets are therefore entirely absorbed in this theoretical scenario. They constitute that superior form of the state that repeats the experience of the Paris Commune. Therefore, they are not simply the destruction of the bourgeois state machine, rather, they represent the first condition and the first moment in the process of abolition of the state as such. In the third letter from afar of March, this evaluation of the Soviets and the subsequent program, with an explicit reference to the experience of the Commune, is already hinted at. The April theses, the article on dual power, the successive resolutions up until October continually relaunched this program. And the theory seems to support the Bolshevik praxis in the days of October, in which the party destroys any residual democratic slogan to invest the Second Congress of the Soviets with all the power. But what is the relation that ties, at this point, the party and the Soviets? The correct relation, defined and verified by Lenin in the course of his long political battle, was one of subordination of the Soviet to the party, of the mass movement, even though it had come to a high degree of development to the conscious leadership of its avant-garde. Now, notwithstanding any appearance, this relation is practically maintained and imposed in the most acute period of the revolutionary struggle between February and October. It is the party that little by little conquers the direction of the movement. The same conquest of the struggle is the work of the party and not or only in form of the Soviets. But then do the great emphasis that Lenin puts on the Soviets and the model of the Paris Commune have a purely ideological and not scientific meaning? Why then let survive such a utopia at a theoretical level by not recognizing the inadequacy of the Soviets to determine at that level of development the material basis of the dictatorship of the proletariat itself, as well as of the communist process of abolition of the state? In fact, we must immediately say that Lenin's theoretical analysis had by far overestimated the actual level of development of capital and the degree of political formation of the Russian working class. It is not by chance, then, that after the July crisis of the great theoretical emotion that had pushed Lenin to see in the imperialist war the last act of the internal reform of capital and that had pushed him to understand beyond this limit as open the process of reunification of the working class and its avant-garde, and therefore to see as dissolved the ambiguous mechanism of the dualistic growth of the working class is forced to recede when Lenin is faced with such a different experience, and when he recognized that capital has still wide margins of resistance and resurgence for counterattacks against the first worker revolution both within the Russian borders and at an international level. Yet besides this, and in a much more decisive manner, it is the successive development itself of the revolutionary movement in Russia that makes clear the political inadequacy on which Lenin's theoretical hypothesis was based. Even though, in fact, the Soviet begins to function as organ of proletarian dictatorship, nonetheless it is the party that actually exercises power, in the form and only in the form, of the Soviet. The Soviet tends thus to be reduced to a democratic instrument of the organization of consent, and as such it is once again interchangeable with other instruments of advanced democracy. Therefore, far from being configured as a moment of the process of the abolition of the state, the Soviet ends up being, in the best of instances, organ of the administration of the state. The fact is that we must reconstruct and again push forward accumulation to the point to make materially possible the existence of a unified working class, one that knows how and is able to manage social production. In this context, Lenin situates the Soviets within the process of social production. They must organize production and increase productivity. They are first of all organs of the democratic management of production. One might suspect at this point that the arguments of some of the bourgeois ideologues who simply considered Sovietism as a model of enlarged and extremely advanced parliamentarism have a certain validity. Lenin desires all this to the extent that it is necessary. He does not mystify the reality in front of him. He recognizes the democratic character of the Soviet form of management of production and power, and he talks of it as the beginning of the socialist form of democracy. Fully aware of the huge tasks that await the revolution, he attributes to the Soviets' minimal objectives. The power of the Soviets is an apparatus by the aid of which the masses can begin immediately to learn how to govern and to organize industry on a national scale. But if this is the reality, it must be further pushed forward by the class avant-garde. The identification of the party with class and the reversal of the relationship between party and Soviet have to be achieved. Until the party does not succeed in this, it needs the state. State and party are in fact equally children of the capitalist division of labor. Only a high level of worker unification and class recomposition can therefore allow the overtaking both to return the Soviet to its function and start the process of the communist abolition of the state. We must get to this level. The revolutionary proletariat has not inherited it from capitalism, to the extent that its recent struggle has not imposed it on capital. Paradoxically, the situation confirms Marx's claim all political upheavals perfected this machine instead of smashing it. At this level of development, Sovietism perfects it even further. But the revolution is thorough. It is still on its journey through purgatory. It goes about its business methodically. In order for the revolutionary process not to stop, it must be sustained in a high moral and political atmosphere. After Lenin's work is fully committed to this. Lenin's propaganda of the Soviet experience in the world is, from this point of view, highly significant. Yes, Lenin perfectly understands that the success itself of the revolution in Russia is conditioned by the international extension of the movement. But we are not simply dealing with the material conditions of resistance of the Soviet experiment in Russia. It is not simply the problem of the defense of the October Revolution. It is also the relation of the development of the Russian Revolution toward its most advanced aims. In this perspective, Lenin's writings in the Third International are not meant so much to generalize the determinate figure of the Soviet as the practical form of the proletarian dictatorship, as much as to unify the various and at times autonomous council experiences in one single political design, in one single revolutionary tendency capable of by far overcoming the limitations of the movement. Only in this way will it be able, on the other hand, to beat the democratic resurgence that threatens the revolutionary institutions of the working class in Russia and elsewhere. For example, as the chief agent of the counter-revolution, European social democracy tries to block the movement on positions of democratic reformism. Therefore, it deprives the council form of its revolutionary content and tries to institutionalize it as the basis of bourgeois power, renovated according to Enlightenment principles. Here Lenin once again unleashes the polemic against any theorization of dual power, constitutionally mummified and therefore beaten outside of the general revolutionary class struggle against the proposals of the Yellow International to legalize the Soviets, to concede to them state rights, and to introduce systems of direct democracy against Hilferding's and Kautsky's proposals to give importance and constitutional function to the raid as control organizations of production and against any proposal, in sum, that wants to consider the Soviets as organs of democratic representation and not of class dictatorship, grafted onto the international process of the revolution. The Communists must always answer no. The movement must continue and go beyond itself. What we have said works to clarify definitely Lenin's concept of constituent power. Lenin provokes a short circuit between mass action and the command of the party, in which he sees constituent power organized as dynamic reality, foundation, and project at the same time. The compromise of the Soviet and the party is a compromise between living labor and a perspective of new originary accumulation, which should result in the determination of the conditions of communism, socialism and enterprise. Something extraordinary happens in Lenin's thought and practice in reference to the concept of constituent power. Lenin gives a definitive shape to this concept, the highest form in which it had been taking shape in the whole tradition of Western political thought, and makes it extreme as strength of mass liberation, as power implanted in society and in the mode of production, and, above all, as organized political power. The Western Lenin encloses the masses' constituent power, the Soviets, in full awareness, into the grip of political organization and enterprise organization. Lenin attempts the solution of all the aporias that constituent power had shown in its long history, the aporia between active constitution and institutional constitution, between the productivity of living labor and enterprise organization, and all this contributes to the form of the party. A compromise? Certainly a compromise confronted with the vitality and the real strength of the movement of transformation, but an active compromise, founded on a philosophy of nature and history that is itself the fruit of the Western tradition, and on a concept of the political that is an alternative to it. In the problematization of the Western political tradition his effort is decisive. The concept of constituent power is posed as a concept that is the synthesis of mass creativity, political organization, and the reappropriation of the rule of enterprise. Social movement, political party, and rule of enterprise. Here is the Leninist dislocation of the concept. Here it will be useful to insist on the last relation that we have mentioned, constituent power and rule of enterprise. Around this relation, Lenin takes up again the Marxian teaching, that is, the definition of a concept of production that is not only economic but social and political at the same time. He considers constituent power not only as the capability of reappropriation of property but also as means and form of industry. He tries to unify democratic spontaneity and instrumental rationality. This work of foundation cannot happen but in the richness and complexity of the relations that configure the modern concept of production. The Promethean quality of this operation simulates, while reversing it, the capitalist sense of the constitution of the social and imposes the reappropriation of capital not as a thing but as an activity. A new concept of constituent power, and at the same time the highest verification of modernity, consists of this radicalness of the apprehension of the creative unity of the social, the economic, the political. The modern economic and the creativity of the capitalist enterprise are assumed as elements of constituent power, and constituent power is reinterpreted as essential moment of the rule of the enterprise. In Lenin, the strength of accumulation can and must become prerogative of the masses. Once again, here is Lenin's Occidentalism, the essential, repeated, and convinced definition of his thought. This is a pervasive definition that above all manifests itself in the concept of the party. The party is, in fact, on the one hand, the directive organ of the movement, but on the other it is the organ of mediation of the movement. In Lenin, the revolutionary the concept of party irresistibly shifts from its function as avant-garde to that of organizational mediation of constituent power. The problem of giving shape to the spontaneous movements becomes even more central. A specific organizational dynamism, which adjusts itself to the necessities of the spontaneity of the constituent process, is built here. A Western dynamism that affirms the productive function of the masses in the constitutive process of the new state. Why does this masterpiece break down? Why does this positive and dynamic compromise, the fruit of Western tradition, this tendency to synthesis fail to come to its realization? Why does the compromise become short-circuited? Why does the synthesis shortly reveal itself as impossible, making us inherit, together with an extraordinary theoretical dislocation of the problem, a new historical crisis? A first answer to this question, how disenchanted, but how far-sighted, is Max Weber's. Between and he commits himself to an indefatigable effort of understanding the Russian Revolution. Weber characterizes the Russian social situation as the terrain of a precocious and very violent capitalist development that cannot find a political form. In this situation, the possibility of identifying a bourgeoisie that can turn into the carrier of an effective and democratically valid constituent power is missing. For a long time the battle has been taking place around this end, but for a long time it has been lost. The structure of the Ancien regime is out of date and unable to recuperate the constituent pressure of the bourgeoisie itself as well as of the people, within a politically adequate mediation and process. Nor can the revolution win not its battle for the taking over of power but that for the realization of a constituent power that guarantees at the same time democracy and development. The revolution of has had a pseudo-constitutional outcome, the revolution of will have a pseudo-democratic outcome. Why? Because the hypothesis of a socialist constituent power, such as it has been theorized by Lenin, cannot be realized? Rather, because, just as Weber sustains, the conditions demanded by that model do not exist. The revolt of the masses exists, the dimension of the capitalist development exists, not the mediation, society, thus the premises of democracy. The Leninist party is a poor substitution for this void in any case. If it managed to win, it would not be able to govern, because a civil society with which it could intensely interchange does not exist. The only solution is that of state socialism, of a party and state bureaucracy that interprets necessarily in a foul manner. Weber anticipates the constituent potential. The alternative cannot in any case be but a capitalist autocracy, right-winged in its principles, itself bureaucratic as for the administrative functioning. In the Leninist solution, the lack of a civil society worthy of this name will soon transform the democratic dictatorship of the proletariat into the bureaucratic dictatorship of the party. The Leninist synthesis, perfectly understood by Weber, explodes in the void of conditions that the Leninist Prometheanism will not succeed either in regulating or in inventing. Weber has no illusion, therefore, about the Russian future. His understanding of the Leninist concept of constituent power leads him to critique not the strength of the concept but the poverty of the conditions to which it is applied. It is from these conditions, therefore, that the Leninist compromise is necessarily short-circuited. What Weber expresses negatively, insisting on the negative conditions that necessarily lead to the failure of the Leninist concept of constituent power, Rosa Luxemburg expresses positively, that is, critically, moving from a consideration internal to the Leninist practice of constituent power. If Lenin's party has the enormous merit of having led the only one among the Marxist parties the masses to power, by sustaining with the highest commitment, coherence, and radicality their revolutionary spirit and their aspiration to democracy, later it has yielded to passivity and compromise, considering the international isolation of the revolution and the immediate solution of some problems, the question of peace, the recognition of nationalism, the agrarian question not as obstacles to be overcome but as absolute limits of the constituent process. But on these compromises a just tactic does not win, rather, a change of the nature of the constituent subject comes into play. In the difficult play between the masses movement and party initiative, the party takes over. This predominance of the party over the masses means the defeat of democracy and the affirmation of dictatorial and bureaucratic management. Yet, sustains Luxemburg, all the conditions for an authentic development of constituent power in a Marxist and revolutionary sense were present. Constituent power is formed by four elements: first, the masses' initiative, their democratic organization, and Sovietism; second, the temporal progression of this initiative, its capacity to articulate time according to the phases of transformative strength, and the limitlessness of this project; third, the economic foundation of constituent power, its capacity to impose innovation not only on the political terrain but also and above all on the industrial one, economic democracy and advanced collectivization; and fourth, the spatial dimension, that is, the dialectic between national centralization and self-determination, such as in it the strength of the International Workers' Union can victoriously confront the political space of the disaggregation and separation prompted by the enemy Luxemburg. Here we identify, as in an academic catalogue, the historical characteristics of constituent power, its radical democratic nature, such as it is described by Machiavelli, the temporality of the Parisian revolutionary masses, the counterpower and the appropriation theorized by Harrington, the centrality of the new political space constructed in the American Revolution and by democratic constitutionalism. Luxemburg unifies and affirms these characteristics, rereading their synthesis and crisis, the project and the limit in the Russian revolutionary experience. Here it is thus, by consequence, where constituent power can touch its crisis, as concept and practice there where this formidable initiative does not become direct exercise of a mass democracy. Because it is only mass democracy that can organize functionally all the revolutionary components of constituent power and transform the new power into democratic dictatorship of the proletariat. Luxemburg has no doubt about the compatibility of proletarian dictatorship and universal suffrage. Dictatorship consists of the system of application of democracy, not in its abolition. Class dictatorship activates the participation of the masses. The idealism and social activism of the masses are in fact prompted by unlimited political freedom. Thus it is not the sociological and historical condition of the realization of the constituent principle that blocks and puts into crisis its effectiveness, as Weber claimed, but the Bolshevik limitation of the expansion of the principle, as Luxemburg claimed. Luxemburg's critique of must be brought back to the critique of Russia. In this situation, Luxemburg had insisted on the constituent power of the masses as element of organization. Spontaneity is not a negative fact, on the contrary, it is the result of past experiences and struggles, intelligence that has become body and will, and that therefore becomes insurrectional activation. The struggle is not only the product of the organization at a certain level of force. On the contrary, the living dialectical process makes the organization rise as product of the struggle. The party, social democracy, it is the direction of the mass movement only at the condition of being completely internal to the movement itself. There is no distinction between dictatorship and democracy. Better, the distinction concerns only the degree of the movement and its revolutionary maturity. It means that, according to Luxemburg, there are no objective conditions that can block the realization of the constituent principle. Also in this case the mature definition of Lenin's concept is not put into discussion, nor is put into discussion Lenin's political practice, or, even less so, Trotsky's. Rather, it is the prudence and the tactics of the Bolsheviks and their resistance to push democratic radicalism all the way that are criticized in this moment of the highest expansion of constituent power. Even in the highest moment of the polemic, Luxemburg asks the Bolsheviks to recuperate the fullness of democratic substance of the constituent project FF. But this does not happen. The short circuit of the Leninist compromise appears here to be on the side of the subjective conditions of the process. It does not come into being, insists Luxemburg, because the democratic participation is not synchronically present with the other elements. It is only in the radicality of the democratic project that communism can conjoin proletarian liberation and the project of the productive reconstruction of social wealth. Let's take a leap of many years, and come to the threshold of contemporary experience. In the second volume of Critique of Dialectical Reason, Sartre poses the problem of the intelligibility of history as the problem of the understanding of the failure of the Leninist experience. Now, in Sartre we find, so to speak, the synthesis of the critical positions of Weber and Luxemburg. In Sartre, as in his forerunners, the concept of Leninist constituent power remains intact, even more valorized by the theory of praxis as foundation, but it can hold only when, adds Sartre, it is conceived as dysutopia, and only, anymore, as assemblage agentsmen of subjectivity. The conditions of Leninist constituent power, Sartre explains to us, in historical reality have necessarily become prey to the practico-inert, the group's infusion, that is, constituent power in a subjective sense, have been in fact attracted to the conditions of the rarity, more specifically, the isolation and the solitude of the Soviet experience, and thus have become prey to institutional objectification. The crisis of Leninism consists in its inability to make an open project of the project itself better, in its not assuming the crisis of the project as its uninterrupted foundation. The problem, then, is not that of the Leninist compromise, its conditions of subjective actualization, and its subjective realization. The problem comes after that. We are not dealing with preconditions but with consequences. The problem lies therefore in the fact that the Russian Revolution cannot prevent the fact that its constructive work is blocked and that the richness of the rupture's decours is extinguished. The problem comes from the fact that Leninism is transformed from a theory of ruptures into a practice of dialectical restoration. We must instead give space not to the work of the dialectic but to the anti-work of continual rupture. This anti-work, that is, the negative and contradictory conditions of constituent power, is productive. Within this relation constitution is given, since every struggle is objectified and alienated in the product, and this product is at the same time a new practice of duality. Consequently, anti-work, a synthesis that is passive and reanimated by action, is the overcome inertia that itself constitutes the fundamental support and the crucial secret of its intelligibility. The political sense of anti-work and its inexhaustible practice consist in keeping the dialectic always open. Weber's negative conditions and the tensions of Luxemburg's critique must not be given as the negative moment that closes the dialectic in a defeat, but must always also critically reopen the dialectic as the inexhaustibility of the revolutionary event. The totalization of the contradictions in the communist praxis is the revolutionary incarnation, it is the specific rationality of its moving. Leninist thought owes its greatness to the proposition of a constituent power that is a product of the anti-work, of the rupture. Of the dialectic. Anti-work is negativity, it is contradiction, but now it is given in the form of going beyond negativity, the result of the common union and of the totalization of the encircling implication of all the conditions of the process of transformation. Sartre's question of whether our aim is that of establishing whether in a practical whole, divided and torn by antagonisms, the same decours are not totalizing and do not entail and imply a totalizing movement of the whole finds here, therefore, a positive answer. But why, then, has the Russian Revolution become a monster? Because, Sartre concludes without coming to a conclusion, the urgency of the synthesis has become stronger and stronger, and because the dialectic has wanted to be restored at all cost. Because constituent power has been crushed on the rule of enterprise, in the fetishization of labor, in rigid constitutional institutionalization. Because the democracy of the group's infusion and the totalizing dynamic have been eliminated. The crisis of Leninist constituent power is not determined by its conditions but made real by its result. Having reached the level of comprehensive synthesis to which the historical dynamic of the principle has brought it, Leninist constituent power is broken and suffers the erratic dispersal of its constitutive elements, each in its absoluteness, in the years that immediately follow its institution. The Machiavellian element becomes dictatorship, the temporal element becomes theory of the phases of development, the spatial element becomes imperialist practice, and the element of counterpower becomes bureaucracy and corporatist defense. This happens because the unity of the Leninist proposal is broken, because the unity from below of constituent strength is dissipated in unilateral moments that are only forcibly reunified, in a by now re-established dialectic of differences. To reaffirm the freedom of society here, the maximum of state power is realized. Each moment of the synthesis is exasperated in a unilateral manner and subjected to the mediation of state power, dictatorship instead of democratic foundation, bureaucratic management instead of counterpower, the theory of the phases of development instead of a conception of the time of the masses and its progression, and imperialism as a practice of space. The singularity of constituent strength is broken and recomposed in the dialectic of absolute differences. Stalinism is the representation of all this restored dialectic, in rough and centralized forms, against the original impulse, negative and progressive, of the Leninist dialectic. Restored dialectic against negative dialectic. Any singularity of the Marxist and Leninist constituent potential is subjected to an administrative decomposition and to an executive recomposition, whose definitive sign is the absoluteness of constituted power. Was all this necessary, and inevitable? This question is answered positively by all those who, on the side of Stalinism but also the theories of capitalist development, maintain that only a revolution from above could have determined the solution of underdevelopment, or, better, the formation of the modern mode of production in Russia, that the real alternative was not between a liberated constituent power, including according to Marxist teaching the rule of enterprise within itself and defeat, but between defeat and the construction of a state capitalism that would mobilize the masses, forcibly, toward accumulation and production. But to that same question must answer negatively all those who, in a constituent power summing up the rule of the enterprise, do not see a closure but, rather, a higher opening of strength. On the terrain of the rule of enterprise, on which Marx had forced constituent power, on that same terrain on which the Leninist compromise had developed, what mattered was the contradiction, its continual reopening, and the vitality of the negative and progressive function of constituent power. The rule of the enterprise was not a fetish, but a new terrain on which constitutive praxis could and should continually reopen. And this finds definitive evidence in the fact that, however things went in Russia, this necessary and contradictory relation between constituent power and rule of enterprise cannot be removed anymore. Today any exercise of constituent power that frees itself from the necessity of the relation of enterprise is not imaginable. This terrain discovered by Marx is the terrain of communism. Here it is affirmed the irreversibility of the contemporary political imaginary, of social constitutive strength. It cannot be taken away from the unity of the social, the economic, and the political. It can no longer be, and freedom and democracy must be measured and cannot but be so in no other place but this terrain. That bleak economism that blocks the constituent process in the Soviet Union is paradoxically also such a new terrain of expression of constituent power that the problem of the latter cannot be reconsidered and historically reopened but on this level. This is so true that the Soviet constituent experience, immediately after, far from being limited to the socialist state, becomes the problem of the capitalist state. In fact, it is from the block of the revolutionary experience of the Soviets in Russia and from its recuperation within the structures of a rigid planning, it is from this awareness that the reformist practice of capital comes up against the Soviet. Notice it is not from the knowledge of the mere institutionalization of the Soviet that capitalist practice seeks the possibility of a new control. The attack on institutionalization as such is the prerogative of the anarchist positions, and has little to do with the analysis of the dialectical complexity of the revolutionary power's self-affirmation. Instead, it is from the form of institutionalization that capital draws precious teachings. The Soviet is institutionalized as participation in the organization of the production, as support of the ideology of labor, as instrument of planning. From this point of view it offers, for the first time in the history of capital, an example, at mass levels that of large-scale industrial production therefore are well beyond any cooperative experience, the tradesman's or the peasant's, of how, then, the worker variable can be democratically imprisoned in its vicious figure as commodity, and here socialized and dominated as commodity. In sum, what capital is little by little recuperating it is the dynamic and participatory form of the institutionalization of the worker variable within the necessity of the organization of labor and of the capitalist finalities of production. We get the first hints and indications, at a still fragmentary level, in the theories of enterprise, in the socializing and strongly ideological form that Weimar constitutionalism, first and not last, in particular offered. A second phase, much less ideological, can be identified with the triumph, after the great crisis of the politics of planning inspired by Keynesianism. Here the participation comes direct, in terms of great proportions, toward the distribution of income. The planned capitalist state thus bows down in front of the necessity to reconfront in itself, in any case, the dimensions assumed by the relations of force among classes, but always in order to immobilize these relations, in order to congeal them within its structure and its finalities. It is not by chance that the monetary and fiscal instruments are the punctual correlative, in Keynes as in the other economists and political planners, of the maneuver on the worker forces, and constitute determinate levels of mediation and participation. Today, from within the history of the reformist modification of praxis, in the post-industrial epoch, we are witnessing a third phase of adjustment and redimensioning of worker participation. The fact is that constituent power has destroyed the possibility of an understanding of the instance of power or communism within the strictures of capitalist planning. Only a relation that pushed itself deeper into the life of the masses, only a profound interpretation of the relation of capital, which defines it, in the dialectic itself of the capitalist perspective, exactly as relation well, only this intentionally can be victorious. In this perspective the council movement has reached a new, unhoped for actuality, the capitalist necessity of an effective internalization of the relation of control, the bourgeois ideological urgency of pluralism and participation, the reformist smudges of social democracy, and the residual sine Marxism of the Third International have gone to town around this possibility to found a balanced state of labor. But let's go back to our point, that is, to the Leninist concept of constituent power, to its greatness and its crisis. As we have seen, it concludes the Western history of the definitions of constituent power, by inserting the rule of enterprise and its critique in the complex of the constitutive elements of the concept, by posing the synthesis of the productive rule and the rules of democracy, and with adequate projects of temporality and space. On the other hand, the crisis of the Leninist concept of constituent power is given and shown by history. No matter how heavy and painful, it is nonetheless endowed with expansiveness. Notwithstanding the crisis, in fact, the constituent character of living labor must be recognized as the foundation of the rule of enterprise, both in socialism and in capitalism. Hence the series of apparent paradoxes that we have considered, so that the abolition of constituent power in the state of the Soviets has seen that same constituent power prompted and reaped, even though in a mutilated and mystified manner, in the recent evolutions of the capitalist, Weimar, Keynesian, and post-industrial state. At this point we should also emphasize the irreversibility of the Leninist synthesis. In simple terms, it consists in the fact that there can be no political democracy that is not an economic democracy and that is not a reappropriation on the side of the masses of constituent power, in time and space, in the mechanisms of social production and reproduction. Constituent power becomes with Lenin an extremely radical terrain and founding activity. Time and space can be produced even better, must be produced so that the liberation of the masses becomes possible, so that democracy may be thinkable, and so that freedom is configured as universal activity. From this point of view the relation between Marx and Lenin represents a continuity. After Marx and Lenin it is not possible to talk of political freedom without talking of economic freedom, free production, and living labor as the political foundation. Freedom has become liberation and liberation is constituent power. The irreversibility of the paradigm of constituent power, at this level of the definition of the category, empties of meaning any other understanding or vulgarization of the concept and imposes this determined intensity of foundation and original constitutive activity on the term and the problem. Constituent power is affirmed as the exclusive foundation of the political, and history, and the world. Whereas socialism stoops to the rule of enterprise, on the contrary, constituent power by touching enterprise crushes its concept. From its collusion with socialism, constituent power springs forth again by incorporating enterprise and the modern concept of productivity within the project of the radical constitution of a new world. SEVEN. The Constitution of Strength. Multitude et potentia. The problem. The history of constituent power, considered in its development, reveals at least two continuities. One is demonstrated in a linear manner in the expansion and deepening of the Renaissance revolutionary principle of the ex novo constitution of the political arrangements of the new society. The great revolutions that followed express the continuity of a constituent principle that responds to the necessity to rationalize power. The rise and the development of capitalism and its form of organization of society revealed the constituent principle as crisis of the relation between the productive strength of society and the legitimation of the state. The successive conceptions of republican, democratic, and then socialist constitutions are continually reproposed as attempts to found a political capable of stabilizing its legitimacy on the constituent power of the social, and on the antagonisms that are present in it. But this continuity is also negative. In fact, this project fails in each instance. Machiavelli brilliantly poses it as a problem and gives it only a utopian solution. Harrington and the English Republicans try a solution in terms of the political counterpower of the producers, an ineffectual solution that will be neutralized by a simple leap forward of the productive system. The American constitutionalists, through a wily effort, enclose the contradictions of political space within a juridical machine so sophisticated that it is manipulable and soon distorted. Jefferson and the freedom of the frontier are eventually reversed into political mystifications and imperialist projects. The French revolutionaries' rapid temporal acceleration that had brought them from the terrain of the emancipation of the citizen to that of the liberation of labor collapsed into terrorism. Finally, the Bolsheviks take the mortal leap by raising up the power of the state in order to affirm the freedom of society. And yet, even among these failures, the pattern of rationality that the Renaissance Revolution had proposed as plot of the political is affirmed. And, as if within a process of ontological accumulation that lies behind and extends through each of these experiences and each of these failures, the concept and the practices of constituent power widen and impart a sort of irreversible tendency to the development of the concept. In proposing constituent power as virtus of the multitude, Machiavelli prepares the terrain for Harrington and for his constitutional conception of armed counterpowers. And whereas the American Revolution, by introducing an undefined constitutional dialectic of the singular and concrete rights of freedom, spreads the process of political emancipation. The French Revolution works this space in terms of equality and from the standpoint of the liberation of labor, thus posing the foundations of the Bolshevik effort to constitute the political arrangement of living labor. Therefore, this process has an initial continuity, that of an increasingly complex, complementary, and progressive plot, the rational expression of a dense project of the emancipation of social freedom and its realization in the political. Within this first trajectory, a second historical continuity of the concept of constituent power is revealed. This time it is not a continuity of accumulation, but a process not of objective configuration but subjective action. Inside all the episodes of this story, another uninterrupted thread in fact manifests itself, the continuity of what Spinoza called the constituent passion of the multitude. This passion is the keystone of all attempts of constitutionalization, as much as it is the pole that reveals their successive insufficiency. In sum, it is the logic of both their development and their crisis. Each practice of constituent power reveals, at its beginning and its end, a tension of the multitude to become the absolute subject of the processes of strength. Around and against this claim we read the discontinuities and the inversions of the constituent process of Western rationality. As much as in the continuity and in the steady sense of the action of the multitude we can read the indefinite tendency and constant resurgence of the process. In Machiavelli, Spinoza, and Marx we grasp the conceptual development of this second continuity in the fullest manner, but it is better to say metaphysical development, because the real political science of modernity lies in metaphysics. Machiavelli, in his Phenomenology of Constituent Power, casts the foundation for this perspective. If the prince is constituent power, and the people are the prince when he takes up the arms, then the historical definition of constituent power, that is, its practice and its tendency, are realized in a process that passes through social disunion and whose strength is fed by the struggle. Constituent power is therefore the passion of the multitude, a passion that organizes force by soliciting its social expression and that moves there where the historical course tends to extinguish power in decadence or to trivialize it in the inertia of anarchiklosis. Constituent power is the capacity to return to reality, organize a dynamic structure, and construct a forming form that, through compromises, balances of force, different orders and equilibria, always recuperates the rationality of the principles, that is, the material adequacy of the political with respect to the social and its indefinite movement. The movement of constituent power is indefatigable again. Virtue will always be faced with fortune and the labor of society will clash with the dead labor accumulated by power. But constituent power lives in this continual crisis, pushing forward its own becoming. Spinoza recuperates and elaborates Machiavelli's definition by transferring its figuration onto the horizon of high metaphysics. The plot of the constitution of the political here is sustained by the unstoppable and progressive expansion of Cupidita's desire, which is the determinate force of the constitution of the social, determinate in the formation of the political institutions resulting from the interweaving of the multitude of singularities, and surpassed and exalted by the absoluteness of democratic synthesis. It is the moment of full interpenetration of the will of all and sovereignty. This process is always constituent, but also always conflictual. Strength is both unstoppable and aleatory. The process is always recomposed and always broken down further by a Cupiditas that becomes the passion of society and sovereignty and that then becomes redundant, as love that constitutes in the multiplicity the image itself of the living God. A democratic living God. The strength of the multitude, the different degrees of a constitutive Cupiditas, and the transformation of this density and complexity of processes in union and love are thus the determinations that constitute an always new social being. As Machiavelli's phenomenology shifts imperceptibly into Spinoza's metaphysical project, constituent power is configured without losing its material characteristics as a creative project, in a way that fully expands strength. Precisely by considering the contradictions and conflicts of the passions as background of the process, constituent power is realized as a tendency. It is continually reopened and defined as absolute in its reopening. It exists in reality, it exists in war and crisis, but this is the divinity of the world. Marx enters this theoretical process of Western metaphysics, re-establishing its principles in material possibility. The theme of constituent power maintains its creative characteristics but makes them newly explicit, so to speak, as in a new book of Genesis. Creative force becomes here as concrete as the force that in the contemporary world constructs the force of producing and with it a second figure of the world, an enormous and entirely artificial second nature. Marx expresses the creative tension that Machiavelli felt as a quality of the new man and that Spinoza had metaphysically described as the omnipotence of Cupiditas. He expresses it as the actuality of objectification and the possibility of a new world. The strength of constituent power shifts from the sphere of possibility to that of the concretization of the will, from the world of politics to that of the natural prosthesis. The world is seen as the realization of associated living labor, and constituent power assumes alternative meanings and directions through the modalities of association. In Marx, the tension of constituent power toward democracy is not only a fundamental perspectival act, an act that in its radicality expresses a superhuman intensity of the project, as it is in Machiavelli. It is not only the absoluteness of the relation between the will of all and sovereignty, between the contingency of the multitude and the totality, as it is in Spinoza. It is a creation that simultaneously follows the Machiavellian rules of strength and the Spinozian rules of the multitude, and that embodies the conditions of the absolute. This absolute is not for the same reasons as in the other authors an absolute in the proper sense. It is, rather, the product of open and negative dialectical conditions and the result of a historical process. It is the determination of concrete subjectivities. The absolute comes to be the prosthesis of the world and a second nature that men want to govern precisely because it is a second nature, not an object that conditions us but a collective subject that we have built together. The constituent principle thus represents and concludes the principle of modernity because it leads the structure of modern producing to the subject of production, and to this it ascribes its production and the responsibility and meanings of this producing. In this absoluteness of the relation between subject and world, the alternatives of constituent power are posed by bending its force and truth toward the multitude. Only in the multitude, insofar as it is capable of expressing living labor, lies the truth of the Constitution. Democracy, a real democracy of right and appropriation, equal distribution of wealth, and equal participation in production, becomes the living God. In its subject and structure, strength and the multitude become identical. According to Marx, the history of constituent power is the progressive experience of the rationalization of the collective subject. What Machiavelli and Spinoza had perceived at different levels of metaphysical intensity and in different historical conditions leads here to an absolute hypothesis. The constituent project is explicitly a creative project. Democracy as the absolute form of government, as both Machiavelli and Spinoza define it, becomes an effectual possibility, that is, it transforms theoretical potentiality into a political project. The project is no longer that of making die political coincide with the social, but that of inserting the production of the political into the creation of the social. Democracy is the project of the multitude, a creative force, a living God. This is the second terrain of the historical continuity of the concept of constituent power. Having said that and having identified the two historical continuities, the problem nonetheless remains. We must admit that the problem of constituent power is open even after tracing this development and recognizing the alternatives of its historical course. Why? Because this course is never overcome but, rather, keeps taking place. It gives a sense and a critical fullness to Western rationality and develops it in a critical and radical manner. It treats Western rationality's imminent opposition by pushing it toward explosion and anticipating the results of this outcome. In order to explain this critical course and establish its crucial point, it is necessary to emphasize and study the relation that ties the development of constituent thought to three ideological dimensions of Western thought: the Judeo-Christian tradition of creativity, the theory of natural right concerning the social foundation, and the transcendental theory of the foundation. Now, the development of the concept of constituent power, even in its radically critical figures, is somewhat limited by these three ideal conditions, and no matter how much it works to unhinge them, it remains partially tied to them. By following, above all, the second continuity of constituent power, represented by the continual rupture of the historical development and the permanent reproposition of the constitutive strength of collective cupiditas and the expression of the multitude, it will become evident how certain limits always prevail and how the problem of constituent power will always be reopened. The first limitation is thus that deriving from the Judeo-Christian tradition of creativity. It is clear that Machiavelli's, Spinoza's, and Marx's constituent theories are all radically atheistic. The concept of creativity is tied essentially to man. In Machiavelli, this radical humanism is tinged with skeptical colors and with a cynical consideration of positive religion. In Spinoza, the world is an absolute horizon where the divinity's action becomes a necessity, and for this very reason it is complementary to existence if the modes are in substance. It is because substance is in the modes if God is in things, it is because the thing is God. In Marx, atheism is expressed and declared as a vindication of being against its own alienation. But there is more. In each of these authors, atheism becomes a constructive moment. In Machiavelli, atheism provokes the critical reaction of the existent against the ideal, that is, the affirmation of realism, method, and its constructive strength. In Spinoza, atheism shifts the ascetic process from the transcendent realm to the world and therefore to the dynamism of the modal being, of the existent itself according to its own strength. In Marx, atheism is a fighting weapon against the always theological abstractions of capital's economy. In each of these authors and in the converging totality of their arguments, atheism is an affirmation of strength, the revolution, the concrete against the abstract, what is living against what is cold, alienated, inert, and fixed. Moreover, in each of these authors atheism becomes a creative moment. In Machiavelli, the prince, particularly the popular prince, masters time and space, configures them according to his own image, and overcomes the limits of reality in order to construct a new one. In Spinoza, Cupiditas, by socializing itself, changes the sign of existence and imposes generosity on egoism, love on generosity, a love that is the key itself to the world and its progressive expanding from nature toward civilization. In Marx, the revolutionary process constructs the new conditions of existence, the human world, and brings nature itself back to the constituent will. Yet this formidable mixture of critical and constructive elements does not manage to avoid in a definitive manner that point of the Judeo-Christian tradition in which all experience is brought back to unity. To expropriate God of its creativity is not decisive, if we allow creativity to be defined still by the unity of the creative project. By doing so we make the divinity worldly but do not eliminate it, and constituent power will have to keep measuring itself with the universality of the project. In this sense the standpoint of our authors Machiavelli, Spinoza, Marx, radical as it is, does not get rid of the ultimate defining characteristic of the religious conception of creativity, it merely interprets its unitary characteristic. In this regard their standpoint remains caught in a certain finalism residual, but not less effective, that penetrates even the most radical positions of atheism and the creativity that they themselves expressed. The strength of the multitude, for example, is always conceived here in the figure of the unity of the multitude. To claim this, however, means forgetting that the strength of the multitude is not only the strength of much but also the strength of many, that is, the strength of singularities and differences. When the shadow of theological unity persists, it crushes the relation between strength and multitude, because this relation withers in its progression toward unity. Unity becomes once again the assumption. This is not the teaching that the historical practice of constituent power has transmitted to us. On the contrary, in the contradiction that pits constituent power against constituted power, the former has not only the quality of creativity but also that of omniversatility. If it were not so, we could not understand why each of its results must be destroyed at the very moment when it is achieved, and the multitude, its unceasing expression of vitality, would be reduced to a unitary ghost of strength, whereas strength is really traced on the versatility of the multitude. Wherever the possibility of a unitary imputation of all the creative acts of strength still exists, creativity is not freed from the divinity. There the category of totality, which coincides with that of unity in reducing the different and absorbing and validating the singular multiplicities, will take power again. On the contrary, what is proper to the constituent project and specific to its definition consists in the essential relation that it establishes between creation and multiplicity. In this consists the crisis of the constituent project, which is proper to its concept because it cannot be referred back to the block of the temporal progression of creativity, but above all and in a much more defining way to the multitude of alternatives of creation. Atheism must prove itself on this terrain, beyond the temptation to unity that the negation of the divinity leaves as a residue. Natural right theory is the second limit against which incurs the historical theory of constituent power that we have so far seen in action, in its creativity, and in its progression. In this case, too, it is clear that constituent power has nothing to do with natural right theory. In Machiavelli and Marx there is nothing but ironic references to it. And also in Spinoza naturalism has such an oblique and materialistically defined course that it would be grotesque to associate his thought with natural right theory. Moreover, we can even say that throughout its history constituent power presents itself as radically and continually in opposition to natural right theory, since its form of dynamism runs counter to the static condition of natural right theory, creation against contract, and vitality and innovation against order and hierarchy. That said, we must stress nonetheless that in concrete human history and in the history of human ideas about life, wider and more equivocal causal strength of the multitude, for example, is always conceived here in the figure of the unity of the multitude. To claim this, however, means forgetting that the strength of the multitude is not only the strength of much but also the strength of many, that is, the strength of singularities and differences. When the shadow of theological unity persists, it crushes the relation between strength and multitude, because this relation withers in its progression toward unity. Unity becomes once again the assumption. This is not the teaching that the historical practice of constituent power has transmitted to us. On the contrary, in the contradiction that pits constituent power against constituted power, The former has not only the quality of creativity but also that of omniversatility. If it were not so, we could not understand why each of its results must be destroyed at the very moment when it is achieved, and the multitude, its unceasing expression of vitality, would be reduced to a unitary ghost of strength, whereas strength is really traced on the versatility of the multitude. Wherever the possibility of a unitary imputation of all the creative acts of strength still exists, creativity is not freed from the divinity. There the category of totality, which coincides with that of unity in reducing the different and absorbing and validating the singular multiplicities, will take power again. On the contrary, what is proper to the constituent project and specific to its definition consists in the essential relation that it establishes between creation and multiplicity. In this consists the crisis of the constituent project, which is proper to its concept because it cannot be referred back to the block of the temporal progression of creativity, but above all and in a much more defining way to the multitude of alternatives of creation. Atheism must prove itself on this terrain, beyond the temptation to unity that the negation of the divinity leaves as a residue. Natural right theory is the second limit against which incurs the historical theory of constituent power that we have so far seen in action, in its creativity, and in its progression. In this case, too, it is clear that constituent power has nothing to do with natural right theory. In Machiavellian Marx there is nothing but ironic references to it. And also in Spinoza naturalism has such an oblique and materialistically defined course that it would be grotesque to associate his thought with natural right theory. Moreover, we can even say that throughout its history constituent power presents itself as radically and continually in opposition to natural right theory, since its form of dynamism runs counter to the static condition of natural right theory, creation against contract, and vitality and innovation against order and hierarchy. That said, we must stress nonetheless that in concrete human history and in the history of human ideas about life, wider and more equivocal causal is thought. Constituent power is taken in the specificity of its concept, but at the same time diluted through a projection of its effects on the indefinite surface of reality as a whole. And since reality is a continual creative process, constituent power is nothing but the form of this process. But this continuity is flat, and neutralizing constituent power's innovative specificity is nullified and crushed in the indifference of the real. Hegel tries to make innovation circulate in the system of the real. In fact, in such manner he cannot but sublimate innovative strength in the repetition of the real, or conclude it in the hypostasis of absolute strength, that is, in absolute indifference. Kantian formalism is much more aware of the problem posed by constituent power. What happens here to the constituent principle? All its determinations are taken into serious consideration, to the point of making strength the characteristic of the definition itself of the subject. Here the terms either strength or multitude do not disappear but are taken individually. And neither do the creative potentialities of the subjects disappear, they too are taken one by one. Kant tells us that the revolution is an object of our thought, that we apprehend it, and that by apprehending it we construct it and signify it. From this standpoint the revolution can never end. It is the soul of ethics. The revolution is apprehended, and in this process of apprehension it affirms itself as ethical form. Now, what does all this mean? Actually, here we are dealing with a sophistic and capable figure of the negation of constituent power. In this figure, in fact, the relation between multitude and strength is interrupted and strength is resolved in the set of individuals, that is, in the category of individualism. What is lost here is the essence itself of constituent power, that historical effectiveness of constituent power that always and only presents itself as collective action. Only a pale liberal image of it is left, whereas instead the strength of constituent power is always and only democratic. Constituent power is entrusted to ethics and therefore taken away from politics, given to the individual, taken away from the collectivity. Constituent power is neutralized in individualism. But one could object that this formal individualism is open and does not exclude taking place in the process of the imagination or connecting to the revolution as to a schematic function of reason. From this point of view, the objector could add, in Kantian formalism the two currents that in history have defined constituent power could be reunited. The individuals could transform themselves into collectivity, and individual freedom could become democracy. This, however, is not the case. The critical operation, far from operating a progressive mediation, tears apart the problematic nexus of strength and the multitude, poses its definitive figure in the preeminence of the ethical over the political, and isolates constituent power in the empty individual intentionally. What should we say to all this? We can draw a first conclusion regarding this long history and this complex of contradictions and limits by observing that although these obstacles are fundamental when constituent power becomes constituted power, they are not at all so when constituent power expresses the strength of the critical relation that constructs it. Thus it presents itself constantly as creative principle, innovation, and prosthesis of being, and in this sense it cannot be neutralized. The second conclusion consists in observing that, beyond these limits, constituent power by continuing to live as strength and reorganize itself as multitude presents itself as the paradigm of a temporal dimension open onto the future. This opening onto the future, this collective imagination in action, is a factual element that is always repeated and always reproposed by constituent power. On this terrain, again, it cannot be neutralized. The third conclusion, and this is the most interesting one, is that if those oppositions mentioned above are effective, that is because constituent power, even though it is unimpaired by them both in its concept and its practice, has never managed to free itself fully from the progressive concept of modernity and its plot of rationality. The great tradition of materialist philosophy and democratic theory with which the history of constituent power is united has mixed and been confused with the rationalist tradition. Often it has suffered the weight of the rationalist tradition, and much more often it has reinvented it and even relaunched it. The ontological continuity of constituent thought has endured the hegemony of rationalistic thought. In Machiavelli all this is perfectly clear, in Spinoza the rupture is indicated, but the threshold of going beyond it is posed so high up that only mysticism seems to be able to achieve it, and Marx the possibility of the rupture of the rationalist horizon leans toward reality seeking a historical support, but reality is utopia. In any case, the rupture of rationalism works, for lack of an alternative, as a relaunching of rationalism and not as the resolute and definitive overcoming of it. The rupture of rationalism functions as a motor of rationalization. This tireless impulse to overcome the rationalist limit takes constituent power from liberalism to democracy and socialism, but each time it gets lost in the impossibility of establishing the limit as absolute. The state, constituted power, and the traditional conception of sovereignty reappear each time to bring the constitutive process to an end. Therefore, our problem will be now to understand how this path of contradictions has come to its conclusion and how this destiny is by now emptied of any effectiveness. The double history of constituent power can, perhaps this at least is our problem, be definitively simplified by depriving it of that component that always led it to a mystified solution, the effectual constituted block. We must analyze how constituent power, after functioning as the motor of the development of Western rationalism, can now fold in on its own singular force and express it entirely in the fullness of its intensity. Is it possible to consider multitude and potentia as the index of a single productive set infinitely capable of constructive prostheses? Is it possible to construct a concept of the political that merges into the social and a concept of the social that finds in the political its own internal key of understanding and expression? That is, simpliciter the expression of strength? All we have until now studied leads us to this limit of the analysis, this boundary of the problem, not simply an ideal theme but a problem raised by every insurgence of constituent power and equally by its every crisis. It is time to try to understand whether inside the continuity of these crises the radically constitutive principle of being is not already established as solidly as ever. Constitutive disutopia. What does it mean to break the schema of modernity from the standpoint of constituent power? What does it mean to go beyond the project of rationalization that is typical of modernity in the sphere of constitutional thought? To answer these questions, we must step backward and once again consider the development of the models of constituent power in their interaction with the realized constitutional models. In this perspective, the first group of problems is raised by what we have called after Pocock the Atlantic model, that is, the constitutional forms constructed in the English and American revolutions of the 17th and the 18th century chaps. Now, it seems that the specific modality in which constituent power was imprisoned in these experiences and these constitutional processes is that of the rationalization of the political space. Constituent power is absorbed and mediated within a spatial schema. This spatial schema constitutes an area of independence of the political and affirms its autonomy after having set in motion a double mechanism of social organization. This mechanism is, on the one hand, directed toward the horizontal representation of all the dimensions of the social, while, from another point of view, it is predisposed to their vertical mediation. Constituted power presents itself as centralized mediation, starting from a space that has become political because totally invested by the process of representation. Constituted power is thus diluted in the representative mechanism and can only manifest itself in political space. Here it reappears, in disguise, in the activity of the Supreme Court or in the power of initiative of other organs of the state, in any case neutralized. The division and the reciprocal control of the organs of the state, the generalization and formalization of the administrative processes consolidate and establish this system of the neutralization of constituent power. The rationalization of the political system in this case thus consists in the stabilization of its components within a geometrical scheme of controls. The possible imbalances that the living history of societies can determine must themselves be included in a mechanism of regulation or compensation and must be functional to maintaining order. Today functionalist political philosophies represent the relay of the contractualist and constitutionalist ones in the sense of the ancien regime that have preceded them. Constituent power is here conceived as something extraneous or something internal to distribute in the space of the mediations, and in either case it must be neutralized when it presents itself as innovative determination. The negative evaluation of constituent power is overdetermined by the spatial conception of the political as space traversed by a more or less formalized constitutional geometry, which is sometimes closed and sometimes open but in any case predisposed to control any innovation. Constituent power is, because of the Atlantic conceptions and the geometry of their space, always and only an accident. It is entirely obvious that from this point of view the interpretation itself of revolutionary phenomena and constituent power in action must be either eliminated from the theoretical scene of analysis of the present orders or shifted toward archaic situations in which the political space is not yet formed. What does it mean with respect to this first group of historical determinations of constituted power to go beyond and possibly against the process of constitutionalization consolidated in this way? What does it mean in these specific terms to break the schema of modernity? In the historical episodes that we have considered, Harrington and the English revolutionaries, as well as a certain Jeffersonianism, posed this problem. The solutions they gave were neither adequate nor effective, and in certain instances they even produced opposed and perverse effects. But the problem remains. If we now consider the second group of constituent experiences and constitutional systems that we have been studying, those tied to the French and Russian revolutions, see chaps, the answer to an analogous set of questions not only allows us to resolve the first problem but even complicates it. Just as in the first case constituent power was imprisoned in constituted power as in a rational scheme of organization in space, so too in this second group rationalization passes through a project of organization of time. Certainly, the innovation that we witness here is enormous. Not place of humans but human activity is taken into consideration, not the abstract generality of the citizens but the concreteness of labor, and not constituent power in a restricted political figure but constituent power as form of the productive force of society. From this point of view, many of the problems that are unsolvable for spatial constitutionalism become manageable and constituent power can be reabsorbed across a wide range of possibilities. But the problem is not simply cancelled for this reason. In fact, it is complicated and aggravated. What does the rationalization of time here involve? It consists of the constitutionalization of labor, in its progressive and articulated submission to the rule of enterprise and the norm of the social reproduction of organized labor. Real temporality is broken and reconstructed as the horizon of the system. The temporal dynamic of constituent power and its capability of imposing accelerations that show the strength of the multitude become productive in all aspects and are here subordinated to the command of a constituted power as a dialectic of time. Generalized representation and spatial mediation are no longer what regulates society from the political standpoint. Time is now the seat of control and mediation. The breaking of the temporal order of development, the progress of liberties, as well as of the distribution of wealth is in any case unbearable. Constitutions can come one after the other each time or, rather, each historical period has its own constitution but time must always be constitutionalized. And different times must be reduced to zero. The machination of this reduction is temporal and the constitution is a temporal machine. The formal constitution is superimposed over and at the same time precedes a material constitution. In other words, it is an interweaving of powers and interests, limits and conditions, the establishment of norms of participation and exclusion, temporally and historically defined. The temporal machine is closed, the measure of time is that of command, and the normative value is that of exchange in its relative autonomy, but not less effective. A physics of pre-constituted temporalities is opposed, as schema of rationalization, to spatial geometry. Their only dynamic is that of exchange value. Constituent power, as use value, is expelled from the scene, or liminally considered, and in any case subjected to a dialectic that must always close it down again. Even the rules of representation are themselves brought back to this dialectical schema and subjected to the concrete temporality of the norm of reproduction of the system or to the rule of enterprise. When constituent power is absorbed in the system, it is with respect to its dynamic capacities and on the condition of its constant dialectical neutralization. In this episode, therefore, not functionalism but the dialectic becomes the theoretical key to constitutional thought. This is a dialectic of the recomposition, the continual transcending, and the continuous mediation of every constituent insurgency. From formal legitimation we go back to the productive legitimation of the system, not the legitimacy of the ancien regime, but a dynamic, productive legitimation. Legitimation invests time in order to make it administrative routine and control it within dynamic procedures, with the continual tension and care to enclose every constituent emergence within the alienated and perverted instruments of the dynamic system. Max Weber's analytic realism assumes for dialectical constitutionalism in this scenario the same positive and paradigmatic value that Thomas Hobbes's theory has had for functional constitutionalism through the centuries. What does it mean, in the context of this second group of experiences of rationalization of constituent power, to go beyond the constitutional figure? As we have seen, in the French and Russian revolutions the only effective answer to this problem consisted in the acceleration of time, an acceleration that insistently seeks to overcome the limits posed to constituent power. It is the active sense of terminating the revolution, it is permanent revolution. This insistence on time and its continuity becomes paroxysmal, and in both historical cases it degenerated into terror. But in both cases the living reflection of constituent power into the revolutionary process determines other perspectives. In this formless and accelerated time constituent power is articulated in a general way, and its claim to effectiveness is irreversibly established. The claim to equality is the form in which the acceleration of revolutionary historical time, as manifestation of constituent power in action, consolidates itself. This is a strange paradox. Equality, in this process, does not present itself anymore as the aim but as the condition. It is as if the insistence on active time and the acceleration of time against obstacles had become capable of absorbing the constitutional space and subordinating it to movement. The very concept of collectivity is modified at this point from being a totalitarian and intensive structure to being a social and extensive category. In other words, in time it assumes the characteristics of the cooperative process of individualities. On this passage and by resisting constitutionalization, the constituent power founded on temporality ingests space and poses it as the dynamic of its process, of the production of singularity. However, this solution to the problem, as we have seen, is not actual but only possible and contingent. In fact, the liberation of the element that is simultaneously temporal and collective is anomalous, and when the project pushes the problem forward and makes it the substance of its desire, modern rationalism effectively imposes its hegemony. Terror and not liberation. This is the result that modern rationalism determines in its opposition to the ontological development of constituent power considered in this perspective. The continuous time of capitalist rationality, its linear progression, and the tendency to the reduction to zero of the world of life present themselves as an unsurpassed obstacle. This substance and fill tests the alternative process, mining it from inside, and preventing it from finding the place of reality, and thus forcing it to swing on a desperate pendulum between utopia and terror. Disfiguring and perverse ideological representations thus latch on to the strength of a reality that does not manage to become actual. The time of constituent power, in the void of determinations to which it has been reduced, is conceived as a negative substance. It becomes time of being for death, the implacable perspective and totalitarian reduction of the being of the world to the negative. And there, where the philosophical reflection becomes ideology, that is, where it presents itself as an interpretation and a guide for the collective praxis, constituent power is defined as pure decision, as a voluntary moment of emptying reality and a praxis of negating every determination, except, precisely, that of negating. The only existing determination is that of determinating. In what sense? In the sense of death. Between Heidegger and Schmitt takes place not so much the conclusive emptying of the rationality of modernity as its smug overdetermination. It is an absolute overdetermination that is absolutely opposed to the definition of constituent power. This is constituent power formally assumed and posed as the dark appearance of a will to power, certainly fully untouched by the ghosts of modernity but at the same time absolutely inimical to any determination of the strength of the multitude. Constituent power is taken to be terror and thus destroyed in its unresolved relation with rationality. It is emptied of any ontological constituent dimension, and it is negatively polarized in the dimension of its crisis in relation to the rationality of modernity. Fascism is this perverse conception of constituent power, pushed outside of any vitality, considered as the negativities of any cupiditas, and thus, in this perspective, subtracted from any possibility of a spatial or temporal alternative to the grip and destiny of modernity. The connection of Carl Schmitt's thought to Spinoza's philosophy of strength is all played in this light. There where the anomaly cannot become hegemony, the alternative to utopia is reduced to the brutal act of using force. This is the cynical foundation of the fascist disfiguring of constituent power. Let's go back to the initial question: what does it mean to break the schema of the rationality of modernity from the standpoint of constituent power? The first relevant answer to advance the research consists in stressing the actual reabsorbing of the concept of space into that of constituent time. We recognize this while analyzing the phases of the formation of the concept in the various historical instances. This absorption does not deny the specificity of the spatial determinations but sets them in a close relation with the totality of movement. Constitutive strength dislocates and transvalues space into time, sets geometry in the service of physics, and embodies topology in the tendency. This fundamental passage is not only formal, its content is in fact the inseparability of the concept of strength from that of multitude. This is all that needs to be said about this. A second reflection is possible that takes us to the question of the continuity of the crisis of constituent power as a historical power. We need to investigate this crisis further to grasp its concept. It presents itself as the continual interruption of the constitutive rhythm and as revolutionary becoming with respect to political constructions and constituted being. This crisis is general and continual. It can be defined as a chronicle of the events and revolutionary experiences but leads us toward a negative ontology of the structural development of constituent power. The clash between revolutionary becoming and political constructions does not regard only a phenomenology of the historical process but reveals the incommensurability of the expression of the strength of the multitude. It is this incommensurability that destroys in a definitive manner the modern concept of linear and progressive rationality. Yet, and this is the essential point, at the same time it indicates the crisis as activity. The crisis is a limit but it is also more important, an obstacle. The limit is posed against a will of strength of the multitude that is impossible to limit, and thus it becomes an obstacle. And it is by becoming deeper on this terrain of the negative that the clash and the contradictions become active. The limit does not close but liberates praxis. The third reflection must therefore bring us to the change of nature of constitutive praxis. Its definition is not given by the effectiveness of succeeding but by the effectiveness of always trying a new way of succeeding. What does not succeed is the affirmation of a will that emerges on those points of resistance that are reproduced in the points of failure. It is the revelation of an outside that has become an inside and the folding in of historical development on this omnipotence that is never actualized but always reproposed. And since this strength is the strength of the multitude, here the multitude reveals itself as subject. The conditions of realization of constituent power are given, therefore, as space led back to time, as time led to strength, and as strength led to the subject. All this in the scenario of a negative ontology. Here the utopian residue of constituent power is transformed into an operative and constitutive disutopia. Let's read this passage again. For the first time, having come to this point of our research, we are able to see the crisis of the concept of constituent power, whose continuous history we have followed, turn into a positive opening, one that does not deny the crisis but makes it internal to the concept. This interior idea of the crisis to the concept allows us to see the movement of constituent power as the ceaseless breathing of praxis. In other words, it allows us to bring the concept within the totality of spatio-temporal historical being, a critical totality that is divided and interrupted, yet still a totality. On another side, it pushes us to shift the analysis from the structure to the subject and from the crisis of the concept of constituent power to the concept of constituent power as crisis. But precisely because it is crisis, constitutive strength is a radical subjective foundation of being. It is the subjectivity of creation. This is creation that is born from the crisis and therefore creation that has nothing to do with the simple linearity of modern rationality or, on the other hand, with utopia. Crisis and disutopia lead here to the establishment of constituent movement in subjectivity. The concept of constituent power recuperates its history and is conclusively formed as concept of the constitutive disutopia. Where the progressive linearity of modernity clashes with the nothingness of its effects, constituent subjectivity is born, not as ultimate result of reason but as the product of its failure. This constitutive subjectivity is born from the nothingness of the determinations of modernity and on the continual, unceasing totality of the action of the multitude. This definition brings us directly back to Machiavelli and his ability to experience radically, in its origin, the privileged historical moment of the birth of the concept. I believe that Antonio Gramsci fully grasped this fact. Indeed, on the one hand he posed the prince's element of the crisis, as the demand of a pulverized and dispersed people that wants, in its desperation, to organize itself and to be incited to collective action. Here is how, therefore, the crisis sets the reconstruction in motion, a strength that traverses the multitude and that in this traversing manifests and defines itself on the basis of desperation, disunion, and crisis. The prince is to put an end to feudal anarchy, and that is what Valentino does in Romagna, basing himself on the support of the productive classes, merchants and peasants. His ferocity is turned against the residues of the feudal world, not against the progressive classes. Gramsci, It is important to notice that what is progressive here is not a future enlightenment project but, on the contrary, the new organization of praxis, radically new and radically collective. Machiavelli is not merely a scientist, he is a partisan, a man of powerful passions, an active politician, who wishes to create a new balance of force, and therefore cannot help concerning himself with what ought to be, not of course in a moralistic sense if one applies one's will to the creation of a new equilibrium among the forces which really exist and are operative, basing oneself on the particular force which one believes to be progressive and strengthening it to help it to victory. One still moves on the terrain of effective reality, but does so in order to dominate and transcend it or to contribute to this. What ought to be is therefore concrete. Indeed, it is the only realistic and historicist interpretation of reality. It alone is history in the making and philosophy in the making. It alone is politics. The modern prince, the myth prince, cannot be a real person, a concrete individual. It can only be an organism, a complex element of society in which a collective will, which has already been recognized and has to some extent asserted itself in action, begins to take concrete form. A collective will which at least in some aspects was an original, ex novo creation. And a definition must be given of collective will, and of political will in general, in the modern sense. Will as operative awareness of historical necessity, as protagonist of a real and effective historical drama. What a formidable image this is, the image of a new subjectivity that is born from the nothingness of any determination or preconstituted destiny and that preconstitutes collectively each determination and destiny. The notion of constituent power as crisis and strength, as multitude and subject as constitution of strength is affirmed here. The political form of dysutopia is this completely new political form, which has neither principle nor foundation outside the strength of the multitude. Here all the threads of our research begin to come together. As a form of dysutopia, constituent power shows a singular and irreducible concept of the political, but at the same time it constructs and connects a methodology, a philosophy of history, and an ethics that are equally singular. The methodology is that of the reconstruction of the object through a genealogical and radical intuition. It is the methodology of a radical inductivism that forms knowledge, its objects, and subjects on the basis of the strength of desires, and thus articulates this knowledge in the network of the multitude. This is not an ungraspable multiplicity but a multitude, the total versatility of being and its always singular multidirectionality. Not only 1,000 plateaus, but 1,000 directions, networks, and variables. The subject is constructed according to these dimensions. But its construction would be impossible and would belong to the category of the bad infinity, if negativity, crisis, and resistance would not allow the multitude to recuperate the critical central determination, the point of crisis and negativity around which, within sudden, untimely events and radical discoveries of different temporalities, the multitude comes to recognize its own strength. The method is not only constitutive but also constituent. Subjectivity is a prosthesis of movement and its infinite determinations, and it arrives as an absolute event. The philosophy of history of constituent power as the political form of dysutopia is just as singular. It is properly a non-philosophy of history. Since the constitutive processes of historical reality are discontinuous, burning in their unpredictability and immediacy, they are contradictory threads that only resistance, refusal, and negativity can weave together and shape positively. There is no goal, there is only the radical continuity of the discontinuous, the continual reappearance of the time of strength as alternative, but at the same time as resistance, to the realistic and sovereign dissipation of time. The relationship between multitude and strength determines the meaning of history, and this meaning is given only when it is torn away from discontinuity and connected to the multitude, constructed as the event of its absoluteness. The meaning of history is something like the photonegative of its normal lack of meaning. Certainly, the series of absolute events and insurrections of meaning are consolidated on the ontological basis of the development of consciousnesses and concepts. But this ontological background and deposit are active only in the ever-new relation of strength and multitude and become effective again only upon reactivating the singular event. Constituent power describes its ontological continuity and produces a memory only if the absolute event activates them. Among the events there is not a flat continuity, and to tell things as they are, there is not even memory. Continuity and memory pertain only to the event. Memory is a product of constituent power in action. It is not continuity but innovation. The ethics of constituent power, as political form of dysutopia, is itself embodied, too, in the relation between strength and multitude. It is an open ethics that immediately comprehends the singularities and the conditions of realization of the multitude and of its strength. Ethical being pursues in the singularity the impossible task of realizing the substance of the dysutopia. It makes of each event a testimonial and of each testimonial an act of militancy. Its waiting for the constituent event is all committed to the constitution of the event. The form of this ethics is open as much as its foundation is ontological. This ethical opening is continually tested against the concrete determinations of the multitude, its changeability, its disunion, and its antagonisms. It does not leave aside the consideration of its complexity, either of the natural one of the passions or the historical one of the institutions. It does not lose sight of the weakness of the singularities in their constituting themselves into a multitude. But it makes this proceeding toward the multitude and the will to express it as absolute strength its rule, thus preventing any other external power from coming closer or from declining the modes of strength. Dysutopia is the only possibility of the expression of strength, and in it are included all the critical aporias of the relations between it and the multitude. The testimonial of the process, in every moment, is ethics. Ethics consequently excludes utopia, since utopia is the affirmation of alienation, or in any case presupposition of a tendency to flatten the relation between multitude and strength. Here we reach a final point of observation. This political form of constituent power that we call dysutopia, and that includes its own methodological, historical, philosophical, and ethical values, we can also call democracy. But we must specify something here. Democracy means the omnilateral expression of the multitude, the radical immanence of strength, and the exclusion of any sign of external definition, either transcendent or transcendental, and in any case external to this radical, absolute terrain of immanence. This democracy is the opposite of constitutionalism. Or better, it is the negation itself of constitutionalism as constituted power, a power made impermeable to singular modalities of space and time, and a machine predisposed not so much to exercising strength but, rather, to controlling its dynamics, its unchangeable dispositions of force. Constitutionalism is transcendence, but above all constitutionalism is the police that transcendence establishes over the wholeness of bodies in order to impose on them order and hierarchy. Constitutionalism is an apparatus that denies constituent power and democracy. It should not appear strange at this point that constitutionalism runs into paradoxes when it tries to define constituent power. It cannot accept this power as a distinct activity and consequently drowns it in sociology or otherwise grabs it by the hair and constructs formalistic definitions of its CHAP. Yet the one that shipwrecks in this definitional battle is not constituent power but constitutionalism. Constituent power remains an ineluctable horizon, a massive presence, a multitude. The question of the multitude is a thorn in the side of Western political thought, and consequently any answer avoids the existence of constituent power and leads to a malaise. However, this anguish and malaise are also ours. Our answer to the questions posed by constituent power is neither peaceful nor optimistic. It is a cautious and difficult answer that rests uneasily on the negative values of dysutopia. But as much as dysutopia is disenchanted, so it is open, savagely open to presence, to effectiveness, and to the desire to free it. The strength of the multitude becomes constitution of strength within this process, that is, in the unstoppable tension of the multitude to become actuality of strength. Here our recalling Spinoza's thought will not appear strange. That process of constitution of strength that we have hitherto been defining is in fact fully illustrated in the Ethics. Also in Spinoza the dysutopia is constituent. It situates strength among the multitude, thus accumulating and being itself the product of this collective tension. Being shows itself, first of all, as the fabric of the production of existence. This constitutive process is the same as that of life. Just as in physics it is a process that leads a multitude of atoms into configuring individuals, so too in social, ethical, and political life the multitude of individuals reinterprets the striving of strength to exist toward more and more communitarian configurations of life. The mechanisms of production of nature construct individuals. The natural individuals set in motion the processes of the construction of the social. Here we are facing a first ontological level, on which is inscribed the progressive passage of passions, imagination, and intelligence toward higher and higher degrees of ontological density. But this process duplicates itself, and it makes us confront not only different degrees of ontological density, but also human creativity, spread out beyond the ontological limits of the process. This happens when, ethically, love and joy break the continual rhythm of the ontological process. Here love constitutes the divinity, the absolute. From this union it returns to the social in order to revivify it. A second ontological level, therefore, that breaks apart the genealogical continuity of the first is no longer an accumulation of being, but one of its creative prostheses. When love intervenes and joy separates from sadness, then being has been found again. Constituent power has completely liberated itself, in its positive determination, as determination of the ontological fabric and as its creative overdetermination. The dysutopia of the relation of multitude to strength is confirmed and exalted by the act of love, collective action, cooperating human essence, and active experience of this promotion of existence beyond its limits, toward the absolute. This Spinozian trajectory corresponds to the image of constituent power that we have defined. It does so because twice it gives evidence for the creativity of the social being: first, when it considers it as conclusion of the natural process of the genealogy of the world and therefore as principle of the consolidation of its structure and as an internal ontological innovation; second, when the constituent process defines itself as a radical innovation beyond the process of structuring. One cannot but be struck by this duplicity of definitions. The first pertains to natural human history and the second determines a destiny of human liberation. Certainly, we are not dealing with the unsurpassable aporias of pantheism, as the bigots would have it. No, the strange stupefaction in our enthusiasm stem from the fact that the break between necessity and freedom is inserted into ontology. It defines ontology and explains its permanence, progressive enrichment, and innovative strength. Once again, this is a constitutive dysutopia. The ontological level and its depth do not allow, in fact, to unfurl utopias and illusory declarations of overcoming. On the contrary, these conditions constitute the ground because the consciousness of the limit feeds the creative act. Constituent power is not born from an undifferentiated continuity of being but, rather, exactly from its creative differentiation and from an innovation that, after having constituted the individuals into a multitude, determines the strength of the latter. As in Spinozian metaphysics, our history of constituent power leads us in each experience to measure the ontological degree that constituent democracy poses as the ineradicable and progressive condition, and at the same time it shows us how this first ontological dimension must be verified by a new break, a new opening of the multitude toward higher and higher figures of the constitution of strength. The dysutopia is what assembles the picture. Have we perhaps come to the border of a new episode of constituent innovation today? To the possibility of a new prosthesis of the world? An absolute democracy? Beyond eternity. All the threads of our research lead to one conclusion: constituent power is a subject. This subject, this collective subjectivity, wrenches free from all the conditions and contradictions to which, each time, their constituent force is subjected at specific conjunctures of political and constitutional history. This subject is not progressive. On the contrary, it is the continual antithesis of any constitutional progression. Its birth and also its rupture pose themselves against the constitutional process, and in no case does the constituent subject submit itself to the static and constricting permanence of constitutional life. That said, we need to specify the nature of this subjectivity and simultaneously define the rationality that distinguishes it, because clearly the fact that the constituent subject poses itself as rupture of an alternative to constituted power situates this subjectivity and its rationality beyond the usual definitions of modern rationality and adequate subjectivity. The definition of constituent power points us beyond the limits of modernity. Now, first of all, we understand modernity as the definition and development of a totalizing thought that assumes human and collective creativity in order to insert them into the instrumental rationality of the capitalist mode of production of the world. The idealist dialectic, in the form invented by Descartes, developed in the great tradition of modern metaphysics, and concluded by Hegel, represents the schema of this totalizing process. Its political implication is celebrated in the tradition of absolutism, between Hobbes, Rousseau, and once again Hegel. A firm and steady absolutism, whose only aim is that of posing the political as transcending the multitude and power as a verification of strength, although constituent power and the multitude of the subjectivities unceasingly oppose this realization of power as well as the transcendental reabsorption of strength. This resistance is dissolved in the dialectic, over and over again. From the standpoint of the political, the multitude is always objectified. Its name is reduced to a curse vulgus, or worse Pebel. Its strength is expropriated. Nonetheless, we cannot do without the multitudo in social and political life. This is evident. But how can it be dominated? This is the only question that theoretical philosophy, moral philosophy, and above all political philosophy pose to themselves. The multitudo has to become each time either a nature that is mechanical and deprived of spirit, a nature closer to that of brutes than men, or a thing in itself, unachievable and therefore mystifiable, or a savage world of irrational passions that only the Vernunft will be able to unravel and control. The strength of the multitude has to become more and more the object of anguished interrogations and inflexible decisions of repression, that is, expropriation. The fear of the multitude is the strength of instrumental rationality. This savage beast must be dominated, tamed, or destroyed, overcome or sublimated. In any case, its subjectivity must be taken away from it, and rationality must be denied to it. The indestructible social determination of the multitude must be destroyed. Modern political philosophy is born not from administration but fear. Its rationality is instrumental to the aim of order only insofar as it is so on the side of repression. Anguish is the cause and repression the effect of instrumental rationality. Modernity is therefore the negation of any possibility that the multitude may express itself as subjectivity. This can serve as a first definition of modernity. It is not strange, then, nor should it be unexpected, that no space can be allowed to constituent power. When it emerges, it must be treated as extraordinary and temporary. When it imposes itself, it must be defined as an exteriority, and when it triumphs over every inhibition, exclusion, or repression, it must be neutralized in the thermidor. Constituent power is this negation. But constituent power and the collective subjectivity that gives it shape are first of all a social reality, a productive social reality that cannot be negated. Power feeds on this strength. Without this strength it could not exist. To the negation of the strength of the multitude in the political must therefore correspond the enclosure of the strength of the multitude within the social. This is a second characteristic of modernity. The neutralization of the multitude in the political demands its separation in the social. This second operation implies the construction of a separate science, whether it is called political economy or sociology, whose task is the isolation of social strength from political power, even better, or more simply, of the social from the political. The analysis, developing in the social, will have as its aim the isolation of the latter from the political. Liberal thought and anarchist thought are, on this terrain, the most perfect figurations of instrumental rationality. For both the social does not necessitate the political, and the invisible hand denies constituent power. Whether individualism and the rule of profit or anarchy and the rule of collectivism are the laws on which these representations of reality stand, in both cases the isolation of the social is the aim, an aim complementary to the transcendence of the political, whether this transcendence is invoked or critiqued. It is evident what enormous contradictions charge this tendency toward the isolation of the social. Each social crisis, which inevitably touches and upsets the political, sounds as a death warning to the theories of separateness. And it serves also as a warning of modernity's difficulty, or in any case its urgency in controlling the social. We are saved in the final instance, a final instance that always comes through the recourse to violence and its multiple masquerades. The fear of the multitudo is in this case carried to the extreme, and violence is born as the synthesis of anguish in the absence of a practicable alternative. We need to respond to this theory of violence and repropose the crucial role of constituent power as salvation from barbarism. While reconstructing the relation between multitude and strength, we referred to Machiavelli's thought, and in confronting the discourse of constitutive dysutopia, we turned to the discourse of Spinoza's metaphysics. Now, on this catastrophic split of the political and the social, it is necessary to return once again to the Marxian standpoint. In fact, it is Marx who most strongly insists on the relation, or, better, on the interiority of the social and the political within the materialist and revolutionary current of modern metaphysics. And even though he never wrote the theory of the state that he planned as part of Capital, he nonetheless identified, primarily in his economic writings as we have seen, the terrain of a critique of the political, starting from the social, and elaborated some fundamental prolegomena to any future science of constituent power. The theme proposed by Marx is that of the all-expansive creativity of living labor. Living labor constitutes the world, by creatively modeling, ex novo, the materials that it touches. It entrusts and consolidates in nature, and beyond this in a second, third, and eventually umpteenth nature, the constitutive power of living labor. In this process living labor transforms itself first of all. Its projection on the world is ontological, its prostheses are ontological, and its constructions are constructions of a new being. The first result of this indefinite process is the construction of the subject. The subject is a continual oscillation of strength, a continual reconfiguring of the actual possibility of strengths becoming a world. The subject is the point on which the constitution of strength establishes itself. But the subject itself continues to take shape through the world that it itself has constructed by shaping and reshaping itself. Living labor becomes constituent power within this process. And it is within this process that the multitude is brought back to strength and discovers itself as subject. The dialectic is no longer part of this picture, nor the instrumental rationality of modernity, because there is no more teleology, and because teleology is no longer theoretically definable. There is no supersession. Phenomenology always wins over the science of logic, history, and any other encyclopedia of the spirit. The quantity, the materiality, and the versatility of living labor mark any rising subjectivity. It is the constituent process, the dimensions determined by the will, and the struggle and the decision on the struggle that decide the senses of being. Far from becoming dispersive, This process is a continual determination, traversed by the concreteness of the social, by its organization, and by the continual actualization of the relation between multitude and strength. Marx brought to light a commonality of the social, the political, and being that is traversed and always newly defined by living labor, its subsidiary associations, and the subjectivities that emerge within it, in short, by constituent power. Hence the exceptional importance of Marx's teachings about the definition of constituent power and the supersession of modernity. Whereas constituent power had always been defined in the terms of modernity as an extraordinary power with respect to the ordinary legitimacy of the Constitution, here any extraordinariness is taken away because through its reduction to the social animated by living labor, constituent power's ordinary capability of operating in ontological terms is recognized. Constituent power is a creative strength of being, that is, of concrete figures of reality, values, institutions, and logics of the order of reality. Constituent power constitutes society and identifies the social and the political in an ontological nexus. But one might object that from the humanistic revolution to the English Revolution, from the American Revolution to the French and Russian ones, and to all the other revolutions of the 20th century, once the exceptional and uncontainable moment of innovation is over, constituent power seems to exhaust its effects. Now, as Marx pointed out and as we think we can continue to sustain, this is not true. This appearance of exhaustion is the effect of the mystification that the practices of constitutionalism stage in order to block the investment of the social and the political in being. Marx teaches that this endpoint is impossible, that each endpoint is not an absolute limit but an obstacle, and that beyond the endpoint constituent power continues to weave its plots on an innovative fabric. The only limits on constituent power are the limits of the world of life. Any utopian place is excluded from this perspective. But the world is larger than the actual since the political and the social intervene in the world of life, continually destabilizing it and widening it, merging together in a constitutive and radical way. Constituent power is the social and political subjectivity of this radical constitution of the world of life. Even though Marx posed us on the terrain of subjectivity, we are beyond Marx. The political subject that constituent power reveals today not only considers the world of life limited but also already experimentally proves itself in an uninterrupted construction of new worlds. Its limits are those of its rationality. But what rationality? Beyond Marx we need to pose another fundamental question, the third to which a theory of constituent power beyond modernity points. Is the rationality of modernity in any case adequate to the subjectivity that poses itself, as constituent power, beyond and against modernity? Certainly, it cannot be. The rationality of modernity is in fact, as we have seen, a linear logic that corrals the multitude of subjects in a unity and controls its difference through the dialectic. Modern rationality is the calculation of the individual in a transcendental realm that nullifies its singular essence. It is the repetition of the individualization of what is common and therefore the colonization of its sphere, claiming to make it transcendental. We find all the effects of this rationality when modern rationality blocks the constituent process and founds modern constitutions. This obstacle is posed through the deterritorialization of subjects, the neutralization of their creativity, the fixation of their temporality, and therefore through a series of operations of normalization of movement. Transcendental formalism is the key to this rationality, the renunciation of reality and the multitude is its condition, and the construction of the command is always its effect. Now, the theory of the constituent subject takes us beyond these determinations. The site of the new rationality is pushed and found again in ontology. We need to go and find once again the basis of the new rationality where living labor arises, that is, where the social finds its vital breadth on the place where the sequences of acting and the creative impulses are formed. The form of rationality in the ontological site thus becomes the relation between strength and multitude. It is on the weave of this relation that rationality is formed and developed, and it is on this relation that its substantial determination finds formal validity. In other words, it finds foundation, effectiveness, and also abstract validation. The problem is not to save rationality from abstraction. This claim of vitalism and irrationalism is illusory. Abstraction is as necessary as concreteness. It is not abstraction that must be taken away but its exclusiveness and formal totalization that were affirmed from the heights of modern logic. Abstraction must be reaffirmed from below, from the base of the processes of production where its constitutive processes are analyzed inside the ontological relation. Rationality refers to what is common and empirical, abstracted for the aim of communication. Abstraction is not a fetish but a function of communication. Yet communication is nothing but the ontological relation of multitude and strength. Here we have identified the point of departure of the new rationality, the rationality that takes us beyond modernity. Multitude and strength, in their ontological intertwining, show rationality, a new rationality, to be the key to the constitution of the world. To the social as well as the political, to individuality as well as to collective subjectivity. The rational relation is therefore determined not only formally from the standpoint from which it emanates, but also and above all, from the substantial, ontological standpoint, from the real modality of the relation between multitude and strength, and from its subjective experiences. What are the characteristics of the new rationality? Here it is not a matter of confronting the problem in an exhaustive manner, but only posing it from the standpoint of the theory of constituent power. And since our answer is situated at the center of a historical dynamics of alternatives and struggles, we will have to clarify and emphasize above all those characteristics of the new rationality that oppose the rationality of modernity. Let's start therefore to list these oppositions, which are as strong as the opposition between the ontological and the formal. The first opposition is that of creativity against limit and measure. The rationality of constituent power is first of all defined by the limitlessness of its proposition. The limit is for it only an obstacle. It poses the limit only as condition of its own being, of its own expansion, and thus as condition of its own producing. Consequently, measure this internalized limit tends to be destroyed. Constituent power is boundless. Its only measure is the limitlessness of the multitude, the absolute versatility of its relations, and the powerful and constitutive interrelations that compose its concept and determine its real dynamic. Measure can reappear only as the content and not the norm of creative relations. There is no longer measure, there exist only measures that we construct at the moment itself when we produce the reality to be measured. The thermidor is measure, constituent power is beyond measure, or, rather, progressive measure, the reflection of the common on itself. Measure is the form of validity of the proceeding of constituent power in the moment when it makes validity itself unlimited. Measure is the relation between the outside and the inside of creative subjectivity at the moment when it is superseded. Strictly speaking, we should no longer talk of measure, but only say, made to measure. The measure of the new rationality is not therefore a hard element of the ever-new creative machine, but the soft element that organizes its internal determinations and its software. Limits and measures, wrenched from dialectical logic, can only be considered as dynamic elements of the multiversal and critical creative continuity of constituent power. The second opposition in the definition of the new rationality of constituent power is that of procedure/process against the deductive mechanism of substantial right and the constitutional machine. This determination does not entrap the analysis of constituent power within the juridical terrain but, rather, through a series of examples shows some concrete characteristics of the new rationality. Its movement is uninterrupted, a construction from below that traverses the singular emergences by coordinating their action. In this process general and abstract rules are not applied, but, rather, constellations of interests, agreements, and relations are continually constituted and verified. If procedural rules exist, they themselves are each time verified. Cartographies of the connections and interrelations of the relations and initiatives are constructed. The frame is that of a continual expansion of entrepreneurial activities, cutting through the social and the political, the juridical and the institutional. Sovereignty never separates from its origin and is organized in the relation between origin and exercise. The controls are exercised as active moments of the procedure and not imputed from outside. The entire process from beginning to end is transcendental because there is no longer beginning or end. Procedure is the concrete form that each figure of subjectivity assumes in its relating to the others. It dissolves the constitutive myth of the contract, but, if we look carefully, it interprets and rationally develops its genealogical movement. In fact, the new rationality constructs itself as a genealogy that replaces the one to which the contract had mythically referred, in an interweaving of passions and institutions, interests and entrepreneurial capacities. Procedures are its open and tendential ontological fabric. The genealogical method and the practice of procedures take us back to the creativity of singularities and at the same time demonstrate their always open nature constitutive dysutopias. With this we arrive from the most abstract characteristics of the new rationality to the identification of the most concrete. The third opposition is that of equality against privilege. It is clear how this can be logically founded. If constituent power takes roots in the relation between multitudo and potentia, if the rationality of this relation is the rationality described by the movement of creativity against the limit and measure, and continual procedure against institutional stasis, it is evident that there is no place for privilege here because it is contradictory with the constitutive movement of living labor. From this standpoint equality does not present itself as an inalienable right except in the very fundamental sense that equality is the condition of the constitutive process. It is a condition, not the aim, not a finality to realize, but its ontological assumption. It is a material condition, not an abstract and hypocritical declaration of a formal right, but a concrete situation. The logical nature of equality and the substantial rationality of its presenting itself as assumption consist in the fact that the multitude cannot present itself but as equality, in the fact that freedom cannot but develop among equal subjects, and finally in the fact that the relation between strength and multitude cannot but take the form of equality, a flowing without limit, without opposition or obstacle from privilege, and therefore without any block of the process. Nor can this equality in any sense be derogatorily called uniformity, because the multitude is an infinite multiplicity of free and creative singularities. The fatal couple, equality and uniformity, cessation of freedom, slow sleep of virtue, that many reactionaries have considered as the destiny of modernity concerns only modernity. Actually, this is where a fourth opposition of the new rationality against the rationality of modernity is determined, the opposition between diversity and uniformity that logically follows from that between equality and privilege. The rationality that goes beyond modernity seizes in diversity and in the richness of equal and irreducible individualities the keystone of its every logic. Constituent power takes shape not as reduction to one of the singularities but as the place of their intertwining and their expansion. Its creative force is revealed in this unraveling of the multitude toward the richness of its infinite expressions. The new rationality will therefore represent itself in a logic of the singularities in process, in fusion, and in continual surpassing. The new rationality abhors uniformity. Once again, the standpoint of constitutive dysutopia helps to understand better the process, because in it rationality shows itself as the impossibility of unifying the world of life at the very moment when it always reconstitutes it creatively. Uniformity, the original sin of utopia, even if it were grand and glorious, here shows once again how it is rooted in modernity and, at the same time, its definitive deficit, insofar as it participates in the rationality of modernity and therefore is a destructive element of the very conditions of becoming. On the other hand, constituent power always breaks uniformity, and its creativity seeks the different as rationality of its own ontological consistency. The fifth and last opposition is that of cooperation against command. Here we are at the point where abstract rationality is completely inverted into the rationality of the concrete. Cooperation is in fact the living and productive pulsation of the multitude. Cooperation is the articulation in which an infinite number of the singularities are composed as productive essence of the new. Cooperation is innovation, richness, and thus the basis of the creative surplus that defines the expression of the multitude. Command is constructed on abstraction, alienation, and the expropriation of the cooperative creativity of the multitude. Command is privilege, the fixed and unified appropriation of constituent power. It is constituted power and constitution. The world is thus inverted. Command precedes cooperation. But this reversal in the rationality and logic that exalt it are in themselves contradictory and limited because they do not possess the force of their own reproduction. Production and reproduction of the world of life reside only in the multitude, in the procedural complex of the relations of freedom and singularity, and in the result of their different and concurrent creativity. Cooperation is the form in which the singularities produce the new, the rich, and the powerful, the only form of reproduction of life. Cooperation finds an identity for its rationality and strength. On the political terrain, any definition of democracy that does not assume cooperation as the interpretive key and as concrete fabric of this relation is false. Domination is this lack of truth. On the contrary, cooperation is the central value of the new rationality, its truth. Constituent power fulfills here its ontological function, which is that of building new being and a new nature of history. A new world of life. Cooperation is life itself, insofar as it produces and reproduces itself. Rationality, beyond modernity, is the pursuing of the relations that, through cooperation, creatively install themselves in being. It is their taking shape. Its truth consists in seizing the creative moment of cooperation and in systematically orienting itself toward it. Although the new rationality is, first, critical rationality, that is, rationality that destroys any obstacle, or block, or constriction of strength that expresses itself in constitutive cooperation, nonetheless, it is, second, permanent construction of the developments of strength and the expression of the constructive tendency of cooperation. Strength is a task that is realized through the cooperation of singularities and in the uninterrupted flow of the creative determinations of being. Freedom, equality, and strength, these old formal elements, become history, second nature, third, or umpteenth. They are the dynamic and agile substance of constituent power. Any definition that tears the sequence of freedom, equality, and cooperation away from its ontological foundation in strength is no longer possible. Any definition that separates is in this case false. In its truth, this process is that of the innovation of being. The new rationality is made to measure with the construction of the new world. On these bases, after having proposed the theme of subjectivity and that of the new rationality, we can come back to the political definition of constituent power beyond modernity. A first observation: constituent power is the definition of any possible paradigm of the political. The political has no definition unless it takes its point of departure from the concept of constituent power. Thus, far from being an extraordinary apparition or a clandestine essence caught in the net of constituted power, constituent power is the totalizing matrix of the political. Both the traditional metaphysical definitions of the political as command over the community or the irrational definitions that imagine the political as the realm of more or less legitimated violence haplessly fall away in front of what the political actually is: the ontological strength of a multitude of cooperating singularities. Both the traditional metaphysical definitions and the irrational ones clash with the definition of constituent power and cannot account for the strength of the community, an ineluctable element for any definition of the political. It must be neither of the community nor violence on the community. Constituent power frees us from these definitions of the political by radically changing the terrain of its definition to the terrain of ontology, of the creation of new being. There is no preconceived community and no decisive force. In the constituent definition of the political, community is decided and reconstructed every day, and violence is part of this decision and reconstruction. Neither community nor force is an ontological reality, they are only abstract reductions of the world of life. Ontologically, we are faced with the multitude of singularities and the creative work of strength. The political is the site of this interweaving insofar as it presents itself as creative process. It is not mediation, synthesis, or sublimation. The dialectic has fraudulently solved the problem of which it had perceived the structuring terms. Not mediation, therefore, but genealogy, coextensive and cooperating production of community and force, or better, much better, of multitude and strength. Not the dialectic, because every moment of this process opens and never closes new dimensions of being, always starting new determinations of strength. By recognizing itself and operating at every moment as constitutive dysutopia. Constituent power is the paradigm of the political because its process is metaphysically defined by necessity. There is no other manner of existence of the political. The only possibility of modifying its definition is that of dominating its productive conditions in terms of non-truth, opposing command to strength, and opposing the constitution to constituent power. But this non-truth is only the opaque screen that superimposes itself onto the permanence of the real political, that is, of constituent power in action. True political realism does not consist in recognizing oneself and satisfying oneself or in the decisive character of physical force but, on the contrary, in considering how this domination is always and indefatigably undermined by the constituent sabotage of the multitude. The real metaphysical approach does not consist in founding the political on its duty of being of the community but, on the contrary, on recognizing that every formation of community and its duration are the continual product of the strength of singularities. Constituent power responds to the conditions of definition of the political because it interprets the creative determination of the political and cooperation. Effectiveness and legitimacy, those truncated categories of mystification, find in strength and in the cooperation of the multitude their respective inversions or, better, their rational substitution. The political becomes rational according to these conditions, and this is the only rationality that organizes its time. The political is brought back to the temporality of constituent movement. We should pause on this temporality of constituent power and this definition of the political in the new rationality beyond modernity. We have seen amply how the acceleration of time represents a fundamental character of constituent power. Now, this acceleration must be not so much understood as such in the metaphysical scenario. If we look at the creativity of the multitude, this acceleration is founded on an ontological accumulation already realized but, rather, interpreted as love of time, its very singular emergencies, and the apparition of the event. The love of time is the substance of the dysutopia that fills constituent power. The love of time is the indicator of the singular content of strength. The acceleration of historical time reveals the continual creativity of the ontological figure of constituent power as paradigm of the political. That is, as the matrix of an expansion of interrelations among singularities, always renewed and always open to another renewal. The love of time is nothing but the ontological expansion of the relation between constituent power and revolution. This expansion mitigates the revolutionary character of constituent power because it stretches it into the definition of the political as an arena of the transformation of interrelations and community. The love of time is the soul of constituent power because this makes of the world of life a dynamic essence, a never-renewed essence of nature and history. In this sense the concept of constituent power shows the normality of the revolution and offers a definition of being as movement of transformation. We need to reduce the dramatics associated with the concept of the revolution by making it, though constituent power, nothing but the desire of the continuous, relentless, and ontologically effective transformation of time. A continuous and unrestrainable practice. On this basis the concept of the political is taken away from the banality and the obscenity of being reduced to the spaces and times of constituted power. The political is the horizon of the revolution, not terminated but continued, always reopened by the love of time. Every human drive in search of the political consists in this, in living an ethics of transformation through a yearning for participation that is revealed as love for the time to constitute. The dynamic, creative, continual, and procedural constitution of strength is the political. This definition is neither empty nor neutral. It is subjected to the determinations of subjectivity and tendency, that is, to the figures in which multitude and strength crisscross as figures of productive cooperation. But the expression of the multitude and the continual creation of a new world of life remain its fundamental element. To take this element away from the political means to take everything away from it. It means to reduce it to pure administrative and diplomatic mediation, to bureaucratic and police activity, that is, exactly to that against which constituent power, as origin of the political, continually struggles in order to emerge as strength. Indeed, all those activities that would like to present themselves as the nature of the political do not belong to the political but, rather, to the routine of unchanged repetition. They are effects of dead labor, perverse inversions of constituent power, and cannot be used to define the political. We have thus inverted the frame in which the jurists and constitutionalists, as well as the sociologists and politicians, give us the definition of constituent power. See chap. It does not come after the political, as in a tormented sociological pause or in a suspension of institutional reality, nor can it be reduced to an extemporaneous blitz of the collective will in such a way that they would have to guarantee the limitation of its effects in the constitution of the political. No, constituent power comes first. It is the definition itself of the political, and where it is repressed and excluded, the political is reduced to pure mechanical nature, to being an enemy, and a despotic power. A political power without constituent power is like an enterprise without profit, without the living labor of innovation and the enrichment of productivity. The political without constituent power is like an old property, not only languishing but also ruinous, for the workers as well as for its own owners. Never as today are these images of past times, in which the inertia and the exhaustion of old ruling classes let their leadership get dispersed and lost in an administrative routine, which increasingly impoverish the world of life. Never as today are these images valid and suggestive. A political world, many political worlds, in the West and in the East, are collapsing because they have exhausted constituent power. That notion of the political of the past, whose fabric consists solely of constituted power, reveals itself to our eyes as a decayed and at the same time fierce dimension. The time of the political seems to be absolutely opaque. Yet the continuous process of the strength of the multitude traverses it. Once in a while this movement comes to light. The metaphysical materiality of constituent power shows itself in huge fires that light up with its multitudes the squares of the dilapidated empires. Between and our generations have seen the love for time oppose any and all manifestations of being for death. The movement of the multitude has expressed its strength everywhere, with that extraordinary massive force that does not indicate its possible exceptionality but its ontological necessity. Is what is awaiting us a history of freedom? It would be foolish to say so, confronted as we are by the horrid mutilations that constituted power continues to inflict on the ontological body of human freedoms and by the perpetual negation that the unbreakable series of the freedom, equality, and strength of the multitude posed in contrast. What awaits us is a history of liberation, dysutopia in action, relentless and as painful as it is constructive. The constitution of strength is the experience itself of the liberation of the multitude. The fact that in this form and with this force constituent power cannot but appear as irrefutable and that it cannot but impose itself as hegemonic in the always renewed world of life is necessary. It is our task to accelerate this strength and recognize its necessity in the love of